So if you're ready, let's go for the million. If Bob Iger was in the room with you right now, what would you say to him? Eat a bag of dicks? Suck on my pee-pee? Disney Plus is gay? Go fuck yourself.
I'd like to use one of my lifelines and phone a friend.
Okay, who would you like to call?
I'd like to call Bob Iger.
All right. Our friends at AT&T will get Bob Iger on the line, and we'll see if he can help you.
Hello?
Hello, Bob.
Yeah.
Hi, Regis Philbin here from Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Hi.
We've got Elon Musk with us right now. He's won $500,000.
Wow.
And he's going for $1 million. And he needs your help to get there.
Okay.
So, he's going to come on the line, read a question, 4 possible answers. One of them is the right answer. Elon, you've got 30 seconds. Starts right now.
Hey, Bob.
Hi.
I don't really need your help. I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to win the $1 million. Go fuck yourself.
He's won $1 million.
And what I see all over the place is people who care about looking good while doing evil.
Are you walking, Annie? Annie, are you walking? Will you tell us that you're walking? To the side of the window.
Hat tip Lofty Pixels. The link is in the description. Go check it out. That video went viral from Lofty Pixels, a YouTuber of some repute. Welcome to the Captain's Cast. I am your host, Captain Garrett. This is the Captain's Cast on the Swords and Starships channel, and we are live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. Formerly a platform for Bobby Iger to advertise on Disney, for Disney. Anyway, but that's not happening anymore. Elon Musk with the shot fired around the internet. I have some thoughts on this that you may not have heard. This one has been making the rounds, no doubt about it. So we'll get into that. I have seen Godzilla Minus One. And let me tell you something. I am very excited to talk to you about this film. However, I actually am going to be a little bit reserved because it's a limited release and not everyone has had a chance to see it. So I don't want to dig too deep into it. But I do want to give you kind of my initial reactions. Because just to give you a little teaser, I'm going to tell you, we've been talking a lot on this channel about basic story structure, what went wrong with Ahsoka, what went wrong with Secret Invasion. And, when there's so much bad content for an entire year, it starts to, just that effect alone starts to kind of gaslight you. I'm serious about this. I start to get a little bit gaslit, not without any commentary from anyone, just the sheer preponderance of garbage starts to make me think, am I just a negative asshole? Am I just an old man yelling at the moon? Do I just not understand what makes it so great when Anakin appears and Anakin Vader's and its lightsaber gets all red all the time? I don't, just when Anakin shows up and the shills are excited to see his red throbbing lightsaber. I mean, it's the master of evil. Shouldn't I have enjoyed that? And so I start to doubt myself, my dear sailors and starnauts. And I know that you out there sometimes feel the same. And I'm going to tell you something. Godzilla Minus One as believe me, that's very affectionate. It's very affectionate towards our good friends in Japan. I will say this film was a masterclass on good story structure, on telling an amazing story. And I'm going to tell you something. It restored my faith in storytelling. It restored my faith in what's possible. It restored my faith that this garbage I've been talking about is garbage, because when you see something this brilliant, it's like, Oh, that is what a good movie feels like. And let me tell you one simple metric. One simple metric I could tell you about, the cinematography and the acting and the editing and the mise en scène. I could wax, philosophical about all those filmmaking techniques ad nauseum. But there's one simple metric that tells me in my gut that is undeniable that this is an excellent film. I wanted to see it again the minute I left the theater. I was like, I got to go and see that movie again. Unfortunately, I could not because of my time constraints. I've wanted to see it again today, but I have to kind of drive for a distance to go see it. But this is a multiple viewing. This is like Spider-Man No Way Home. That's the last movie I saw that I wanted to see multiple times, was Spider-Man No Way Home. So I'll give you some thoughts, like super minimal. I'm probably not even going to go into hardly any of the actual story of it because I don't want to spoil anything for those who haven't been able to see it, but I will give you my thoughts. Definitely. And so we're going to talk about Elon Musk versus Bob Iger and why this is important, because this is actually quite in alignment with, Godzilla Minus One and story structure, storytelling, and the subject of responsibility. What is the role of a captain, or in this case, a chief executive officer, in taking responsibility? So we'll talk about that. And I've also seen a couple of trailers I want to share with you. The Fallout trailer is out. And, well, you just simply have not heard the most valuable opinion until you've heard mine. But I got to share my thoughts with this on you. I got to with you is what I meant. What do we got in the chat? Star Fury is here. Hail, Star Fury. Howdy. Welcome aboard. What went wrong? These people are still breathing to the detriment of the universe. That would be Disney shills, perhaps. Wax lyrical, good captain. Well, thank you, Star Fury. Hey, would you mind if I talked about Godzilla? Because I think over there in the UK, you haven't had a chance to see it yet. But let me know your thoughts. So we are live on Rumble and YouTube. Just waiting for anyone else who wants to pull up a chair. Come on in. Now, where should we begin, my dear sailors and starnauts? Why don't we talk about the subject of responsibility? Bob Iger gave just one of the most corporate, absolutely nauseating, just double speak interviews I've ever seen. And I have a point to make here. So I know this has been making the rounds, but I want to start right where the excuses begin, which I believe is right about 4 minutes. Here we go. By the way, these interviews are so useless. They are so boring. It's like, oh my God, these are the elite ruling class. These are the approved intelligentsia. These are our betters, ladies and gentlemen. This snotty little interviewer, this man is the definition of useless legacy media. The only people who care what he thinks, and really there aren't any, even the people in that auditorium don't care what he thinks. I like how he's in there with his wingtips. Those aren't wingtips, but he's got his nice shoes and his little suit, and he's asking his very snooty questions. And the idea is that everyone he is a approved member of the intelligentsia. Meanwhile, nobody gives a shit who he is. No one in that room cares about him. They don't care about his thoughts on anything. He is just there to be a puppet. He's like the Vichy French to World War II Germany. That's what he is. He's a little puppet to sit there and tee them up for softball questions. And Tom is in the chat. Ahoy, Tom. Welcome aboard, Tom. Good to see you. So anyhow, we begin.
She daunted on my behalf.
You said that you didn't want to come back, but there's been a lot of reporting that you never really wanted to leave. And even people now say, well, is he really going to leave in 2 years from now again? That you were frustrated. You were frustrated with Bob Chapek
That reporting is completely inaccurate, completely. I had been CEO for about 15 years. I said I started the company in 1974 at ABC. It had been around a long time. There were plenty of things in the world that I was interested in that I either wanted to do or wanted to learn more about. I had not really had a day off, and I don't even remember. And I was thoroughly enthusiastic.
But you were frustrated.
I felt that I had a comment in Shanghai.
Who cares?
In going to the street, lack of challenge. It was just I was frustrated about what?
Meaning from the outside. On the outside, you're now.
You were asking me about whether you
ever wanted to leave in the beginning.
The answer is I did, which is why I left.
Okay, but now you're on the outside.
Right.
And you're watching.
Busy doing other things.
Doing other things, but Bob Chapek's in that role.
Yes.
And you were thinking what?
I was disappointed in what I was seeing, both during the transition period when I was still there and while I was out. But I really worked hard at distancing myself from it because, one, I couldn't do anything about it. In a way, it wasn't my business at all, really. It was his business to run. And I was not happy with what I was seeing. I worked hard to build the company into what it was.
Have you ever seen a man who looks more just defeated? I'm just telling you right now, the whole interview, he's got this kind of slouching, nervous, just like low energy. He's got this kind of going on in his voice where he's like, I didn't like what I was seeing. He's miserable, folks. Why is he here? Why do guys like this do this? It's got to be obligatory. It's like you were expected to be there. You were expected to give answers which please the bean counters.
Was over that long period of time. I was proud of those accomplishments. It hurts when something that you've put your heart and soul into and that you care about so much is going through a difficult time.
Okay, so let's then talk about succession.
Notice how he speaks. This man is an expert at corporate non-speak, right? He says, well, it's so painful when something you've put your heart and soul into. By the way, it's not about you, Bob. What about all the fans that have put their heart and soul into Luke Skywalker? What about all the fans who put their heart and soul into Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark? What about the fans who put their heart and soul into Captain America, Iron Man, etc., etc.? Willow, the list. What about all the fans that have put their heart and soul into Disney Pixar? And it's all about it. But notice how he says, and then you see things happening. Everything's external. Everything's an external circumstance. Nothing is in his control.
Because there's a lot of people.
Now, he's talking here about Bob Chapek, right? Because that's outside his control. But he put the guy in the job. He mentored the guy. But also, he uses this same method of speech even when he's talking about himself at his own areas of responsibility.
People in this room, business leaders who have to think about their own succession, other types of succession. What was your mistake then? To the degree you think that Bob Chapek was a mistake, I assume you imagine it's maybe one of your biggest.
Well, first of all, I'm not the only one that may have considered it a mistake. The board obviously had its issues with Bob. But
you knew him well.
I've tried really. He worked for me for quite a long time.
Yeah, so stick with me on this, Redoubt. I'm going somewhere with this, okay? I totally get it. I get it, Redoubt. Your captain will earn that like, I promise you.
Tried hard to conduct my own post-mortem, just so that we as a company don't do it again. What did we do wrong?
Yeah, what went wrong, Bob?
Discovered certain things that perhaps we could have done better, but there were also a lot of unknowables, and I don't want to get into any of those.
But is there a lesson for you in terms of who you're supposed to listen to? In terms of
it's a lesson.
It was interesting when the vice president was talking about it. There's no job that really trains you for this job.
He's quoting Kamala Harris. He's quoting the woman who speaks in gypsy curses. That's who he's talking to. Oh yeah, Kamala Harris, the most successful vice president of all time. Yeah.
In many respects, that's true at Disney too. It's a large, very complex company that's in the public eye all the time. There's interest from just about every sector of society in Disney.
Really, Bob?
And it takes a certain type to be able to not only compartmentalize when it comes to managing issues and problems, but I think it takes a certain constitution, a tremendous amount of energy, a tremendous amount of patience, the ability to communicate on multiple subjects, sometimes back to back to back to back. And I think that, when we make the decision again and the succession,
what will be different?
What a bunch of gobbledygook! There was nothing in that resembled an actual answer. Nothing that resembled. It's so hard. It's very hard being a CEO. It's very hard doing all this stuff. Then they ask him. This guy, this little twerp, asks him, what went wrong with the Marvels and all these movies that are failing at the box? What went wrong, Bob?
A number of these films have not performed. They have not performed the way they used to.
They've not performed performance.
The creative magic at Disney. You can look at the Marvels. I'm curious why you think that disappointed. You could look at
it was a little bit under,
Wish, Indiana Jones. What do you think? What's happened?
Wish, more like wishing for an audience. Am I right?
What's happening?
Well, I think you have to look at it a couple of ways. First of all, I think the movie business is changing, actually.
That's a good point.
Box office today is about 75% of what it was pre-COVID. I think we have conditioned the audience to expect that these films will be on streaming platforms relatively quickly.
It's not your fault, Bob. We're conditioned. You conditioned us, and we are trained. We are trained to eat the slop, Bob. Yes, you're correct. This is not your fault.
And that the experience of accessing them and watching them in the home is better than it ever was. One, easier to access in terms of the technology. Two, just the visuals. Better sets in your living room than before. And a bargain when you think about it. Streaming
it's a
Disney
bargain
Plus you can get for $7 a month. That's a lot cheaper than taking your whole family to a film. So I think the bar is now raised in terms of quality about what gets people out of their homes into movie theaters. Some of it.
Okay, so better technology. The people they get a bargain. They can watch ads at a bargain for $7 a month, unless they want the non-ad tier, which is $14.99. Plus, if they want Netflix. Plus, if they want HBO Max. Plus, if they want Paramount Plus. Plus, if they want all of the other streaming services. Then it is just that's an even better bargain at just under $259.99. So yes, Bob, you're right. We should be at home. We've been conditioned.
Is just being part of basically the social wave. Certainly Barbie and Oppenheimer did that for two other studios. And so I think that's one thing. Second, in our particular case, and specifically about those films, some of those films, they were not as good. They were not as high in quality. Not every one that you mentioned. As
I love it because he mentioned the Marvels, he mentioned Wish, and then he mentioned Indiana Jones, and he said not all of those are as high in quality as we would have liked. The quality was not where it should be.
As some of their predecessors, our films, and as they should have been, particularly in this environment.
Why do you think that was?
Well, The Marvels was shot during COVID. There wasn't as much supervision on the set, so to speak, where we have executives there really looking over what's being done day after day after day.
Not enough executives on set. Got it.
And that was a result of mostly of COVID, but at the same time, we increased our output tremendously to feed the streaming platforms. Too much, by the way.
Mistake.
Definite mistake. Quality needs attention to deliver quality. Doesn't happen by accident. And quantity, in our case.
What quality doesn't happen by accident? What? This is news to me. Hey, somebody call up the shills. Somebody call up the shills, because the shills need to hear this kind of deep, insightful, trenchant analysis.
Diluted quality, and Marvel suffered greatly from that.
Diluted
so there are different
quality?
reasons, and I'm the first. I've been very public about it.
Yes.
Saying, I would say right now, my number one priority is to help the studio turn around creatively. Now, let's also put it in perspective. We set the bar so high. Year after year after year, we had the best performance in the business, probably for a decade. And I'm not sure another studio will ever achieve some of the numbers that we achieved with multiple. I mean, we got to the point where if a film didn't do $1 billion in global box office, we were disappointed. That's an unbelievably high standard. And I think we have to get more realistic. A couple of the films you mentioned.
Have you ever heard a more like the mental gymnastics of that? He's like, well, listen, we just expect to make $1 billion because we've conditioned our audience to consume the product. And so that's a very high standard. Mr. What the fuck's your name? Yeah, well, I'll just call you Soy Interviewer. Mr. Soy Interviewer, this is you need to understand that quality does not happen by accident. Most directors, actors, writers, and studio executives don't understand this. They think that quality does happen by accident. So please continue to receive the font of my wisdom. This man takes no responsibility for anything that he's done. He takes no responsibility. He talks about, well, we didn't have enough executive supervision. And, well, Bob Chapek was over there really disappointing me. He's a very disappointing Bob. Most Bobs are very high standard like me, but he's a very disappointing Bob. And meanwhile, COVID, which, of course, we did not benefit at all from by locking people in their homes and colluding with the state and the media to live large while the lower classes sat at home and starved because they couldn't afford Grubhub, like losers that they are. Well, they're conditioned to stay at home, don't you know? None of that has anything to do with me. And again, for Lofty Pixels, hat tip Lofty Pixels.
So if you're ready, let's go for the million. If Bob Iger was in the room with you right now, what would you say to him? Eat a bag of dicks? Suck on my pee-pee? Disney Plus is gay? Go fuck yourself.
I'd like to use one of my lifelines and phone a friend.
Okay, who would you like to call?
I'd like to call Bob Iger.
All right. Our friends at AT&T will get Bob Iger on the line, and we'll see if he can help you.
Hello?
Hello, Bob.
Yeah.
Hi, Regis Philbin here from Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Hi.
We've got Elon Musk with us right now. He's won $500 million.
Wow.
And he's going for $1 million. And he needs your help to get there.
Okay.
So, he's going to come on the line, read a question, 4 possible answers. One of them is the right answer. Elon, you've got 30 seconds. Starts right now.
Hey, Bob.
Hi.
I don't really need your help. I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to win the $1 million. Go fuck yourself.
He's won $1 million.
And what
He's won $1 million, folks. Good for him, man. You know, he could use it. He could use it. His time is probably worth $1 million a minute, quite frankly. But I just love that. Well, Bob, I just want to let you know I'm about to win the $1 million. So if you don't know, and you probably do, unless you've been living under the internet rock, that is a reference to Elon was also on that stage. And let's say one thing for Elon. Say he gives an interesting interview in a boring, elitist, snooty forum.
Leaving, we talked to Bob Iger
I hope
today.
they stop.
You hope?
Don't advertise.
Response, though, to Iger's comments. This was an explosive exchange as it played out last night. Watch this.
There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers. Leaving, we talked to Bob Iger
I hope
today.
they stop.
You hope?
Don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go yourself.
But
go yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob, if you're in the audience.
well, let me ask you then.
That's how I feel. Don't advertise.
Well, it's always interesting.
He broke the media bot. Did you see that? He broke the media bot. Have you ever seen anything like that? but you must bend the knee. That doesn't make you know what that was like? That was like the scene in Game of Thrones when Joffrey has just been like torturing everybody for like, a season and a half. And then Tywin Lannister shows up and Joffrey tries to bitch around Tywin. And Tywin is like, he just like calmly walks up the steps and just stands over Joffrey. And he's just like, the king is tired or something like that. They're probably mixing up a couple scenes, but he basically like, the king is tired and needs to go to bed. And he just handles him. He just absolutely handles him. We are so lucky for Elon. We really are. It's like, who else? This can only happen. By the way, just, look, I'm not going to get like super philosophical on you. This can only happen in free speech and capitalistic societies. Because if you want to see more of someone like Elon Musk who can't be controlled, telling the elitist overlords to go fuck themselves, you need to be in a free society, because that doesn't happen in dystopian societies. So that gives me a lot of hope. But, oh man, I am totally with you, chat. What a load of horse shit. Bob Iger is a scumbag. He's Bob Iger, Kathleen Kennedy, Kevin Feige. These are scumbags. These are scumbag people. They don't give a shit about their audience. They are climbers. They are knife fighters. They are greedy people. They take no responsibility. And I'm not judging them by my opinion of the content they've produced. I'm judging them by what I see. And what I saw in that interview is a man who takes no responsibility. He throws everyone under the bus. He blames absolutely everything on external circumstances. He takes no responsibility. And what is the first duty of a captain? The captain is responsible for everything that happens aboard his ship. And we're going to talk more about that in a second. Starfury says, Bob, we are all smelling what you're shoveling. You're damn right, Starfury. Fu Man Blue says, hail to the chat and to the captain. Hail, Fu Man Blue. Welcome aboard. So good to see you. I've got all the founders of Swords and Starships are here today, and it is an honor. It is an honor to sail with you, or fly through space with you, as the case may be. With so I know Starfury is more of a starship guy. So, oh yeah, dude, that was Lofty Pixels. Link is in the description for the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, because that was awesome. Starfury, but what about all the money? What about the beautiful money? He couldn't handle it. He's like, all of our normal methods of control have failed. This is why, like, I used to kind of go through this thought experiment when I was younger, living in Los Angeles. I've lived most of my life surrounded by more people who don't think like me than do. That's been my normal experience in life. I grew up in California. I am used to people not agreeing with my political views and calling, which I would describe as Americanist. I am an Americanist. So what that means is, if you read the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States, that's what I believe. That's very simple. I oppose anything that contradicts those values. That's very simple. And that is a political belief system. Make no mistake. And so for me, it never really exactly mattered kind of what side of the political aisle I was on. I mean, yes, you get caught up in tribalism when you're younger and stuff. But, I was surrounded by people who often disagreed with me on things. And, there were times where I started to wonder, am I wrong about, I've always thought that, like, am I wrong about this? Am I wrong about that? It's good to have self-skepticism. And I've always been skeptical of my own beliefs. But what I mean is I literally said, like, what if I just strip down and join the natives? What if I just abandon, all these wacky ideas I have about consent of the governed and freedom of speech at all costs and these sorts of things? And what if I just bought into, all the feel good, things that liberals claim to want? This is like 15 years ago. And I would picture it. I would just do this thought visualization of my life agreeing with the crowd and just going along with it. And some of the picture was good, like being being liked at all the parties and having, being on the in crowd and things like that. And that was like about this much of the picture. The rest of the picture was a kind of nightmare of like mental slavery and servitude. And I was like, no, I guess I'm just going to have to be a pariah because I can't do this. And I see these people at this summit, this little twerp, interviewing Elon. And it's like, these are people who live to serve. And now I occasionally say I live to serve those whom I choose to serve, such as you, my dear audience. I live to serve you because you honor me and I honor you. But in the case of these little twerps, they just live to serve the master. And it is so disgusting to watch this guy. He's trying to hold Elon Musk down. He is looking at the richest man in the world, and he thinks they're equals. And when I don't mean equals in the human sense. I mean equals in the accomplishments, life achievements, contributions to society, just social clout, all those things. Like he thinks they're on equal footing. If not, Elon might be a skosh lower because he said some mean things on Twitter, supposedly. And here comes Elon, and he's like, screw you. Go fuck yourself. But then you'll be banished. You'll be exiled. I don't care. How do you want to know something? If Elon gave a shit about stuff like that, he wouldn't be the richest man in the world. He wouldn't. He would not have anything. Everyone thought he was an idiot. I read the articles in 2002, folks. In 2002 and 2003, Popular Mechanics wrote articles about Elon when he was still pretty much a nobody. He had made money out of PayPal, but he hadn't done much else, and he was going into the space business. Everyone in in the business community was telling him, you're a fool and you're going to lose all that money. Now, there were still people that were excited about it, like futurists and so forth. But the conventional wisdom was he was a crackpot. Okay. So if Elon Musk cared what other people thought, he never would have founded SpaceX. He never would have created Tesla. For all those reasons, he has my admiration. And for all those reasons, slavish, the willing slaves that little twerp interviewing him represent to me, they will never understand that kind of freedom. They will never understand that kind of creativity or dynamism. By the way, this is why they come after Young Ripa. This is why they come after Eric July. This is why they come after people like that, because they can't be controlled and they don't give a shit what you think. And that's kind of a hard way to live. That's actually kind of a hard way to live. Freedom isn't easy because the flip side of freedom is responsibility. So, Swords and Starfury says, Captain Garrett, how did you manage to not go on a killing? So, geez, Starfury, I gotta read these before I put them up. Go on a deletion spree in the it's the Golden State, or it's the Golden State with a poop map. This is what I will say. California is. I am a Californian. I really am. It's the most. I swear to God, geographically, it's the most beautiful state in the United States of America. It is the most beautiful state. It has mountain ranges. It has farmlands and vineyards. It has beautiful bays. It has temperate ocean climates. It has deserts. And it's why Hollywood is there, because California has so many different settings that you could film a movie in. It is magnificent. It was a Republican state in what was it? It was when Reagan was running it in the 60s or 70s. I forget exactly when, but Reagan was the governor of California. There was a time when California was well, honestly, it was kind of a farm state for a long time in like the 50s, 60s, etc. So I love the state. Unfortunately, this is what happens when communists take over everything. They turn everything they touch, they turn to crap. Everything they touch. Why is Disney failing? Disney is failing because it is the cultural entertainment equivalent of socialism. It is bloated with enormous amounts of employees who don't do anything. It is bloated with ideological hiring that has nothing to do with merit or success or credentials. It is blinded and blinkered by ridiculous, arcane ideas about social engineering. And as a result of that, only failure rises in a system like that. And you may think there's a bottom to that. There's not. There is no bottom to how bad things can get under that system, which is why it's so perplexing. Well, gee, the state's been run into the ground. Why do people stay there? And a lot of people are leaving, but why don't people change? Because honestly, the weird thing is, if you're someone who blames external circumstances for what's gone wrong, do you think you're ever going to take responsibility for what you voted for? No, you're not. You're just going to assume it was that other who caused all the problems. This is kind of how it's a death spiral is what it is. Bob Iger is disgusted. He's disgusted by Elon. He's disgusted by normal Americans, just average everyday or average everyday audience members of the Disney audience, right? He's disgusted by them because they're beneath him. Many of them support political causes. Ew, he doesn't agree with. Ew, gross. There was a question in there where that little twerp, the twerp interviewer, which is what I'm calling him, the little man-child, the little pajama boy twerp that's interviewing Elon and Bob Iger, he asked about the protests at Disney World in the wake of the Parental Rights and Education Act controversy. And the way this little twerp framed this question was, there were swastikas out there and there were Nazis out there. And I'm like, you little piece of shit. Like, if you looked at the aggregate of all those pictures, you may have seen one evil thing like that. Mostly what you saw was normal Americans protesting Disney. But notice how they always they have such disdain and disgust for people thinking freely, that they try and ascribe and attach to us those evils that, frankly, the people waving said flag have more in common with that little twerp and Bob Iger than they ever will with you and I. Because only totalitarians who rule by fiat and fear need those kinds of symbols. We who just want to be left alone, enjoy our Disney and our Marvel and our whatever, our Magic the Gathering, whatever it is, and just have a little fun in life, we're the ones that are under siege from these snotty, better than you elitists. And I say, fuck them. So there you go. Captain went on bitter. The captain is quite exercised today. But no, I moved out of the state is the end of that story, Star Fury, but with great pain in my heart. But, the other thing, too, and I will say this, I don't mind. I really don't, as if that's some big achievement. I don't mind living with people who disagree with me. I don't mind. I like conversation with people who disagree with me. That's never been my issue. And I've made great friends who are very different from me politically, although these days they're actually more aligned with me than they've ever been. But I will say that what I can't abide is living under authoritarian rule. That's when it becomes an issue. And so it's like, if all, shall we say, voting were fair, and the people were getting their honest say, and the rules of the road, which are in the Constitution, were not being violated, I would be willing to accept losing. I'd be willing to accept my ideas losing in the court of public opinion, because I am okay with that social contract. But I'm telling you, the way it's gotten, it's like the shell has cracked off the nut, and these wackos will destroy you. They will destroy you. And it's like, well, then if that's how we're going to settle things, then that's how we're going to settle things. So, yes, so long, California. Believe me, it wounds me, Star Fury. It wounds me. Do you realize that California, I don't know if it's still the case, but for a long time, it had between the 5th and the 7th largest economy in the world. I think it was roughly equivalent to like Italy in economy, probably a little larger than that, actually. It's like the equivalent of France, I think. Just the GDP of California. So, Maji Chan is here, and Fu Man Blue says, hard to believe. Exactly, Fu Man Blue. And Maji Chan says, hi. Maji Chan is in the chat. Salute and welcome aboard from the captain. Starfury says, we appreciate how you honor your audience. Thus, we reciprocate the honor with the proper British you there. Right back at you. Well, thank you, Starfury. A salute to you and to all of you, swords and starships denizens, to borrow Paul Chatto's term. That's audience members, sailors, star nauts at large. I was thinking about this recently. I was like, it wasn't like I didn't undertake to think about my channel, but I just had this thought of like, wow, there, Fu Man Blue and Star Fury and others show up in my chat. Tom, Maji chat, they just show up in my chat. And I can't tell you what an honor that is. I can't tell you how wonderful that is and how much fun I have hanging out with you every Sunday and how much I appreciate it. Because, I haven't had the time I've wanted to work on this channel and to build it because I've just been dealing with some other things. But I feel an incredible obligation every Sunday to like show up here and return to you the investment you've put in this channel as best I can and to put on the best show I have. And so the honor will always be mine. It's an honor to serve with you in the great cause. There's super chats in there too. I'm trying to get to those. Where is it? Here we go. Maji Chan says, I like how Elon told the news guy that the audience is the judge. Elon is a businessman. Absolutely. Elon's philosophy, he mentioned too that Tesla, right, does not advertise. Tesla never had to advertise and throw in all this, marketing. It was word of mouth. Tesla is, and the reason why is because Elon Musk is the first designer of an electric vehicle who did not undertake to design an electric vehicle for the sake of designing an electric vehicle, right? Like all these other companies, like, well, we need to have an electric vehicle. It's almost like the exact situation of woke storytelling, right? Woke storytelling says, gee, we need to have equal representation of all races and ethnicities and genders and all these things. So let's go find a story that we can paste that onto, which is the ass backwards way of doing things. And that's what all the other designers of electric vehicles did, is they said, well, let's go find a way that we can paste electric onto a vehicle. Elon Musk went the other way, which is he said, I'm going to create a vehicle which is the envy of all other vehicles, a luxury status symbol that everyone wants, and it's going to be electric. That's why Tesla is successful. And that's why good storytelling is successful, because it starts from the position of, I'm going to tell a story that is going to move people. Not just one half of the audience or the other half of the audience. No, it's going to move the people. You cannot make an enemy. You cannot make an enemy of the people you're trying to bring into the audience. Now, they may not like what you do, and there's nothing you can do about that, but there it is. Star Fury with a £2 sterling super chat in honor of our captain. Well, thank you, Star Fury. The honor, as I have said, is all mine. So thank you very much for that generous super chat. I'd live in a hellscape as long as I had good friends there. And I agree. I have great friends in California. So Fu Man Blue with a $10 super chat, which is almost as valuable as the £2 sterling, because I think the British pound is way up. No, I'm just kidding. Fu Man Blue says corpos can't admit that anything is wrong because if they did, people would want to know why and who is to blame. Oddly akin to modern American government. Well, that's just politicians, right? Like Bob Iger. Guy, he's just slime. The guy turns my stomach to look at him. He's, Bob, I was disappointed with the things going on, and we did a post-mortem, and I'm just, shut your mouth. You're so disgusting. It's like Elon Musk answers a question. Elon Musk answers a question, and he puts it right between the eyes. And Bob Iger is just there to hide things from you. That's all he's doing, is he's hiding things from you. So you're exactly right, Fu Man Blue. It's like, I'm not above criticizing capitalism is not a perfect system. It is not a perfect system. It's just the best one we've got, in my opinion. But I do think that like one of the weaknesses of a consumer-driven culture that is absent morality, absent the virtue of the citizen, right? You've got to have citizenship paired with capitalism for it to work well. And citizenship is about personal morals and personal ethics and people being educated in the story of their nation and what they stand for, what they believe in. And we don't do that anymore. We used to do that in the Western world. Now all we get is critical race theory telling us how wrong our cultures are about everything. And it's destroying it. It's tearing our cultures apart, basically. And I would say that when you have consumerism, but with no citizenship attached to it and no national, social, no cultural identity, let's say, that knits us together as a people. What that results in is, a culture of all that matters is dollar signs and all that matters is lying and backstabbing your way to the top of organizations. And not every corporation is like that, but Disney is a cesspool. It is the sewer. It is the absolute sewer of entertainment companies. And Bob Iger is the perfect exemplar of all of that. Tom says, 3 cheers for our captain. Sorry, cough button there. Hip, hip, hurrah. Hip, hip, hurrah. Hip, hip, hurrah. There you go, Tom. That's better than toot toot. I'll give you that. And Fu Man Blue with $2 more. Jeez, Fu Man Blue, we're living large today. I appreciate it, sir. He called Mashi Chan. Did I do that? If I did, oh my God. I should have asked for pronouns. Oh no. What have I done? Madam is what I meant. Salute to you, madam. If I erred, I apologize. Fu Man Blue says, he called okay. You didn't have to send a super chat to put me on blast. But I appreciate it. I'll take it. My own post-mortem oh God. A friend of mine and I who both hate corporate culture because we both worked in it, for pretty much all our natural lives. And we would have a game where we would try and talk to each other only in corporate speak, just stuff like I'd say, oh, well, that's a really interesting idea for the board. Let's put a pin in that and circle back later. He's like, yeah, I think it'd be nice to have a scrum. So why don't we lunch on it? And so we would just go like this as long as we could until we ran out of that crap. It's like, yeah, that's how they talk. That's how they talk. This is I'm not taking responsibility for anything way of speaking. Which brings me neatly along to an excerpt of a book that I want to share with you. So let me do a new, stop share, present, new tab. Here we go. Okay, this is an excerpt from the book by Jocko Willink, Extreme Ownership, which if you are a leader, I recommend you read. And I just have a couple of excerpts I want to read. So he's telling the story about how when he was a Navy SEAL, he was part of a mission that went very, very wrong in Iraq. And this is what he says. This is during the battle. At that moment, it all became clear. In the chaos and confusion, somehow a rogue element of Iraqi soldiers had strayed outside the boundaries to which they had been confined and attempted to enter the building occupied by our SEAL sniper team. In the early morning darkness, our SEAL sniper element had seen the silhouette of a man armed with an AK-47 creep into their compound. While there were not supposed to be any friendlies in the vicinity, there were many enemy fighters known to be in the area. With that in mind, our SEALs had engaged the man with the AK-47 thinking they were under attack, and then all hell broke loose. So basically, they had friendly Iraqi soldiers stumbled into this situation, and you basically had a firefight between friendlies. He goes on. When gunfire erupted from the house, the Iraqi soldiers outside the compound returned fire and pulled back behind the cover of the concrete walls across the street and in the surrounding buildings. They called in reinforcements, and U.S. Marines and Army troops responded with a vicious barrage of gunfire into the house they assumed was occupied by enemy fighters. Meanwhile, inside the house, our SEALs were pinned down and unable to clearly identify that it was friendlies shooting at them. All they could do was return fire as best they could and keep up the fight to prevent being overrun by what they thought were enemy fighters. The U.S. Marine Anglico team had come very close to directing airstrikes on the house our SEALs were holed up in. Think about that, folks. U.S. Marines and Army nearly called in an airstrike on a house full of Navy SEALs without realizing it. He goes on. When the 50 caliber machine gun opened up on their position, and by a 50 cal is a massive round that will just blow you apart. When the 50 caliber machine gun opened up on their position, our SEAL sniper element inside the building, thinking they were under heavy enemy attack, called in the heavy QRF Abrams tanks for support. That's when I had arrived on the scene. Inside the compound, the SEAL chief stared back at me, somewhat confused. He no doubt wondered how I had just walked through the hellacious enemy attack to reach his building. Quote, "It was a blue on blue," I said to him. Blue on blue, friendly fire, fratricide, the worst thing that could happen. And so he kind of goes on to tell the conclusion of that story. And then he talks about how he basically had to review how did this go wrong? How the hell did we screw this up so bad? And so Jocko says, the list of mistakes was substantial. As directed, I put together a brief, a Microsoft PowerPoint presentation with timelines and depictions of the movements of friendly units on a map of the area. Then I assembled the list of everything that everyone had done wrong. It was a thorough explanation of what had happened. It outlined the critical failures that had turned the mission into a nightmare and cost the life of one Iraqi soldier, wounded several more, and, but for a true miracle, could have cost the lives of several SEALs. But something was missing. There was some problem, some piece that I had not identified, and it made me feel like the truth wasn't coming out. Who was to blame? I reviewed my brief again and again, trying to figure out the missing piece, the single point of failure that had led to the incident. But there were so many factors, and I couldn't figure it out. Finally, the CO, the CMC, and the investigating officer arrived at our base. They were going to drop their gear, grab some food at the chow hall, and then we would bring together everyone to debrief the event. I looked through my notes again, trying to place the blame. Then it hit me. A few minutes later, I walked into the platoon space where everyone was gathered to debrief. The silence was deafening. The CO sat in the front row. The CMC stood ominously in the back. The SEAL that had been wounded, fragged in the face by a 50 caliber round, was there, his face bandaged up. I stood before the group. Whose fault was this? I asked of the room full of teammates. After a few moments of silence, the SEAL who had mistakenly engaged the Iraqi soldier spoke up. It was my fault. I should have positively identified my target. No, I responded. It was not your fault. Whose fault was it? I asked the group again. It was my fault, said the radio man from the sniper element. I should have passed our position sooner. Wrong, I responded. It wasn't your fault. Whose fault was it? I asked again. It was my fault, said another SEAL, who was a combat advisor with the Iraqi Army clearance team. I should have controlled the Iraqis and made sure they stayed in their sector. Negative, I said. You are not to blame. More of the SEALs were ready to explain what they had done wrong and how it had contributed to the failure, but I had heard enough. You know whose fault this is? You know who gets all the blame for this? The entire group sat there in silence, including the CO, the CMC, and the investigating officer. No doubt they were wondering whom I would hold responsible. Finally, I took a deep breath and said, there is only one person to blame for this. Me. I am the commander. I am responsible for the entire operation. As the senior man, I am responsible for every action that takes place on the battlefield. There is no one to blame but me. And I will tell you this right now. I will make sure that nothing like this ever happens to us again. It was a heavy burden to bear, but it was absolutely true. I was the leader. I was in charge and I was responsible. Thus, I had to take ownership of everything that went wrong. Despite the tremendous blow to my reputation and to my ego, it was the right thing to do. The only thing to do. I apologized to the wounded SEAL, explaining that it was my fault he was wounded and that we were all lucky he wasn't dead. We then proceeded to go through the entire operation, piece by piece, identifying everything that happened and what we could do going forward to prevent it from ever happening again. Close quote. That is Jocko Willink from the book Extreme Ownership. And it's a book about how to be a leader. That, by the way, is a real man. That, by the way, is a real leader, which is something Bob Iger knows nothing about. Bob Iger should actually, he should read that book, but he should hire Jocko for his insanely high consulting fee to help him fix Disney. Because that's actually what Jocko does. He has a consulting business. He goes around in the corporate world and he teaches them this. He teaches them that exact principle. So anyway, I thought I would share that with you and let you compare the mentality and the attitude of a Jocko Willink and an Elon Musk and compare that with Bob Iger. Well, I was very disappointed. And we did a postmortem and there was COVID and our audience was conditioned for this. And there weren't enough executives. And I really wished, I could do something. But there was nothing I could do. What a fucking loser. What a loser. You're a loser, Bob. And your company is a sinking ship. It's going down. You're rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. It ain't going to help. It ain't going to help you, Bob. Because you don't understand how to hire people in a meritocracy. And you don't actually understand art, and you hate your audience. You hate your audience, Bob. You can't have a successful media company when you hate half the people that are in your audience. These people are so stupid. They're never going to get it. They are never going to get it. I have no confidence that Disney's going to turn anything around, despite the fact they're canceling all these shows. No, it's not going to matter. Because at the end of the day, Bob Iger sat there for 58 minutes on a stage and threw everyone but him under the bus, including his audience, including the audience that consumes his products. It is everyone's fault. It is COVID's fault. It is, he assigned fault to about 50 people in circumstances in comparison to Jocko Willink, who was responsible for a man almost being killed. He got shrapnel in the face and he said, there is no one in this room to blame except me. I am the leader. I am responsible for every action that occurs on the battlefield. Can you imagine that? Taking response. In other words, if a lone soldier goes rogue, screws something up and gets a bunch of people killed, it's still the commanding officer's responsibility. That's a level of ownership that a guy like Bob Iger doesn't understand because he's a scumbag. He's a scumbag. He's a climber. He only cares about lining his own pockets. He only cares about his legacy and his reputation. And he'd love to run for president, too, which that should turn your stomach just about more than anything else. He thinks he can. He runs Disney into the ground, and he probably thinks he could run this country. And what does that tell you about the kind of people that politics attracts? So anyway, there you go. Fu Man Blue. Jeez, you're going crazy, Fu Man Blue. With a $10 super chat says, when I first heard the term cultural appropriation, I wondered what culture I had as a member of the melting pot that the U.S. is supposed to be. It makes me feel oddly isolated. And you know something? I'll tell you exactly what culture you're a part of. You are a part of the American culture. And the American culture descends in part from traditions of English common law in many ways. So, but it itself is a kind of melting pot of thought, which is, it is a belief in the freedom and the primacy of the individual and the consent of the governed. That is our culture. And that is the culture that the woke oppose. And we're losing it. We are losing, but we're taking it back. They are beginning to lose. And I keep hearing this too. I was watching Flashcast. Last night, and somebody was saying of their reaction to the Fallout trailer that, oh, you guys are, you got to stop assuming everything's woke all the time. And I'm like, see, this is this meme that's going around that we got to back off. We got to stop attacking the woke. And on one hand, I understand that thinking of like, we can't become the thing that we hate. And I agree with that. However, you do not let your enemy get off the ropes when they're on the ropes. You just don't. And I'm telling you that this is not coming from us. This is coming from them. They're embarrassed. They're losing the argument over wokeness, and they're losing it badly. They're losing it badly. And that is not the time for us to start buying into the idea that it's not working. It is working. It is working. So there you go. I thank you, Fu Man Blue. I'm so honored to have you guys here. It's such a pleasure. So, a moving tale of accountability. Thank you. Yes. I read that book, and I'll tell you something. I read that book when I was struggling as a leader. For the first time, I was leading a team of people at work, and I was struggling badly. And I picked up that book, and you know something? That was really when my attitude shifted, and I started to become a good leader. Was literally at that moment. And it was eye-opening for me too, because I'd always thought of the military as kind of separate. I'd always thought that like a military command structure would be different than like any other kind of leadership structure. And his point in that book is no, there's no difference. If you are a bad leader, it doesn't matter what your rank is in the military, you're not going to get things done. Your people aren't going to respect you, and they're not going to follow you. And you're gonna have a bad time. And that really was humbling. And you know, it was awesome. Awesome. So great book. Fu Man Blue says, I guess my culture is administrative, since apparently my kind are only able to oversee the purity of diversity that exists in other cultures. Perhaps. What is your kind, Fu Man? I'm not asking, I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm just like trying to parse through that. Anyway. Where should we go next? I have so much of the stack of stuff, folks. I am loaded for bear today. I am loaded for bear. From Endless says, I don't know. Okay. Fair enough. We had Elon's answer. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. There was this great clip on Filmthreat. So maybe we'll talk about that in just a second. Okay. I have a couple of things to talk about. But let's talk some Godzilla, shall we? Let's just do a little Godzilla Minus One. I am not going to go too deep on this one because it's a limited release and not everyone's had a chance to see it. And I want you to see this movie. I want you to see this movie because, folks, this is the best movie of the year by about a country mile. Was it even close? Like, I'm going back to movies I loved this year. Gran Turismo, was it Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, Dead Reckoning, John Wick 4, all excellent films this year. And I'm telling you right now, Godzilla Minus One, my favorite film of the year. And I want to see this movie like minimum 3 or 4 times. It is a masterclass in storytelling. And here's the thing that is the most stunning to me about this movie, okay? One of the problems with Godzilla movies I feel they've always had, and I'm a Godzilla fan. I watched Godzilla 1985. It's like one of my all-time favorites. And I like it when Godzilla's the bad guy, okay? That's kind of my favorite when it's just Godzilla and the city. That's just my favorite. And my personal belief is that Godzilla is a monster in the house story, and Godzilla's the monster. And I think that's the best tale with Godzilla. I just do. I think he's a force of nature. He's the big bad wolf that's going to blow your house down, and we're the 3 little pigs, if you will. That's a very Jordan Peterson way to put it. Well, you know, it's very much like, you got to understand, you got to take responsibility, you know, and that's not an easy thing to do. It's not. That's a lot. And we're the 3 little pigs. You know, that's a tale about the forces of nature. That's serious. That's my Jordan Peterson review. Anyway, I will just say one of the failings these movies have always had is that the actual people are not interesting. And that goes for the American versions too. In fact, the American versions are even worse because you get great actors like Bryan Cranston and Millie Bobby Brown and who's the guy? Is it Ken Watanabe, I think, that played one of the Monarch people? You get great actors in there. And they're just, you know what it's like? It's like the MCU humor. It's like, oh, look, they're a plucky misfit team and they're making fun of each other and it's quips. And And then there's all this exposition dumps and all these convoluted spy plot. And I'm just like, what? It's always the worst. And then in the kind of original Japanese versions, the people are really just there as props to kind of stare at Godzilla in horror. And it's very rare that there is really even anyone interesting. What's amazing about Godzilla Minus One is I have always believed this was possible, and this is the first one that's ever pulled it off, which is it told the story through the human's eyes, and not just through humans' eyes, it told the story through a human protagonist's eyes. And it was brilliant. It was his story, and that would be the protagonist is, that's right, Koichi Shikishima. Koichi Shikishima is, it's all in subtitles, by the way, and I quite enjoyed that because I thought hearing the actual performances of the Japanese actors was excellent. You know, if there's one critique I have of this film, I did not see myself in it, okay? I was not represented. It was a very non-diverse cast. It was all Japanese people. There wasn't like one person that wasn't Japanese, and I feel that's very racist, and that's very bad. That's very, very bad. But I'm willing to forgive it this time, because they don't know better. But this is how sick they are. This is how sick the woke mind virus is, right? No, it was not a diverse film. It was an all Japanese cast, and as it freaking should be. As it freaking should be. It was their country, it's their culture, and I loved it. I loved every minute of it. Anyway, the protagonist is Koichi Shikishima. He is, the film opens with, and I'm not going to get into the story. I'm just going to give you just the initial setup, which is that it is the end of World War II. By the way, what a glorious period piece this is. Oh my God. It is such a brilliant setting. It is such a brilliant time and place. Literally in the closing days of World War II, he is a kamikaze pilot who has faked engine trouble to get out of having to do the deed and kill himself. I can't even tell you how absolutely just nailed it. They absolutely nailed it with this time frame and just the apocalyptic defeat of Japan. And so he's basically a coward, right? Is the idea, because one of the officers, the Navy officers on the island, sniffs out that he is a coward and that he abandoned his post. And so that's kind of what his legacy is he comes back to Tokyo. He gets back to Tokyo. This is the very beginning of the movie. He gets back to Tokyo, which has been firebombed, incinerated by incendiary bombing, which is what we did. Incinerated basically Tokyo, which is one of the most horrific. It's absolutely horrific. It's like area bombing, which we did to Germany and Japan, and it was horrific on both cases. And like it's the whole city is ruins. It's just ruins. And the people are living in the burnt out ruins of their houses. There's a air of just defeat and sadness just throughout. And he comes home and finds his parents are dead. His neighbor has lost her daughter. Her daughter is dead, and she's become almost nihilistic. And then she kind of lectures him. Why didn't you do your duty? If you'd done your duty, this wouldn't have happened. I'm telling you, it hits you right in the gut, right at the beginning. Okay. Now that's the setup, and I'm not going to go into almost any more detail about the story, but I'll just tell you that that's the setup for the protagonist of the film, Shikishima, who is really the hero. We go on a journey. Now I'm going to tell you something. His journey in this is every inch worthy of the Epic of Gilgamesh, Luke Skywalker. I mean, you name it. He is the classic hero's journey in this film. It is brilliant. It is moving. I'm going to be honest with you. I cried like a baby more than once in this movie. It was brilliant. The sound design is incredible. The music is haunting. I want the soundtrack to this film. It's excellent. The visuals are stunning. This movie was made. What is the budget of this movie? Because I hear different numbers. Godzilla Minus One budget. I think it was 15 million. Yeah, they're saying 15 million. I can't believe that, folks, because it looks amazing for a movie that was made with $15 million, which is only a little bit more than like what? The Sound of Freedom, basically. I mean, you get Godzilla. He looks, I don't know if I would say he looks better than ever, but he looks as good as I've ever seen him. I personally think, with one exception, this is my favorite visual interpretation of Godzilla. I will say one thing, and I don't know, I might be wrong about the lore, but his eyes look a little weird to me in this. And I think it's because he has very human eyes. And I find that odd. And maybe he always has, and I just haven't noticed it before. Sometimes it adds to the fear and the horror of it, but also sometimes I feel like it doesn't look like those are the kind of eyes he would have. You'd expect like lizard eyes or something. That's my only small little critique. But he looks great. And you know, the amazing thing is all of the characters in this film have kind of a cohesion. They all have a place in this world. There's a cast of supporting characters that are every inch. They are worthy of like a Joss Whedon Firefly ensemble cast. Like that kind of story, or like a James Gunn Guardians of the Galaxy, where you have multiple characters that all have their little role to play. This film does that with the people. It's freaking great. There is a scene in which Godzilla appears on sea, and it is one of the most nerve-shredding, edge-of-your-seat chase sequences I've ever seen in a movie. It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. I've never seen Godzilla this way, and I've always wanted to. I've always wanted to see Godzilla from the human view, looking up at him in horror at what he is. There's so many great things. It's a philosophical allegory, not just about nuclear arms races, but it's also kind of woven into the story is the kind of Japanese psychological wrestling with the war, because it's not just about, oh, we were defeated and mauled by the American military, which is true. But it's also about, what were we fighting for? Like, why were we killing ourselves? Was it worth literally becoming suicide bombers? Was that a good thing to do? Like, there's so many deep philosophical questions that this movie poses, and Godzilla is almost like an avatar representing all of those things, both the good and the bad. He represents, like, you know, do we still have what it takes to fight, you know, to get back up and fight again? Like, oh my God, it's just, this is science fiction par excellence. This is how it is done, folks. This is how it is done. And so for the Captain, 10 out of 10 bars on the epaulets. I don't even have to think about it. It's the best film of the year. I want to see it 3 more times. It is absolutely brilliant. And the destruction scenes in it are just, it's horrific, folks. Like, Godzilla is a horror monster in this movie. Not quite as horrific as the Shin Godzilla, which I love Shin Godzilla, but Shin Godzilla was more of a creature horror. This is more like the horror of the destruction that he represents. And it is so well done. I just can't even believe it. And there was one more point I wanted to make about this, which is, it'll come to me. I'll check out the chat first, but please go see this movie. I will do a much deeper dive maybe next week. I'll go deeper into it, and I'll tell you about the story elements and the things I really loved about it. And just like, and we could chat about that. But I don't want to spoil anything for people who haven't seen it, because you need to see it. And what really impressed me about this is it put the focus on the human element. Right. And some people may disagree with me on this. Some people may think that, like, no, it's about Godzilla and it should be about Godzilla. I personally think that the proper way to view Godzilla is always through the eyes of a moving and a inspiring protagonist. And, you know, I've been talking a lot on this stream about the crucial things you've got to have to really get invested in the characters. And one of the things we talked about last week was the save the cat moment. I'm going to tell you something right now. Shikishima has a save the cat moment in the first 10 minutes of this film that is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Almost every character in the film has an amazing save the cat moment that makes you root for them, that makes you invested in them, that makes you curious about what's going to happen. And I love that Shikishima he's a mixed bag as a character. He's kind of one part coward, one part hero. He reminds me a little bit of not just in the beginning. I'm not talking about the fullness of his story, but in the beginning, he kind of reminds me of the character in District 9, who's kind of like, no, that's probably too far. He's more likable than that guy, but you can't quite tell whether he's a coward or a hero. And I'll just leave it at that. And I'm just going to tell you, it's really well done. It's just such a brilliant piece of filmmaking. It's amazing. And the period looks glorious. The period and this is the other thing too, is this is a very little known kind of backwater of World War II history. We see a lot of World War II movies about the D-Day invasion. We see World War II movies about the French resistance fighting the Germans and things like that. We almost never see stories about, Japanese people living in the wreckage the year after. Like, that is such an incredible setting for this movie. And it makes Godzilla that much more terrifying because they're not using modern weapons. They're using World War II weapons. How are they going to beat this thing? Which is a great question. And, I was kind of analyzing it, and I was like, Godzilla, when Godzilla's the bad guy, is clearly a monster in the house story. So I was kind of thinking, well, is this a monster? But I actually don't think it's a monster in the house story. You could define it as that. I actually think it's better defined as a dude with a problem story. A dude with a problem story, and really a pretty epic one. Which the rules of a dude with a problem story is you've got to have an innocent hero. And he's not perfectly innocent. So that could be a strike against it because he did kind of chicken out. But I would argue in the fullness of the story, he is. So an innocent hero who is dragged into a mess without asking for it or even aware of how he got involved. A sudden event that thrusts our innocence into the world of hurt, and it comes without warning. And a life or death battle is at stake, and the continued existence of an individual, family, group, or society is in question. And I would argue this film is about all four. This is about the survival of an individual, a family, a group, and a society all in one. It is a primal story. It is just magnificent to watch. So yeah, I think it's a dude with a problem because the focus is on Shikishima. He is the protagonist of the story. I want to talk to you about Act 3 so much, but I'm not. I'm not going to talk about it because I want you to go into it fresh. So that is now the monster in the house would fit because obviously we have Godzilla, who is the monster in the house. The house is being Japan, right? But yes, we have a monster that is supernatural in its powers and is evil at its core. And I would say that definitely fits Godzilla in this movie. A house, right, which is Japan. A sin. Someone is guilty of bringing the monster into the house, a transgression that can include ignorance. Now, that's why I think this film is slightly not correctly defined as a monster in the house, because while there is an implied sin, which is nuclear weapons testing, the classic thing of like, man's inhumanity to man and our inhumanity to the environment angered and created Godzilla. You could argue that, but I don't think it's a huge focus of the story. Interestingly enough, a lot of Godzilla movies are kind of preachy in that way. They're kind of preachy about, environmentalist themes and stuff like that. You would expect this film to not only be preachy about that and like nuclear arms proliferation, but you almost would have expected this film to be kind of preachy about, just the aggression of American firebombing of Tokyo, which is, by the way, a fair thing. And the film does have themes that relate to that. But I didn't get a sense at all that this film is out to like make a case about how wronged the Japanese people are. I actually felt like it was kind of a mixed bag. It was like, yeah, we suffered greatly by just savage firebombing, and that was horrible, and the nuclear bombing attacks and all of that was terrible. On the other hand, we were sending our sons to just die as suicide soldiers, and what the hell was up with that? Right? So the film really does have quite the balance of like moral questions that it's wrestling with. On kind of all sides of the spectrum. So it is a magnificent piece of storytelling. It is a magnificent dude with a problem story. It is a magnificent it's my favorite Godzilla film I've ever seen. I don't think I've never seen one I liked more than this. And it beats the shit out of the American ones. Like the American ones, and I'm not even talking about the stupid Matthew Broderick one in the 90s, but this beats the crap out of the Monarch universe for me, because I just think the Monarch universe humans are annoying, and they have these kind of irritating MCU plots, and it's like, there's none of that with this. These are not MCU characters that you're following in this movie. These are humans who have lived through a horrific war, and they want the war to be over. They want the war to be over. And then Godzilla shows up and the war is not over. Oh my God, folks. I'm just going to tell you something. This movie goes for you right in the feels, man. It just goes right for it. It's so good. I love this movie. I got to own it. I got to own it. Captain Starfury, it says, I don't know if I'm ready for that. Captain, stop being a big girl's blouse. That's my job. Like a baby, Starfury. I didn't make sounds, but Look, I get emotional. I want to, by the way. When I'm in a movie, like, I want the movie to just rip me out of reality and just make me care about this is what I live for. And it's like, look, I have ripped the shit out of Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny and Secret Invasion and Ahsoka and just all this garbage, just garbage. Just shoveled at us all year. And what do we have to listen to? We have to listen to all this gaslighting. Oh, you're just negative. You just hate everything. Oh, you're just a racist. You just don't like strong women. It's like, dude, what I like is being entertained. What I like is characters that matter, that I care about. And it's like, this film gave me all those things. And so when I listen to Bob Iger, oh, well, yes, well, we had COVID, and it's there's a post-mortem to be. Oh, shut the fuck up, Bob Iger. You're such a loser. You're such a loser. You need to go watch what Toho Studios in Japan was able to do with $15 million and a basic dude with a problem storyline, and look at the magic that they created with that. It's absolutely staggering, the achievement of this film, given what it had to work with. It disgusts me to look at someone like Bob Iger, who has the most resources you could ever ask for, the most brand recognition, the most power you could ever ask for in the cultural space to tell any story you want to tell. And you couldn't do what one Japanese studio was able to do with just $15 million. You are a hack, Bob Iger. You're a loser. You have nothing that we want. You have nothing that we want. You've wrecked, he talks about, it's very painful. It's very painful to see things that you've spent so much time and effort and energy on being disappointing. It's like, well, tell me about it, Bob. Hello, Star Wars. Hello, MCU, Willow, Indiana Jones. Yeah, tell me about it, Bob. I know exactly what that feeling is, you fucker. It's like, I can't even. I'm sorry, folks. Decorum, order here. Order here on the quarter deck. But I was reviewing the chat. What did we say? Starfury said, yeah, exactly. I am appalled, sir, appalled. And I will be lodging a complaint, a formal complaint, that there was no white representation. How will they show the evil white patriarchy that made Godzilla do it? I'll tell you something interesting about this movie. Douglas MacArthur comes up in the plot details of the film. And of course, it was General MacArthur who was in charge of, basically, removing fascism from Japan, like removing it, nourishing it back to a democratic civilization. And MacArthur's name comes up in this, and you would think it would come up as a kind of like negative occupier, but actually it does not. His name comes up as he's not able to help them in the fight against Godzilla, and they explain why. And it's portrayed in the film as like, this is a bad thing. Like, we need MacArthur's help here, and he can't help us. So it's just, this is a brilliant Swiss watch of storytelling. This movie is a Swiss watch, folks. It is ticking away with precision like you can't even believe. Fu Man Blue says, so weird that they didn't follow the DEI guideline. I know. There was not enough people of other races in this movie about Japan in post-World War II. If Netflix made this movie, they would have just cast an African-American as the former kamikaze pilot. They would have cast a brave Latina, as one of the Navy generals. It's like, it's so ridiculous, right? It's like, this should just tell you that this diversity, equity, and inclusion, it means the exact opposite of what they're saying. It's like, this is just part of the gaslighting. What they mean is, we want to take away all the things that Western civilization is built on, things like free speech and common law and meritocracy. They're trying to take those things away. And so they've built a narrative which recasts all those things as part of a legacy of, racism and all that crap. So it's a lie. It's a lie. It has nothing to do with diversity and equity and inclusion. That's a nonsensical attitude. We aren't diverse in the way they mean it, which is equal parts of every single culture, equal parts. Basically what they're saying is we want to homogenize all of humanity. We want to make humanity totally homogenous, but we're not. We're heterogeneous. We are different cultures, different heritages, different countries. And that, ironically, is a good thing. That is a good thing because it means that we have different perspectives, different cultures, different, the world would be boring if everywhere you went was like California. My God, that would be a nightmare is what that would be. It's like, I want to go to the south of France. It's like, well, the south of France is LA. It's like, well, that would suck. We need different cultures, right? So it's weird. It's weird that they want like every Netflix show, every Disney movie, they want it to be like equal parts of everything, but that's not reality. They always say we want to make it look like the world as it is today. Well, the world doesn't look like that. It's like the world doesn't look like that. That's weird. So anyway, yes, your point is well taken, Fu Man Blue. Star Fury says, yay, giant monsters. And not only giant monsters, but giant monsters that are scary as shit. One of the things I loved about this film is that the camera is often looking up at Godzilla. And I'm going to tell you, there are some shots in this film that land with a level of impact, visual and emotional impact that is just brilliant concerning Godzilla. I mean, whenever Godzilla's on the screen, holy shit, folks, just buckle your seatbelts. Like every time he's on the screen, it is serious. And I love that. I love that. He's almost like a walking metaphor for a variety of things, being nuclear bombed, being carpet bombed, being attacked by an enemy. He's kind of like all of those things rolled into one. He's like an alien invasion, a nuclear attack, all these different things rolled into one. There's some imagery in this when he's attacking the city that are, they reminded me of like images of 9/11 almost. I mean, I know it's kind of trite, but you get what I'm saying. It's not like they were obviously trying to do that, but I think they wanted to present a vision of Godzilla from the view of what it would be like to be attacked by him, which is that it's horrific. The city is in flames. It's a nightmare. It's so great. And if you love giant monsters, you're going to love this because he is just, oh my God. When he starts to light, you see it in the trailer, when he starts to light up, for his death ray, it's so good. It is so good. I was sitting in the theater with it. There were definitely some nerds in the theater that are huge Godzilla nerds. And I'm going to tell you something. They were clapping. They were just like, oh, there it is. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, by the way, this film has an original soundtrack that is glorious. I mean, glorious. However, they also incorporate the original soundtrack of like the very original Godzilla film, the dun 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 dun. And when that theme comes up, it is so good. And my fellow nerds in the audience were just so happy. They were so happy. They're like, oh, that's his theme. That's his theme. Dude, fan service. This movie was also fan service. So it was excellent. This is, by the way, what actual fan service is. This is actual fan service. Yeah, it's like they always say, like, well, what do you want? It's fan service. No, put a chick in it, make her gay. It's not fan service. That's not. I mean, that's like that's Tumblr service, is what that is. Fu Man Blue says, hell yeah, we love big monsters. We sure do, Fu Man Blue. The only thing, Star Fury says, that would make it better is if there was a giant mecha fighting Godzilla. Now, that's an excellent point you raised, Star Fury. Some have said, well, I'd rather see a movie about Godzilla fighting another monster. Now, personally, I like it better when it's just Godzilla versus the city and the people. And this is, by the way, the story I've always kind of wanted to see with Godzilla, which is, so this movie was made for me, definitely made for me. That being said, my more objective view on this issue is you always have to start with Godzilla as the enemy. Then you can have the movie where he fights another creature. And I would like to see that. However, I would want to see the same director, because who is the director of this one? Did I have it? That would be, and written and directed by Takashi Yamazaki. I would want to see Yamazaki he should just be in charge of whatever is Godzilla just from here on out. Like, just have him run it, because he would do it brilliantly. Now, this film is a dude with a problem story. I think if you want to do Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla, you turn it into a superhero story, and Godzilla is the superhero. That being said, I don't know how you make the people interesting in that environment. So I'm curious. I would be very open to seeing how they could make that work. I've never seen the humans in a Godzilla film be the heart and soul of the film. I mean, you could almost tell this story without Godzilla. They are so moving and interesting, their story. And it's like, and this isn't rocket science. Like, this is what every film needs. Every film needs. I don't care what your film is about. It needs to have characters that you care about. It just does. Like, that's really, when Bob Iger's like, well, what went wrong with the Marvels? Let's do a post-mortem. Dude, the characters are boring. They're boring. That's the problem. You can't have characters that are lame and gay. Well, you get what I'm saying. So I'm open to that. I want to see that. Star Fury says, do you wear tops or shirts? Yeah, this is a weird thing. I did not know that over there in the aisles that you refer to shirts as tops. No, in America, tops are exclusively that's what women wear. Women wear tops. Because, it's like, tube tops, halter tops. Those are all women's clothes. So, like, men don't wear tops. And they don't. Well, I mean... I'm not a biologist, so I'm not actually qualified to make that statement. Yeah, Mecha was pretty dope. I will say this for the Monarch universe. Like, I enjoyed Kong versus Godzilla to a point, but I just honestly, my frustration with those films is always that, like, well, the monsters are kind of interesting, but I never really feel a sense of stakes. And one of the things that excited me when I first saw that trailer for the first Godzilla with Bryan Cranston, that was the first time that I got kind of excited about an American take on Godzilla, because I thought, oh, this is interesting. They're going to make this a story about a man trying to protect his family, almost like Independence Day or those classics. That's a brilliant approach. Let's do that. And then I get into the movie. He dies right in the beginning. And then we get Millie Bobby Brown and this convoluted plot. And I'm like, huh? So it's just very disappointing to me when they can make the monsters interesting, but it's like the humans just sort of get in the way. And honestly, the whole Monarch thing was kind of a clever idea if you were going to connect all these and to kind of explain, where do these things come from? What are we doing about it? Like, that's all fine. What's so weird about the Monarch subplot in these movies, the American ones though, is that they are so convoluted. There are so many characters in this Monarch group. And it's like, dude, you don't need this many characters. And more than that, these movies do not have a hero. They don't have a protagonist. If Millie Bobby Brown is supposed to be the hero, make her the hero. If what's his name? He's the guy that was in Friday Night Lights. he plays her dad in the movie. I forget his name. Chandler Riggs. If Chandler Riggs is supposed to be the hero, make him the hero. And he'd be a good one, by the way. He's very sympathetic. He's a great actor for that. Man protecting his family. You know, it's like, but you've got to pick one. And what I loved about -1 is that Shikishima is the protagonist of this film. He is the character you are following, and it's kind of what is happening in his world that is taking us through this journey with Godzilla. I'm holding back on scenes I want to talk about because it's so good. It's so good. Foodman Blue says, I never missed an airing of Godzilla back in the 70s. I kind of was introduced to Godzilla in, I was like the early 90s. I was in elementary school and all my friends were into it. And so we watched Godzilla 1985 and we watched Godzilla versus Mothra. And I got super into it. I got super into Godzilla for a while when I was a kid. And I was very disappointed when that 90s version came out and they made him a big giant lizard. They just did what Hollywood does to everything. They just turned it into a big, dumb Roland Emmerich style disaster movie. And it's like, no, Godzilla walks upright. He has a heat death ray and he's indestructible. Get it right. And this movie gets it right, let me tell you. Godzilla is a nightmare. What would we do? We would be so screwed if Godzilla were real. Oh my God, we're so screwed, folks. There's such a great blend of the absolute enormity of Godzilla and what he is and his threat level. Like he is such a nightmare. But what's amazing about this film is that it's sort of this band of ordinary people that band together to stop him, who should have no earthly hope of stopping him. It's fucking great. It's so good. It is so good. Anyway, and it shouldn't have worked. Like, I honestly was like, this plot should be dopey as hell, but it was put together so well, and each of the characters were so kind of uniquely interesting and they all kind of had their little part to play, and they all pulled you in and made you interested in them. That every setup in this movie gets paid off, every single one. Like this, every single little thing that they hint at, set up in the beginning has a major payoff by the end of the film. This is a masterclass in storytelling. This is this is like an Iron Age film. Absolutely, Takashi Yamazaki, Captain Salute. What a brilliant writer, director, and one to watch, to be sure. Star Fury says, all my tops are sleeveless to show my guns. Well, look, you put U's next to all of your O's and words, which is also kind of weird, frankly. It's weird, Star Fury. I'm just saying. By the way, Star Fury, I discovered something interesting. I think I'd like to share with a friend across the pond. You know how Brits are always making fun, always taking the piss out of Americans, we Yanks, for saying soccer? Always giving us shit for calling it soccer. Well, do you know where we got that? We got it from you. It was students of Oxford that coined the term soccer. So there are three types of football. There is gridiron football, which is what we call American football, NFL. That's gridiron football. Rugby football, which is self-explanatory. And then there is association football, which is what the Oxford people shortened to soccer. Association became soccer, right? And then rugby football just became rugby. And then we Americans, we just shortened gridiron football to just football. And so it was actually soccer in Oxford. Then that term migrated over to America. It stuck in America and it went away in Britain. So honestly, we're just doing what you told us. Okay. So you should be grateful that we are keeping the Oxford tradition alive by calling it soccer and not football. Fu-Man Blue says, it was one of those things that I thought was so cool. I'm totally just messing with Star Fury. It was one of those things that I thought was so cool that it boggled my mind that none of the adults agreed. Oh yeah, Godzilla. That was Ghostbusters for me. Well, adults liked Ghostbusters, but for different no. The thing is, I took Ghostbusters seriously when I was a kid. Like, it wasn't a comedy movie with Dan Aykroyd and Bill Murray. It was a superhero movie about ghost fighters. It was serious business to a young Anson Garrett. And so, yeah, I was baffled by the fact that adults did not understand how important ghostbusting was. And incidentally, neither did a lot of other kids on the playground when I showed up to a city park dressed as a Ghostbuster. They didn't get it either, which was very strange for me. It's a shirt, you estrogen junkie, says Fu Man Blue. Oh, shots fired. Set Star Fury. Hold my pina colada. Oh no, what have we started here? Fu Man Blue says, just the idea of that pilot story has to be wanting to see if it weren't a Godzilla story. Just the idea of that pilot story has me, oh, I get it, has me wanting to see if it was, even if it weren't a, yes, okay, yeah. Because Shikishima, just what a great setup for a character and a story. It's so interesting. I mean, just as a history buff, I find that interesting of like seeing kind of the Japanese cultural mindset around kamikazes and what it meant and what the weight, because, you know, that is just a foreign concept to, you know, the American way of waging war, the British way of waging war back in those days. It was just a very foreign concept. And it's so interesting to see that play out with this real life character. Well, I mean, you know, this human character wrestling with it. It's so good. It's just so good. And it really works as a story with or without Godzilla. But I mean, it is a great Godzilla story. So Fu Man Blue says, oh my God, Crazy Eyes from Captain Garrett. Nobody mentioned Bob Iger's name again. Oh, dude. I mean, yes, the Crazy Eyes. Captain's a little, you know, I'm definitely an odd duck, Fu Man Blue. I'll never claim otherwise. So DEI is the death of meritocracy. I agree. And yeah, most movies fail, says Fu Man Blue, at scaling when people are in the foreground. Probably. I mean, there's a lot. I think that when you're doing, you know, I watch these American Godzilla movies and they remind me of kind of the dumber Roland Emmerich movies like Moonfall, you know, and there's all this CGI destruction everywhere and all the cities are just being leveled. Oh, perfect example. The sequel to Independence Day Resurgence or Regurgence or whatever it was. And it's just like, oh, look, it's such a big ship that it's got its own gravity. And it's like pulling up the Empire State Building and then the Empire State Building's falling down. I'm like, oh, come on. Like, who cares? This is not doing anything for me. Like, it's all just a bunch of CGI gobbledygook. There's no reason, you know, for me to, it's just disaster porn. That's all it is. It's just disaster porn. So what's so interesting about the way Minus One is shot is that it's like, no, you're in the disaster and Godzilla is up there as the disaster. It's a great, but that's not to say that they don't do really good wide shots of Godzilla, because they do. But you know, this is something that is very missing in a lot of Disney films. It was very much missing in the film Wish, which is, where is the camera? Right? Like, you've got to think about that. Like, where is the camera? This is one of the reasons why Battlestar Galactica, the reimagined series, was so great, is that they made a decision that, like, whenever you're seeing the ships in space in Battlestar Galactica, the question is always there of like, where is the actual camera? And so when they were doing those CGI sequences of like the Vipers fighting the Cylons and all that stuff, they imagined that there's a film crew in another Viper who's filming the shots and like zooming in and zooming out. And it just gave it such a visceral feel. It just gave it this almost like war documentary feel in that show. And I don't think I've ever seen a space show shot like that ever. I mean, not shot in air quotes, but you get what I'm saying. Like, even like Star Trek, Star Wars, Babylon 5, you know, you never saw space battles quite like you did in Battlestar Galactica because of that idea of like, where is the camera? It's got to be somewhere. It can't just be this God's view, right? So I just think, you know, Godzilla Minus One did a great job of that, of like saying, where is the camera? Who's carrying the camera in this scene? How are we getting this shot? Right? Even though it might be a CGI shot, it's like we're still imagining that someone's got to film this thing. And it Wrangler's in the chat says, hail, guys, hail, Wrangler. Ahoy. A captain salute. Redoubt Production says, I'm missing all this Captain Crunch chaos for all thou away from my computer. Well, don't worry, Redoubt. You can catch it on the restream. By the way, I will. So in the future, I'm going to start moving the replays of the stream. I haven't decided what I want to do. I think what I might want to do is unlist it and then give you a link to a website where you can, I know this sounds convoluted, but go to a website and then link back to the stream if you want to watch it on the restream. I don't know if that's better or to put it on a separate channel. I think I'm probably going to put it on a separate channel called Swords and Starships Live. That's kind of my idea. Because the problem is when you leave live stream recordings up, it just kills you in the algorithm these days. So stay tuned. I will make sure that I leave information in the description on how to, well, that's not going to help you. I'll put it on the About page on Swords and Starships. I'll make sure you know where to find this live stream after it's over. But I may have to make that change. On that in the future, Wrangler says it's not fan service, it's clam service. That's pretty. I like that. But it's not clam service though. Taking all of the beefcake, as Chris Gore would put it, taking all the beefcake out of Marvel. It's not clam service. That's not what women don't want. All the men. It reminds me of like that girl that got totally banned from TikTok for her review of Wakanda Forever, where she's like, where are all the men? Where are all the men? It's so funny. It's like she went to a Chippendales show and it was like there were no Chippendales. Where are all the men? I came here for men. Where are they? And she got in trouble for that. It's so ridiculous. It's like she's entitled to that opinion. So funny. Even women are not allowed to be pro-male. Did you notice that? Have you noticed that? Like, even women are not allowed to be pro-man anymore. It's a very sad state of affairs. Fu Man Blue says fan service is another term that the child minds came up with, like toxic fan. The minute you start making sequels and remakes, your number one goal is to serve the fans that made a sequel possible. Fan service to me is doing a quality product that, and we're usually talking about something that's an adaptation when we're talking about fan service or a sequel, that honors the original or the source material. That would be my definition of fan service, a quality product that honors the original or source material. And the media distorts that term. They use that term as a negative because, they are approved intellectual critics. They have the appropriate pedigree for correct critique. And they are the ones that are to judge the merits of art. And we are simply not sophisticates. We are simply not educated enough to make those decisions, we in the audience. And so when they see fan service, it clearly means that the artiste has abandoned his proper role. And that's why they hate fan service. They hate fan service because in their view, you have to subvert expectations. That's why they love The Last Jedi. They love The Last Jedi because it basically just ripped apart everything fans loved about Star Wars and left it rotting on the side of the road. And to them, oh, that's art. I'll tell you something. You look around these days, art, architecture, it's ugly, folks. It borders on gross. I see things, just take the rainbow flag. Stick with me on this, okay? In the early days, the idea was the rainbow represents everybody's allowed to play. Everyone's in the party, right? And that was the ostensible idea. It was meant to represent beauty, you could argue. Now it's this god-awful just tapestry of all these clashing colors. It's like, it's ugly. It's ugly. The rainbow is a naturally occurring phenomenon in the sky that is naturally beautiful to humans. So my point is, regardless of your opinion of any of those symbols, my point is they're uglifying everything they touch. Everything is getting uglier. It's like some of these music performances at like the Grammys. It's like they're trying to one up how disgusting they are. Like the Met. The Met is a perfect example. I see all the ridiculous clown costumes they show up, these celebrities and rich people show up, and my only reaction is, these are the people we're supposed to look at as having taste? As these are the people that are the adjudicants of art and sophistication? Well, screw that, because they're hideous. Look, I'm all for freedom of expression. I'm just saying what they're expressing is ugly. That's it. Fu Man Blue says they think they're so clever with their ridiculous truncating of ideas until there is no more nuance. And that is how it all started, trying to simplify and dumb down philosophies to make them easier for their feeble child minds to understand. Perhaps. I just think that, there's a lot of factors. There's a lot of factors that come into play with a lot of this stuff. I mean, on one level, a lot of artists are trying to sort of make their mark and be original. And sometimes that becomes an end in and of itself. And I think that actually explains a lot of Rian Johnson. I think Rian Johnson lives in a kind of existential terror of simply telling a traditional story, because he has a desperate need to be perceived as an artiste, as an auteur. He needs to please that little twerp on that stage with Bob Iger. Those are the people Rian Johnson wants to please. That little twerp on the Deal Book seminar. And he's just taught, he wants to be sitting on that stage and hear this NPR voice just basically saying, like, you're known as the most artistic of all of the Star Wars directors for your amazing and brilliant decision to kill off Luke Skywalker like a fart in the wind. And we just want to ask you what went into making that decision. And that's Rian Johnson's cue to just vomit up a bunch of gobbledygook about, well, I think that the hero's journey has to be subverted. It's too traditional, blah, blah, blah. I think that's how a lot of this started, is egotistical assholes who think that they are smarter than just the natural inclination humans have to see a hero's story or a hero's journey. And that's like, but that has sort of taken a back seat to what is now happening, which is the woke mind virus, which is a carnivorous parasitic creature that is looking for prey. And stories are prey for this creature that just needs to feed on everything, because wokeness is parasitic by its nature. It doesn't create new things. All it does is look at things that exist and say, what's bad about that? How do I destroy it? And then change it. That's all it does. And it creates ugliness. It creates emptiness and vapidness everywhere it goes. Bob Iger wants to sit there and do a postmortem. Here's a postmortem for you, Bob. Wokeness is death to creativity. And it is your failure as a leader that has driven Disney into the ditch. And your legacy will be that failure. So chew on that. GFY, as Elon Musk so eloquently put it. Sometimes nothing else will do. Just... There is a time to say GFY. There is a time for it. Starfarer says, stop talking about those poofs at Oxford. They know nothing of football. Well, that's fair. That's a fair answer. Wrangler says, the reason we don't have the U's in our version of English is because each character in print costs money. They could remove the U's and people still knew what it was supposed to say. Newsprint is why. Well, that is very enlightening. I did not know that. Wrangler. So it's because we're cheapskates. You're saying it's because we Yanks are cheapskates. That fits, actually. That makes a lot of sense. Starfarer says, what Ghostbusters wasn't real? Oh, no. I used to love this when I was a kid. I would talk about Star Trek or Star Wars or something. And some some dipshit, in my family or something would just overhear it and just say, you know, that's not real, right? Like, that's not real. And I'm like, well, when you're throwing half empty beers at the TV because your team lost, you realize that nothing has actually been lost, right? You realize that's not real, right? You realize that no actual civilization has just lost its chance at survival because, the Niners didn't pull one out. It's like, two can play at that game. What else? Star Fury says separate channel is best for I think that's the route I'm going to go. So more on that as it develops. I was kind of going to set that up this week, but I ran out of time. So Fu Man Blue says good call on the live channel. Yeah, I think it's what I'll still do the live show here, but then I will I'll re-upload to the other channel because that's the way you got to do it these days. Because YouTube just whack you. They just whack you for having live streams up. They just really do, which is weird. It's, the algorithm, what they want is they want watch minutes and watch hours. So that's kind of the issue. Little inside baseball, apropos of nothing. Silverback the Despoiler is in the chat. Hail, chat. Hail, Captain. Hail to the Despoiler. The spoiler is aboard. So watch out. Watch out. What else we got in the stack of stuff? Hey, would you like to see the Fallout trailer? Would you like to see the Fallout trailer? We might even have some Grizzly shills today. No promises if you're good, chat. If you behave yourself. No, I'm just kidding. No, actually, it's the opposite. If you don't behave yourselves, chat, we're going to do some Grizzly shills. Did I say Grizzly? Grizzly shills. Grizzly shills. But anyway, so this is a thing. And let's watch the Fallout trailer, and then I'm almost tempted to just give you all my thoughts before I even run it, but let's run it before I opine. Here we go. Hang on.
I know that I've lived a relatively comfortable life.
Stop! Lucy! You need to go home. Vault dwellers are an endangered species. I do not think you would be willing to do what it takes to survive up here. If you insist on staying, then you will have to adapt.
Okay, stop the tape. So right there, a couple of things off the top. I'm not a fan of the vault dweller suit there. I do not like how that looks. It looks cheap and it looks Party City to me. There's just something off about it. There's just something off about it. I feel like they could have, if they can make the Spider-Man suit look good, they can make that suit look good, and it just does not. It's not a very good looking actress, but is not looking good. I do really like that Benjamin Linus is in this, but what's his actual name? The actor played. What is the actor who played Benjamin Linus? That would be Michael Emerson. He's just been out of the news anyway. So Michael Emerson is this kind of a creepy wasteland dweller. That's kind of interesting. There's a couple other things about this that are a bit hitting me wrong, but let's roll the tape. And if you don't know, this is based on the hit, a game I'm very fond of, which is the Fallout series of video games, which take place many years after a nuclear war has destroyed America.
I don't want to see tomorrow unless I see it with
so they say, will be a lovely day.
This shot, look, I love the power armor in Fallout, and I feel like on paper this looks good. I don't know why, but this shot looks corny as hell to me. It does nothing for me. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of in Kurtzman Trek, in Picard season 1, when Riker shows up with all of the starships and they all look like a copy and paste of all the other starships. And there's also like way too many of them. And it's like, where did all those ships come from? Why do the Romulans have 1,000 ships? Why does the Starfleet have 1,000 ships at one? It's like overwhelming. And this looks kind of the same way to me.
Lovely day. A bright new sun will suddenly break through. But I don't want to see tomorrow unless I see it with you.
I grabbed a moldy one.
I don't want to see tomorrow. I see
Well, chat, what do you think? What do you think? I wish I could tell you I was blown away by this. I wish I could. Tom says the suits look like they're made of styrofoam, too light. I agree exactly. Everything in that looked saccharine. It's like the only word I can think of, like saccharine, kind of fake, like slightly off-brand, which is weird. Fallout has such a distinct, it's kind of steeped in this 1950s propaganda era of kind of like the Cold War paranoia, but also like the peak of almost like kind of the Mad Men, peak advertising craze of like everything so happy and sort of propagandistic in advertising. And so there's that element of it. The problem is, I think that the tone of the trailer seems to be tapping into that, but then also trying to have it both ways. It's trying to both make it kind of this happy clappy, oh, this is really funny, like the guy spitting, oh, I got a bad one, one-eyed guy. That is totally a gag. Like that's totally a gag. That's basic. That to me is an MCU humor gag. The scene where he's like, well, you're going to have to learn to survive in this wasteland. And then the dog is eating a rad roach. And she's like, uh-huh. And it's like, again, I feel like you're playing this for laughs. And that's not Fallout. Like, that's not what it's supposed to be. The idea is that, in the actual game, you are part of a serious world that has gone through a serious catastrophe with serious stakes, and you are surrounded by the ruins of a society that had a very cavalier attitude about war and nuclear war specifically. And you're also kind of, you're looking at ruins with old posters of happy people drinking Nuka-Cola. So the idea is the juxtaposition of the way the world really is, juxtaposed with how advertising of the pre-war era made it look like it was. And to what extent did that fantasy result in the horror that you're now living in as the player? That to me is what Fallout really is about. This looks like it is saying, no, we're going to take the happy, stupid, slappy, tongue-in-cheek advertising of the pre-war era, and we're going to project that onto the future, where things are not taken seriously. It's all kind of a big nihilistic joke. The tone hits me all wrong with this. Starfury says a classic hero shot that just happens to look shit. I'll say, and look, No, the fact that a woman is a protagonist does not mean that this is woke, and I would not suggest otherwise. But have you noticed that if there is an original property in which there is to be a protagonist, what are the odds it's ever going to be a man? Like basically zero. Unless the literal source material had a male as the protagonist and the company and the showrunner are willing to preserve the source material. That is the only circumstance now where there is going to be a male protagonist ever. Okay. So I'm not saying that she's going to be bad or that she's not going to work as a protagonist or that it's woke because she's in it. I'm just going to say it's getting a little boring, folks. It's getting a little boring that every single protagonist, every single one has to be a female all the time, always now. It's getting boring. Okay. That's all I'm saying. Now, I happen to think this show is going to be a woke dumpster fire. I think it is going to be absolute trash. I just feel it in my gut. This one is going to be like The Witcher. It's going to be just like Wheel of Time. It's going to be just like Rings of Power. It's going to be just like them, folks. I could just tell it's going to be, because there's something weird about something like Fallout where there actually is no reason not to have maximum diversity. Like Fallout is the perfect world for a diverse cast. It really is. There's no source material where there's like established, races or genders or anything for anything. It's a free for all in Fallout. What's so odd to me about the way the woke mind works is that actually makes it even worse, because now they view it as their duty. It is their duty to tell the wokest possible show. I really think that's the way they look at it. When they see a property that doesn't have a source, when it has a source material like The Witcher, it's like, okay, well, we're stuck with a male hero who's The Witcher. So how can we surround him with as many woke characters as possible and sort of get away with it? That's kind of how they think about it. But when they've got one where they're not shackled by a source material, then it's even worse. Because then they're like, well, now we have to make this as many gay, transgendered, binary characters as possible. And we better not see an effective male in this one, because there's no excuse on this one, folks. And I really feel that's how they look at it. I just think that Jonathan Nolan does not bode well given his former credits in Westworld. I just think, I wish they just didn't make it. Just please don't make Mass Effect. Please do not make Mass Effect. I don't want to see it. I don't want it on screen. You will ruin it. They will ruin it. These wackos will destroy everything they touch. Folks, they would love to get their hands on Mass Effect. They would love it. They would just love to rip that to shreds. Fu Man Blue says, I'll watch it. I will too. I'm not saying I won't watch it. And if I am dead wrong about it, I will tell you. Gen V it's funny. They were talking about on Flashcast last night. They were talking about how we're not actually saying that woke stories can never work. I would say my attitude is woke storytelling is by its nature bad because it prioritizes propaganda over storytelling. But more broadly speaking, progressive themes do not make a story bad. And I agree with that. And their point, I believe it was Yellow Flash and then Tom from Midnight's Edge, I think, was saying that, look, a woke story could work if it was a well-told story. And I would say the closest example of that I can think of is Gen V. Gen V is a fairly progressive woke show, but it works because the characters are likable. You get invested. It's a well-structured story. It has, except it ends with a dumb mystery box cliffhanger. So, but up until that point, it was a pretty good show. So I'm not opposed to the idea of Fallout being good. I'm just telling you, the pattern is repeated over and over and over and over. How many times have we gone through this? How many times? It's like Doctor Who. They thought that, Davies coming back was going to save Doctor Who. And it's even worse. It's even worse than ever now. Doctor Who is sitting there explaining pronouns and apologizing for being male presenting. It's a freaking nightmare, folks. So if you're graphing on a chart the progress of entertainment. Yeah, basically, the odds are against this show being anything other than a woke disaster. Like, the default expectation is that it's going to be a woke disaster. So I'll watch it and we'll see. And if it's good, I will correct my opinion. But even leaving aside the kind of possibility of it being just woke as hell, even if it's not, the tone is hitting me wrong. Like, the tone is really hitting me wrong. And I knew it would. I knew it would, because you know something? I'm always been a little bit annoyed by how the video games lean just a little too much into the satire. You know, it's like there's definitely a satirizing Cold War American culture and the Red Scare. That's basically what Fallout 3, New Vegas, and Fallout 4 have leaned into. And I don't feel like that is the spirit of what Fallout has always been. I think Fallout originally was meant to be a wasteland post-apocalyptic hell, and you're surviving in it. And that is the core of the story. And it should always be the core of the story. But, you know, leave it to these Hollywood hacks. They can't help themselves, folks, because even aside from the woke issue, you know, just take Rian Johnson. They just love shit that does not take the lore seriously. They love it. They can't help themselves. And it's like Fallout is a golden opportunity to not take anything seriously. And I cannot tell you how much it irks me, her reaction in that scene at the campfire when the dog is attacking the rad roach, and it's like, okay. And it's like, it's played for laughs. It's played for laughs. It's like, you're in a fucking wasteland. There's mutant monsters. Take this shit seriously. It's just like in the Marvels when you've got Kree warriors are attempting to murder Kamala Khan's family. And it's like, it's a big jokey, laughy scene. It's like a big slapstick. It's like a Benny Hill sketch. And I'm like, this is not helping me feel tension, you know? And you know what I'm getting? I'll tell you exactly the vibes I'm getting from this Fallout trailer. The Last of Us. This is feeling a lot like The Last of Us to me, except that The Last of Us, I felt like had the right tone in the beginning. It just told a shit story. But at least it had the tone, right? And so I'm getting that feeling of like, once again, they're trying to make this look like it's going to be important and meaningful and impactful, and it's not. They're going to play it for laughs. There's going to be all these gags in it. Now, I'm not saying you can't have humor in it. Don't misunderstand, because levity is important, and levity's in Godzilla Minus One. There's lots of little inter-character jokes, and they make fun of each other. They roast each other at times. That's not what I'm talking about. You know, Guardians of the Galaxy, it did this well, right? Joss Whedon does this well in TV shows and movies. He does, but it cannot be undermining the tension of the world, and it cannot be undermining the tension of the story. You know, so I think the kind of Mad Max Road Warrior vibe is what you need to go for with Fallout. That's just my opinion. Star Fury says, shit. Merd. Fu Man Blue says, I've only played a little bit of 4. Now I'm probably going to get shit for this, but I love Fallout 4. I do. I really love Fallout 4 because I like it when my character talks. I do. Yeah, I know. I'm weird like that. I prefer, look, I like Commander Shepard. I like playing as Commander Shepard because I'm like, I am crafting a character, but I'm watching that character play out on the screen, and I enjoy that. So, but honestly, actually, what I really liked about Fallout 4 was I just think the settlement building system was incredible. I love the setting of Boston. I'm kind of obsessed with New England, so that's sort of part of it. But I loved all of that atmosphere, and I thought it was a pretty damn good story also. Only problem with Fallout 4 is the story was very thin, and I do think there were times where it was a little too bright. It wasn't quite as dark as it should be. But also Fallout 3 was awesome, but Fallout 3 is grim. Fallout 3 is super grim. And I think that is the model for the TV show. If you want to do the TV show right, I think you do something like Fallout 3. That would be my belief. So there you have it. Tom says, was there no dialogue in that trailer? That's probably a red flag. You know something? You're right, Tom. Well, there was like the monologue with, I'm going to call him Michael Emerson. There's that Michael Emerson monologue when he's telling her about how to survive in the wilderness, and it's kind of ominous. And then her only answer to that is, uh-huh. So you're right. You're detecting some chicanery there. And I agree with you. That is a red flag, because it's like, what's the story? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I get that it's Fallout. Remember Fallout? Okay, yeah, I get it. It's Fallout. I get it. This is the Fallout world. You could tell almost any story in this. I almost think that's kind of the detriment of it. It's like you could tell almost any story with Fallout, and it's... What would I do? If I were doing Fallout as a TV series, I think the best story to tell would be a Golden Fleece story, because I think that's the best kind of, a journey across the wasteland for an objective. And I think that would be that's actually what most of the games are structured as. Most of the games are, well, like video games in general are kind of structured that way. But really, it's a classic, the first Fallout is about you have to leave the vault to go and find a replacement part for the water filter, and you go on all these adventures. So I think that's the kind of story they should tell, but I have no clue. I have no clue from that trailer. You could also do a dude with a problem story. Actually, I would say Fallout 3 is more of a dude with a problem story, because you have to leave the vault because your dad is implicated in treason and you're like guilty by association. So you're kind of forced out of the vault. So that's one way to get at it. It's like she doesn't want to leave the vault, but something happens, maybe the bad guys get into the vault and she's thrown out of it. And now what does she do? That could be a super interesting story. But you know what I don't understand? Like, why not just you could do a buddy love story in Fallout. You could absolutely do, A Boy and His Dog is basically a buddy love story in the apocalypse between a boy and his dog. So you could do a buddy love story with two vault dwellers that go on an adventure, or like a vault dweller and a wastelander who team up. That could be cool. That could be a very cool... There's so much you could do. In fact, Warhammer, there's a series of Warhammer novels. Gorix, is it Gorix and Felix? Which is a dwarf and an elf that travel the Warhammer fantasy world on adventures, hunting demons and so forth. It's like a brilliant series of buddy love novels, basically. So you could do that. You could do almost anything with Fallout. You could do a monster in the house story, although that would be more of a smaller scale. There's so much you could do. As Tom says, no indication of plot, just spectacle. And you could argue, well, it's a first teaser. I'll admit, I'm probably jumping to a lot of conclusions here. I wish I could tell you I thought I was wrong, though, or that I was overreaching, because I really don't. The minute I heard they were making this series, I was like, screw you. Screw you, you Hollywood assholes, you parasites. You're going to wreck another one. Dude, oh shit, that's what it reminds me of. Halo. That's exactly what this reminds me of. The Halo show on Paramount Plus, which kind of looked vaguely like the Halo world, but then you actually watch the show and it just feels, like you said, it's like it's a tin suit, like it's made of styrofoam, and it's all, and it was woke as hell. Oh yeah. Starfury says, I was commenting on the 5 suit. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I was commenting on the 5 suits walking along, looking like the shot from the right stuff. Yeah, shit. I agree with you totally, Starfury. That was actually, to me, the worst shot, and it should have been the best. That was the worst shot in the whole thing, because I literally look at that and I think, you don't get Fallout. Jonathan Nolan. You don't understand Fallout at all. Though, because those suits, those power armor suits, are rare. Okay. The history of those suits was that just before the nuclear war, China had invaded Alaska. We're going into Fallout deep lore here, folks. Buckle up. China had invaded Alaska to steal our resources, and we were losing. We were losing the war. And so but that was a miracle weapon that was invented at kind of the 11th hour, and they sent it into battle, and it worked. It worked brilliantly, but they were rare. And in the Fallout Wasteland, they're even more rare and prized because they're extremely hard to find. So in an actual battle scenario pre-war, and certainly post-war, You would never see 6 of those lined up like that, all looking shiny and beautiful, and no other soldiers. Like, okay, I'll just give you an example of how it should look. Okay, you want to see how it should look? Let's see here. I can find this real quick. Fallout 4, which, by the way, Fallout 4 is one of the best openings of the series, I thought. Here you go. Here you go. Okay, so let me just skip to the part I want to show you, because the opening to Fallout 4 shows you the war in Alaska, and they give you just kind of a brief shot of it. Here you go. Perfect. Right here.
Our world unraveled. Peace became a distant memory. It is now the year.
That is a shot that makes me think Fallout. Okay? That is a shot that makes me think of this world. And that shot of all of them lined up to me looks ridiculous. It looks ridiculous. It looks like Alex Kurtzman, Akiva Goldsman Trek, where they just copy paste the ships with no regard to their tactical strength or the resources of the Federation. They don't have any understanding of what the backstory would be to all those ships assembling in one place. It's like, that's exactly how I feel about that shot.
2077. We stand on the brink of total war. And I am afraid. For myself. For my wife. For my infant son. Because if my time in the army taught me one thing, it's that war never changes.
Dude, that is brilliant. Notice how he's telling a story also. He's telling a story in a monologue. He's saying, I'm worried about my wife. The world's on the brink of war. I'm a soldier coming home. I don't know what I'm going to do. Notice how that trailer of the show had none of that. It had none of that. It didn't explain anything. It was just like, oh, you're going to have to survive in the wasteland. Oh, okay. That sure looks funny. Well, why is she sitting across the desk? It looks like the DMV in the wasteland, and with this one-eyed guy, and he's spitting out coffee and so, oh, I got a bad one. It's like, you know what that reminds me of Mandalorian season 3 is what that reminded me of. But this shot here from the video game Fallout 4, notice how there is one suit of power armor, and there's multiple soldiers walking with that suit of power armor, implying that these suits were rare in the pre-war era when they were being used in their heyday. Okay? So compare that with this shot here. Let's see if I can find it again. I have another comment about this too. I'm going to get to that in just a second. But like, where is it? Where is that? There it is. Here it is. Look, this is so dumb. This is... Oh, God, it just pair it with the music. And it's just like, I compare those two things we just watched, right? Tell me the feeling you get when you're hearing this sort of somber music. The world is on the brink of war. I'm worried about my wife. What will happen to the future? Then you compare that with this dopey copy-paste job.
It'll be a lovely day.
By the way, what is it with like, how can I say this? Just dipshit looking characters being shoehorned into every, like, what is this guy doing here? What is it? You know what he makes me think of? This is going to be the comic relief character. This is going to be the dopey Jack Black comedy relief kind of character who undermines the tension at every turn, oh, what are we going to do? I don't want to go out there and fight. And that's going to be his role. And his role is just to be like a dumb male who doesn't know what to do. Like, you notice this? And going back to Tom's point, like, listen to this monologue. Does anything actually get established in this monologue?
You need to go home. Vault dwellers are an endangered species. I do not think you would be willing to do what it takes to survive up here.
Okay, why is she there? What does she want? What motivated her to leave? We get none of that. What is at stake? Nothing. We get absolutely nothing. Just, yeah, the wasteland's dangerous. You probably should go back.
If you insist on staying, then you will have to adapt.
Oh. Oh, they just can't take anything seriously, can they? This is MCU humor, is what that is to me. When I sit now, listen, is there a chance, a small one, a chance that your captain could be wrong? Well, it's been known to happen. It has rarely, but it has been known to happen. And I will admit if I am wrong. But I'm just saying, I got a bad feeling about this, folks. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, if there isn't a man's name in the title, they will for sure make it a female lead. When it does, they set the male up to be run down and replaced. They look what they did to Din Djarin, the Mandalorian. They replaced him with Bo-Katan, and she's not even interesting, which is what's so amazing about it. He is not interesting either, by the way. So, I'm not letting him off the hook. But it's like... So Indiana Jones becoming Spindly Ann Jane. Yes, Phoebe Waller-Forehead, as I like to call her. Jonathan Nolan has the strength of his wife's conviction. Well, maybe. Yeah. His co-writer. Agree, Fu Man Blue. Readout says, did someone say Doctor Who? I got a few things to say about Doctor Who. Fire it off, Readout. In fact, I can fire up a video. Now, the problem is your captain is not well versed on the Doctor. I've never been a Doctor Who guy. However, I do find the conversation about it fascinating. So enter into the chat your thoughts and we'll talk about it because I actually have a video that can help us with this. So Star Fury says, everyone stick your head out the window and shout, it's woke as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. You're damn right. Star Fury for that, it's what we need with that is it's woke as hell, and we're not going to take it anymore. We of the Fellowship say to Bob Iger, GFY. Because your company is burning and will continue to do. That's for Star Fury. Star Fury had a battle cry. And I lost my place. Knife suits. I was just at Redoubt's comment. Where is it? Wrangler says, that's why we have to make our own stuff now. That is part one. And part two is we have got to continue supporting projects like Godzilla Minus One and The Sound of Freedom. And which Sound of Freedom being a pretty heavy film, it's like that's kind of in a category all its own, but still important in that calculation. But what was it? There was something else this year that was kind of like on a smallish budget. I'm trying to remember what it was. There was something else this year that I felt like we really needed to, what was it? Oh yeah. Five Nights at Freddy's, right? Five Nights at Freddy's, which, I'm not really a fan of that film, but I am a fan of, the fact that it loved the fans and it honored what the fans wanted to see. And they made, it was a very good looking movie for the $20 million budget. My only issue with Five Nights at Freddy's is I just felt the story took some turns I didn't think worked for it. But it looked great. It was fun and the characters were likable and it absolutely shamed Disney because these are films that are made with an appropriate budget. They actually have some leadership and some creative vision. So we got to keep supporting these kinds of things. And that is the other part of what we got to do. And it's not really like something we have to go out of our way to do because we're doing it. We are the story lovers. We love stories. And so we continue to support. And on this channel, it's like, nothing makes me happier. Dude, you may think that your captain sits in a movie theater and is like, okay, I hope this sucks so I can go meme on it on my Captain's Cast. No, I got out of that -1 trailer and I was like, I can't wait to talk about this on the Captain's Cast tomorrow. And I was going to talk a lot more about it, but then I thought, oh, wait, some people can't see it yet, so I'm not going to talk about it too much this week. But next week, we're going to hit Godzilla again and I'm probably going to see it at least one more time before the next Captain's Cast, because it is the best movie of the year, folks. It is the best movie of the year. That is what I want. That is what I want. That is what I love. That is what I live for. And I'll tell you something. It's fun to meme on the Marvels. It's fun to make fun of this shit. But the feeling I get watching Shikishima's journey in Godzilla -1 was just miles above. Miles above. It is no amount of making fun of Bob Iger and the Marvels and, Nick Fury petting a kitty. Nick Fury petting a kitty. No amount of that compares to the high that I felt watching Godzilla -1, because it's a movie that was moving. It was powerful. It made me feel something. It was awesome. It was just awesome. So that is what I live for. And so we got to keep looking for that and supporting that. And as Star Fury correctly observes, absolutely, I salute our Iron Age brethren, as do we all. In fact, yours truly is an Iron Age creator. And if you would pardon me for but a minute, I can tell you a little bit more about that if I can find it. Oh, where did I put it? There it is. This video is sponsored by the High Seas action-adventure novel Blood and Oak by me, Captain Garrett. Here's the story. When his sister is kidnapped and sold into slavery by the Barbary Pirates, a daring young Navy officer embarks on a suicidal quest for rescue and revenge. This is a story of bloody naval warfare set during the age of fighting sail, with ruthless rogues, smugglers, cutthroats, and pirates, with deadly sword fights, and tall ships slugging it out with cannons. Available now in Kindle, print, and audiobook. Go to www.bloodanoak.com. And when you get there, there's a free special gift waiting for you from me. Get your copy now. The link is in the description. And now, back to me. So yes, hail the Iron Age, and Eric Mar is often in the chat. If you're out there, Eric Mar, aka Black Knight, also a fellow bard who has written the Star Shatter series. So there you go. So we will continue to support the Iron Age. We march on. And Bob Iger, you may think you've beaten Elon, but I think that we will inflict defeat after defeat after defeat. So make your next woke trash fire, and that one's going right down after the last one. So I look forward to it. I look forward to it. Someone was saying that Elon is like Bane in The Dark Knight Rises, when he's like, you think you can control me because you have money? Yeah, it's like, no. What else? I lost my place in the comments. There's so many. Got that one. We are the change. Yes, agree, Wrangler. Rise of a Mama character from Dread, a Wastelander whore who rises to the head. Thank you for being so blunt, Star Fury. I appreciate that about you. Who rises to the head of a wasteland township. Dude, Dread is one of my, by the way, Godzilla -1 is also in this category now, but Dread is one of my all-time favorite films. I mean, it's an all-timer. I love that movie. I've watched it about 100 times. It's such a good, it's like one of the best dude with a problem stories of all time, actually. It's really brilliant. It is perfect. It is a perfect telling of the Judge Dredd story. Carl Urban is born to play that character. I mean, born to play that character. And yes, Mama, as played by Lena Headey, who is a brilliant actor. By the way, I really feel bad for Lena Headey because she gets so much crap for how odious Cersei is in Game of Thrones, that like people are mean to her in real life. And I really hate that. I really hate that when people are mean to actors in real life who play villains just because they play that villain. You know, I think there's something weird about that. Like it's a fictional character. Hello. But I admire her for playing such a great B-I-itch. Like that's Cersei is an amazing character in Game. Well, she was for most of the series anyway. She's an amazing character. And her character in Dredd was also an amazing character. I love Mama's story. You know what's interesting too about Mama in that movie? She is pure evil. She is pure evil. Okay. However, she does kind of have little save the cat moments as a villain in that story where you kind of hear her backstory. She was an abused whore and she's kind of lived a hard life. So there is a modicum of sympathy in her backstory. But what I like about the story of Dredd is that it does not let her off the hook for being a monster. She is a monster. She deserves to lose in that movie. But what's also great about it too is, women like that is a good example of a female badass that really works well in a movie. Like she actually pulls it off. But you know why though? Because she does not try to out male the males. Like she's surrounded by men in the movie who are clearly very physically and just generally intimidating. And you actually buy the fact that she's so intimidating because I get the feeling from her that like what makes her dangerous is her cunning and her ruthlessness. And you don't get this sense from her that she thinks she could just go beat the shit out of any of her guys. Like she's not like strong arming them or slamming them in a table because you get the feeling she couldn't do that. You do get the feeling that there's a reason she's in charge and people are afraid of her. That's how you do it, folks. It's not that hard to do. It just takes character work. You got to play into the character's strengths and acknowledge their weaknesses. What a great film. Thanks for bringing that up, Star Fury. I love talking about Dredd. By the way, I'm not a 420 guy, okay? I don't do 420. However, I tried it. I tried edibles the night that I went to see that movie. I'm going to tell you something. I was tripping so bad. I was having a really bad like paranoia experience when I first saw that movie. But what's interesting though is the movie is also about the drug slow-mo, which I have to say that since I was actually high while watching it, it made those scenes even more kind of amazing. It's not an experience I would want to repeat though. It's so like I got super paranoid. And I'm sitting there in the theater and I'm watching it and I'm like, oh my God, how much longer is this movie? I'm freaking out, man. I'm freaking out. I don't want to be in this movie anymore. Oh my God, it's still going. It's still going. Or is it at the end yet? And then I see a green band for a trailer and I suddenly realized, oh my God, the movie hasn't started. These are the trailers. That's how messed up I was. Anyway, things you didn't want to know about the Captain, or maybe you did. I don't know. Wrangler says I never played Fallout, so I don't know. I keep losing. I going too far back in the chat here. Let's see. Star Fairy says if I was in a wheelchair, I think this would be a Doctor Who reference. I would want to be a villain. Yes, dude. Oh yeah, we should talk about that. Like Davies. Russell T. Davies, that's his name. Russell T. Davies, the showrunner of Doctor Who now believes that he's not even wheelchair bound, a guy who is paralyzed in a life support system. Oh, well, that's anti-disability and we can't have that anymore. And I'm like, you literally don't understand villains at all. Like one of the reasons why villains are so interesting usually is because they have some kind of limitation that has become their sort of chip on their shoulder or an axe to grind, or it feeds into their megalomania. Like that's a classic trope of villain. For example, Mr. Glass in the movie Unbreakable with Bruce Willis, he has glass bones, so he's in a wheelchair. But like his weapon is his mind. Like that's classic storytelling, folks. That's like, so it's just so stupid. Like the woke mind virus is sick. It is sick and we should pity them. It just would be a little more pitiable if they weren't ruining everything that we love in the meantime. Wrangler says, speaking of making our own stuff, don't forget to check out Blood and Oak by the good Captain. Well, thank you, Wrangler, with a link in the chat. I appreciate that. Readout says, Chinball destroyed Doctor Who's chances of new storylines with the Timeless Children revelation. Davies ensured we could never go back and enjoy the older stories by undoing the Dr. Donna plot point. You know, I have heard so much about the Timeless Children, and I kind of read about it, and I'm like, I still don't understand. Like, I'm trying to, having not watched it, like, I'm trying to understand why this is so world breaking. And then I watched Critical Drinker's review of the Timeless Children, and that like cleared it all up. I'm like, oh, got it. Like, that's so terrible. It's so terrible what they did. So we're gonna pull up some stuff on that. Are the Marvels, says Wrangler, are the Marvel Flurkins subject to Bastet? You have to help me with that one. You know, I have another observation too, though, by the way, on that subject, Wrangler. What is this weird obsession with cats in every movie? What is this? Like, there is the weird obsession with kitty cats being put into everything now. And I'm starting to think it's because our civilization is crumbling. I'm starting to think our civilization is in its last days. You know what I'm saying? Like, did the Romans become obsessed with their pets before the end? I just think about this, you know? And the reason I bring it up is because I'm sitting in Godzilla Minus One, and there's a trailer for this really dumb-looking movie, but it's got Bryce Dallas Howard in it and Henry Cavill. And it's basically about a spy thriller novelist who writes James Bond. She writes this James Bond character, and then she winds up kind of being in her own book somehow because, like, it turns out she was predicting a bunch of... Who fucking cares? It's so dumb. She's predicting all this stuff that's really happening in the spy world. Well, for some reason, one of the characters in her book is a cat that is permanently encased in a suitcase with a window in it. What? But then there's all these scenes in the movie of the cat like landing on a trampoline and then flying up for laughs, like meow, and it's a CGI cat, and I'm like, what is this? Like, what is this? Why are we obsessed with cats in everything? It's so weird, folks. I don't know what's happening to the American mind. It's decaying. It's like, it shows to me like how bereft of ideas they are. And, you know, like one of the strangest things I think I've ever seen in marketing ever was that 24-hour live stream that Marvel did of the Flurkin cats. And I'm like, they just televised feeding cats on the internet. Folks, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Our civilization is dying. It's like unbelievable. Readout says, buy that book, by the way. Buy it. Barbary Wars don't get enough recognition as they should. And it won't be the last. There's 2 books in the series. That would be Blood and Oak. And yes, oh, dude, the Barbary War is so forgotten in history. Like, people don't realize that North African, and let's just face it, Muslim invaders from North Africa invaded Italy. They invaded the south of France and Spain. They even went on shore raids in Ireland a couple of times to take people into slavery. Never hear about it. The people always crying about slavery never want to talk about the Moors enslaving people in Spain. They never want to talk about the Ottomans enslaving Eastern Europeans. They never want to talk about the Barbary slave trade that went on for 300 years until one plucky little country that was very belligerent by nature, that would be the naturally pugnacious United States of America. America was like, we ain't taking it no more. Actually, it was because we were too poor to pay them off. But you know, it's like, well, we're too poor to pay you, so we're going to fight you instead. And that was, so there you go. The Barbary Wars, though, very romantic kind of period. It's very, in terms of like swashbuckling and piracy and fighting wars at sea. Starfury says, I want that feeling of seeing the Star Destroyer heave into view that I had at the Marble Arch ABC Cinema in 1977. Why, Starfury, that is an amazing statement right there. I'm with you. That's the feeling I always want. And I can count on one hand how many movies have given me a feeling like that. And I would say that The Dark Knight is one film that kind of gave me feels like that. I would say Titanic. Look, I'm a nautical guy, okay? And I like a love story. So no, Titanic is one of those films for me. I love seeing that ship come to life was incredible. So there's very few films that create that level of just total engagement. And I'm not going to say Godzilla was necessarily, it was close. It was close to just that awesome of an experience. Not quite, but like it was getting close to it. It's as close as you can get. 10 out of 10, folks, for Godzilla Minus One. Love that movie. Starfury says, well, Bob Iger isn't Batman. Metroid Dread, Wrangler says. I should check that out. Definitely. Starfury says, Lena Headey is a magnificent villain. She should be praised to the nines. She is here. I love a good villain. In fact, I thought Sigourney Weaver would be a good villain in The Defenders on Netflix, but that didn't really pan out. But I thought she would have been. Star Fury, the captain was tripping balls. Well, look, I was hanging with a bad crowd, and I still hang with them. So, Fu Man Blue says it's hard for normies to overcome the paranoia that comes from a lifetime of being told that it's criminal to feel that way. Oh, meaning about in films, just loving that experience. Yeah, I feel bad. I feel bad for the modern crowd because they're like, oh, his lightsaber turned red. Oh my God, it was life-changing. Oh, geez. You need to get out more. Man, you guys are on fire tonight. Readout says, for 50 plus years, we have followed the life of the Doctor through nearly 40 seasons of television. Then Chinball decided to burn it all down in one fell swoop. I think that's a good segue for the video I want to show, because I'll tell you something, Readout. While I can't exactly identify with that single character having that long of a legacy, Star Trek is very similar in one way, which is that the story of the Federation and the Starfleet captains spans 50 years because we go from Captain Kirk in the 60s all the way to Captain Archer's prequel in the early 2000s. That's 50 years of, I would argue, good Star Trek storytelling. For the most part, there were some uneven periods in there, but for the most part, good Star Trek stories. And so while it's not a single character, it is the archetype. It's the archetype of the Starfleet captain, the ship, and their crew, right? And that story doesn't really change. And until Alex Kurtzman, and actually really J.J. Abrams, came along and turned it into a big, dumb action spectacle with no substance and no philosophical depth, it's like, it breaks my heart to see what Star Trek Discovery and Strange New Worlds have done to Star Trek. It's glossy garbage. All of it is glossy garbage. And sometimes it's not even that glossy. And that's honestly what I think of when I see Fallout. I see that Fallout TV show, and I just think that is Kurtzman Fallout, is what that looks like to me. So I definitely feel your pain. And I'll tell you something else. The Kurtzman Trek has an equivalent of the Timeless Children to an extent, which is, the show Star Trek Discovery is a kind of entire Timeless Children for all of Star Trek, because they take the Michael Burnham character, they put her just before the era of Kirk, they make Spock her adopted brother, they basically rewrite all of the prehistory of Kirk, they rewrite all the prehistory of Spock, and then they do a spin-off show called Strange New Worlds, and they bring in not only James T. Kirk himself and turn him into just basically a frat boy who's being lectured to by all the women all the time. Who is an idiot, by the way. He is a dumb idiot. Then they bring in his brother. Kirk has a brother, and they bring him in. It's unbelievable, folks. So trust me, if you're following any of the new Star Trek and you're a Star Trek fan, you are feeling the pain that Doctor Who fans are feeling with the Timeless Children. Although I will say, being able to do all the destruction that Star Trek Discovery and Strange New Worlds and Picard were able to do to the Star Trek storyline and canon, That level of damage being done in one episode in Doctor Who is kind of an impressive achievement when you really think about it. So I can sort of relate to what Doctor Who fans, Whovians are going through. We Trekkies, we send our respects. And you may be a Trekkie as well, but you know. My Wrangler says, my book is definitely cat themed, but the whole concept for the story started with me and the Sonnet joking about using cats as ammunition in a potato gun. Hey, look, I love cats. I'm a cat guy. I like kitty cats. I like dogs. You know, I like all the animals. But that don't mean that they should be in all the freaking movies all the time. Like, it's weird. It's like, did James Bond tool around with kitty cats? No. That's for good reason, folks. It's like, also, no, I shouldn't say. No, I shouldn't say that. I was going to say something kind of on the level of a Ryan Kinnell. And you know, never mind. So yeah, let's check out this video that I've been promising. And you guys are just on fire in the chat. Where is it? No. Well, oh, we've got Grizzy Shills too. Don't let me forget. We got to do Grizzy Shills. I sure hope if Grizzy stumbles on my channel, he doesn't mind me showing so many of his videos because they're just so good. Okay, so I believe I have the right time code here. Let me just double check real quick. Should be at 34 minutes. All right. So Hat Tip, Geeks and Gamers Daily, they had a discussion on Doctor Who that I felt was quite illuminating. And I think it will help inform our conversation about what's going on with Doctor Who, which has just had the, 50th anniversary special? And it was a total disaster.
There's a man ultimately bought that company. And, you know, it's
Doctor Who fan that anyone's ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, I literally have seen every episode. We do have a Doctor Who fan if we want to get Jed in here to help us commentate this part.
We can.
You know?
Trending hashtag. It's probably not a good sign.
Yeah, so I'm with Jeremy here. Like, he doesn't know anything about Doctor Who. So they bring in Jed, who does know a lot about Doctor Who, and he just broke it down brilliantly. So if anyone is like, what's going on with Doctor Who? Well, here you go.
We know it's like the 60th anniversary for Doctor Who. They're doing these 3 special releases, and one of them featured David Tennant, who's, I don't know anything about Doctor Who, but I do know that people love David Tennant's Doctor, and he gets a lot of love and a lot of respect. And they were bringing him back, and apparently it was all to just shit all over him and continue to make sure you understand that the female Doctor is the best ever. Jed, explain this clip. I'm going to play it. Explain what this means and why they disrespect David Tennant like this.
Hello. Just passing by because I got a bit lost. It's funny. 60 minutes ago, I was this really brilliant woman. And I've got this whole flashback again. I mean, why?
Well, there's a lot going on in this clip here. So this isn't actually from the 60th anniversary. It's from a few-minute-long Children in Need charity special that came out about a week or 2 ago that showed him going back to the origin of the creation of his biggest villains. It's basically the equivalent of a time traveler going back to meet baby Hitler. That's basically what this scene is. And then all it does is campy music and say, oh, it's this brilliant woman. She'd probably be able to handle the situation better. And it was all done so that the creator of the Daleks, the Hitler in this situation, could be taken out of his wheelchair that he was in for most of his life, because being in a wheelchair is offensive. It associates disability with evil. And they're changing the canon so he was never in his wheelchair. He's not just in his wheelchair. It's a life support system. It's used to artificially extend his life from a normal human lifespan to thousands of years. So he's all decrepit. His skin's decayed. His eyes don't work. But now he just looks like an SS soldier in a uniform. And that's what he's always been now, according to Russell T. Davies. So there's a lot going on in just that few-minute charity special that this clip's from.
And then,
you know, this is the other thing too, is like, you know, is this what women want? Do they really want to see male characters? Not only do they get a female doctor, but then when the male doctor comes back, he has to become a total sycophant and start gushing about how much better women are than men, and how sad he is he's not a woman anymore, and how wonderful and on a pedestal all women are. And like, what the hell is this? Who wants this? Like, if I were a woman, I would want this. This is weird behavior. This is the woke mind virus, folks, is a sickness. It is a freaking sickness. Like, it's one thing to have a doctor who's a female. Like, just let her be a female. Let her be a good character. Why even bring it up in the next one? He's back. He's there. It's so weird, the world they want us to live in.
And what we really need in Doctor Who is a lesson on pronouns.
I saw this. Okay. I'm not, again, I don't know anything, just like Brian. I know nothing about Doctor Who. I don't think I've ever cringed harder at a scene in anything that I cringed at this right here. This is unbelievable.
I mean, I cringed pretty hard here, but I actually cringed harder at the next one we're going to show. So
I haven't seen the next
one. We'll lead it up to the worst of the worst.
Okay.
It is
what we really need is a lesson in pronouns and assuming people's pronouns, by the way, from a fucking trans person.
Yes, I promise I can help him get home and then you'll never see me again.
You're assuming he as a pronoun.
True. Yes. Sorry. Good point. Are you he or she or they?
My chosen pronoun is the definite article. I am always the me.
Oh.
So this clip doesn't actually show it, but in a second he says, I understand that because it's the same for me. Canonizing that the doctor's pronouns are not he, she, they, or whatnot. They are a definite article as well, like the meep. It is the doctor is the name and the pronoun.
It's so fucking stupid.
And this this actor,
my attitude to anyone who thinks this way, who thinks that this is the way we need to now conduct ourselves in society, with all due respect, you're entitled to have that belief. This is a bizarre way to think. This is a very bizarre mental process. Like, this is not natural. Like, I'm not talking about the ideology. I'm talking about in terms of linguistics. This is not natural to speech. In speech is intuitive. Speech is intuitive. It's not something you have to constantly explain every minute of the day. That's so ridiculous. Oh my God. I can't, but it's so, this is the thing though, is this is like the snotty know-it-all kid in school that everyone hated hanging around, which was me. So I'm speaking from experience. And it's like, nobody wants to listen to a lecture everywhere they go. Nobody wants to constantly have to apologize for themselves everywhere they go, nor should they. And it's like, why do you think that this is a way of living that's going to be enjoyable for humanity? It's like, just be who you are. Be who you are. And if you're hanging out with people and they're disrespecting you for whatever reason, just don't hang out with them anymore. That's the choice that you have in a free society. But to go around being a hall monitor for everyone else's thoughts is freaking weird. It's frankly fascistic behavior. And it's so, by the way, it's so dumb. It is like Jeremy said, this is so cringe beyond belief. I feel sorry for people who think that this is stunning and brave because they have a very big lack of self-awareness.
Is trans, and they are playing a trans character in universe as well, correct?
Yes, yeah, it's both trans, and it doesn't come across in the episode because of appearance, but this is a 15-year-old character. And
okay,
it hangs out with other real-life 15-year-olds and acts like they're blending in. But this actor, Yasmin, is about 1.5 feet taller than all the other 15-year-olds that are interacted with. It stands out like a sore thumb. It's pretty funny.
Okay, so explain to me that knows nothing about how bad of shape is Doctor Who in compared to Star Wars and Marvel.
Oh, it is in worse shape than them all. It's not even close. So yes, a Doctor Who has always dealt with social issues like classic Star Trek. If you've seen classic Star Trek, there's always been a little bit of stuff like that, but this is taken it way too far. And this episode is the wokest thing I've ever seen. I've seen a lot of woke stuff working with you guys and being in this sphere for a while. If Captain Marvel, the first one's like a 6 or a 7, this episode was a 25. Like, it far and away blew away any competition. Because this clip doesn't actually show the worst in the episode. This one you're about to show, it is not the worst in the episode. It canonizes that in this universe, being non-binary and trans is a literal superpower that saves the city of London. I'm not kidding.
Oh,
So yeah.
Can you find that clip?
I can try to find
All right,
it.
so I have not seen what we're about to watch right here. I haven't seen this one. The second clip's the only one I saw going around. All right, so
this is worse, I think.
Here we go.
Yes, we know. We know everything. Thanks. And you know nothing. It's a shame you're not a woman anymore. You'd have understood. You've got all that power, but there is a way to get rid of it. Something a male-presenting Time Lord will never understand.
We know everything and you know nothing.
Wow.
A shame you're not a woman anymore. This is, you have all that power and don't know what to do with it. Something a male presenting Time Lord would never understand. Like,
oh my goodness.
I guess we'll see.
Folks, this is flat out misandry. This is misandry. I don't know. See, this is why I say the woke mind virus is, regardless of whether its individual adherents could be described this way, the behavior of wokeness is evil. It's just like Elon Musk said, these are people trying to look good while doing evil. You know, telling someone that because of their gender, they will never be able to do so, that, you know, they will never have any understanding of something is condescending in the extreme. You know, to say that because he's a male presenting Time Lord, he'll just never get it. It's like, well, would women like to be talked to this way? No, this is exactly the reverse of misogyny. It's unbelievable.
See if there's anything worthwhile at the end of this.
Just let it go. And we choose to let it go.
There goes their gayness. It's like jumping right out of them.
This is so much worse than you guys think, because that character on the right, she was a companion back in 2008.
Tenet, right?
Yes, companion to Tenet. And she had one of the most bittersweet endings ever. She accidentally had to take the doctor's mind into her own, but he's 1,000 years old at that point. It's too much for a human brain. So he wipes her memory. And if she ever remembers him, she'll die. And so it's this really bittersweet ending where she has to go back to her old life, can't remember all the amazing things she's gone on. But this is just saying, you know what? If you'd just been a woman like us, you would have known that you just have to let this energy, these memories go, and we're all fine now. It's so much work, Jeremy. This is a
you know, I just can't help but think of like Captain Janeway in Star Trek Voyager. Imagine if she had ever spoken to Chakotay this way. Imagine if Commander Chakotay, by the way, I love the relationship between Commander Chakotay and Captain Janeway. It's one of my favorite dynamics in Voyager because they often are very much in alignment, but they're also often very much in disagreement with each other. And they really are a great complementary command team. So I think they're a great captain first officer team. But imagine if Captain Janeway had ever said of Chakotay, well, you know, the fact that you are a male presenting Starfleet officer means you will never understand my command decision properly. My command decision worked because I'm a woman. I'm a female presenting Starfleet officer. And because you're not, you could never have made such a good decision. Folks, I can't even describe the level of fucked up that would be. I just can't even tell you how antithetical to the virtues of the Federation, the virtues of Starfleet, the virtues of equality and freedom and liberty that idea would be. And seeing it here in Doctor Who is a level of insanity. I can't even believe.
Or a comparison that you'll get. What makes this so much worse is the guy who did this is kind of the equivalent of George Lucas. So imagine after the sequel trilogy, George Lucas comes back and he makes a Luke Skywalker solo film where he just berates Luke Skywalker the entire time, says he's pathetic. If only you had been a woman, you would be so much better, focusing on pronouns. Because that's what Russell T Davies is to a certain extent. That's the best comparison I can make for you, Jeremy, is imagine if George Lucas had come in to save the day. You're like, oh, finally, we've got Doctor Who back. The guy who brought it back in 2005 can come save it, make it great again after the terrible sequel trilogy or the Jodie Whittaker era in this case. And he does so much worse than the sequel trilogies could have dreamed of doing.
And like Russell T Davies, it's not like he's the guy that created Doctor Who,
Right.
but he's
It's a
well
close comparison.
Like, his run was like really well respected, from what I understand.
It brought it
to
back.
these specials, and not only that, but he's like also like shitting on fans and Instagram comments and stuff like that, arguing back and forth with them. So
another good one, and it would be the Christopher Nolan. If Christopher Nolan came at the Batman and turned him into pronouns, you know what I mean?
Oh, this is funny. Russell T Davies is not George Lucas or the creator. He's baloney.
That might be a better comparison. Of
agree.
course, he didn't create it, but he's on a big scale. He brought it back, and he's responsible for the revival in 2005.
Yeah,
but yeah,
Wow.
it's terrible. Like, I didn't think he'd save the day, but there were a lot of people who had hope for the first time in Doctor Who in 5 years, and he did this. But yeah, the whole canonizing non-binary as a superpower. The line was, we needed someone who was male nor female, but neither and both, and so much more. Being non-binary is more than human.
Gary is using meth again because of this. So there we go.
It looked like it from his reaction stream.
So hat tip geeks and gamers, that was great. I had to stash that in my stack of stuff because I was like, it was an excellent sort of breakdown. Whether you're a Who fan or not, you know exactly what they're doing to this character, to this franchise. And it's like, dude, I don't know how many. Like, how many are we going to lose, folks? Like, we've lost almost every major intellectual property of the last 50 years that has been iconic in science fiction or fantasy. We've lost pretty much all of them. Pretty much all of. Why does this never happen to theirs, right? Like let's, how come this never happens to the 50 Shades of Grey universe or the Handmaid's Tale universe? How come we never get a Handmaid's Tale where suddenly it's all about men lecturing women about how they need to be traditional, and it's like this, the door only swings one way. It's like, we're going to go find the things that, boys like, young men like, or just frankly, women who like to see beefcake, whatever it is. We're going to go get those nerd properties and we're going to just gut and destroy all of them and inject all of our sick ideology into it. I'm going to just say, if a woke hater ever just stumbles into this, first of all, everyone is welcome here. But if anyone is hostile, that's different than disagreeing. Someone is openly hostile and thinks I'm just dead wrong about this, I'll just tell you, in the words of Elon Musk, GFY, man, like GFY. Wokeness is sickness. It is sickness. This is insanity. It's just like that example I just gave you. If Captain Janeway ever said something like that to Chakotay, I would consider her a vicious and awful character. And it's like, but she would never have done that, at least in that era of writing. If they ever brought her back as a character, all bets are off. But at least back in those days, that would never have happened. That would never have happened. This is very harmful to women, quite frankly. This is like, I consider this to be very damaging to women in the culture, just the same way that I think the radical, crazy LGBT movement these days is very damaging to, actual lesbian, gay, whatever people who just want to live their lives and be left alone. This is hurting them quite a bit, because it's like you are portraying them as, frankly, Stalinist, Maoist, Hitlerian little monsters running around doing evil things and celebrating themselves for it. By the way, how can I even describe how bizarre it is to consider your gender beliefs about yourself to be a kind of superpower? Not a kind of superpower, like a superpower. Folks, that is weird. like the end of Barbie, she walks into the highlight of the movie is she goes to get her gynecological exam. What? Like, this is a strange thing to be obsessed with all the time, that like your parts, or what you think your parts belong to, or what gender your parts are part of, like thinking that gives you an edge on all of humanity is like, there's a word for that, folks. It's called delusions of grandeur. Okay. It's that is bizarre. I would say borderline psychotic thinking. What is anyway, but look, I'm so sorry, Redoubt. I am so sorry this is happening to you. I really am. And all of the Whovians. Redoubt Production says, where is the Whovian side of me that hurts seeing the biggest plot points dismantled? Then there is the historian. And then there's the historian side of me that suffers knowing how much history was just desecrated. Oh, dude, it's funny. Before Star Trek Picard season 3, I stopped watching all Star Trek Next Generation. Star Trek Next Generation used to be my favorite of the Star Trek series. I can't watch it anymore. I thought I could. I thought I could just, in my mind, Star Trek Picard doesn't exist. It's in my head canon. It's not real. I couldn't do it. I could not do it. I would watch Picard giving a brilliant moral speech about something, and all I would see is this doddering old man watching as some samurai Romulan is lopping heads off. And I'm like, oh God, I just can't even unsee it. And I'm thinking, and so I started to where I would only watch Deep Space Nine and Voyager for the most part, because I just couldn't even bear to look at Picard anymore. And it's, which of course I love Deep Space Nine and Voyager and all the others, but it's just like, it does something to you to see all of the lore just wrecked and torn to shreds. But honestly, I don't even watch much of any Star Trek anymore, because it's gotten to the point where, like, you know what? For me, it's over. Like, it's over. It had its day, which is hard for me because I don't let go of things easily. Okay. Like, it was part of my adolescence. Star Trek was, I won't say childhood, because I wasn't really that into it as a child, but like, right about the time I hit adolescence, like, Star Trek was a kind of therapy for me. Like, it gave me a picture of humanity that was hopeful and beautiful, and but not, always rose colored, because it was also about danger, death, working through things like mortality, and being what it is to be moral, what it is to do the right thing. Like, those are all very important themes in Star Trek, and the idea that humans could sort of work their way through these things and find a better way. It's like, that was just very hopeful to me. So I never wanted Star Trek to go away. I never wanted to let it go. But I got to a point where it's like, Kurtzman Trek has so killed it that, Star Trek Picard season 3 was kind of a nice anomaly. And it was a nice walk down memory lane is kind of the way I look at it. One last hurrah. Okay. But it's dead. Like, to me, but I think of it also as that book has closed. And I put it on my shelf, and I don't really want to read it anymore. And that's really how I feel about Star Trek. It's kind of how I feel about Star Wars now, which is really sad. That is extremely sad. It's like, it's a book I read, and it was a classic, and now I want to put it on my shelf, and there it shall remain. And I'm just feeling that way about so many of these franchises anymore. And then I see this scumbag Bob Iger up there talking about how hard it is for him to be an executive and how painful it is for him to see things not going well. And I'm like, you got a lot of fucking nerve, Bob. You got a lot of nerve. So I'll just leave it at that, because Captain, I'm not going to let these people like ruin my good time, but I'm just saying, for Whovians, I feel your pain, because it's like, you want to believe that it's not going to poison the well, but it does that. And look, there's a great line in the movie The Mask of Zorro, which I'm a great fan of, when Alejandro is being trained by Diego de la Vega as the new Zorro, and he's kind of losing it. He's getting super angry, and Diego de la Vega is like, you got to control that anger. And he says, how can I control my anger when all I see is Captain Love, and who murdered my brother, and I just hate him. I hate him so much. All I feel is this hate. And Diego's like, we lose the ones we love. There's nothing we can do about it. Put it aside. And he's like, how? He's like, with this, you hide it. And he gives him the mask. But I love that line where he just very simply states, like, look, that's life. We lose the ones we love. There's nothing we can do about it. We have to go, but we have to move forward. And that's kind of how I think of it with these franchises. It's like, yeah, this happens. Bad things happen to good franchises. There's nothing we can do about that. We can move forward. But folks, if I can offer a silver lining for you, if I can brighten that gray cloud just a little bit, I will tell you something. They are paying a dear cost for their destruction of these properties. They're paying dearly. Disney has lost an amount of money that most studios can't even imagine. Everything Disney has done this year, with I think the exception of Guardians Volume 3 might be the only exception. everything they've done has been a failure, or at the best, and at worst, a catastrophic embarrassment, the likes of which may not have ever been seen in the case of the Marvels. So yeah, they've taken a wrecking ball to all the things they love, and guess what? They're paying a dear price for it, and well, they should. So I don't think that Bob Iger, I don't think this little war with Elon's going to go the way he thinks. Wrangler says, or actually, let me get this one first. At least they haven't ruined Janeway yet. Captain Sisko's character is kind of safe, but I won't be surprised when they eventually try to retcon him as well. God, I hope not. But I'll just say that I don't see them digging up. I shouldn't even say this. I don't see them digging up those characters because I don't think those actors are, first of all, very interested in ever revisiting it. But even if they were, I really do think that like Alex Kurtzman does not like Star Trek. Akiva Goldsman does not like Star Trek. The people that make this stuff don't really like it very much. They may say they do. Oh yeah, I saw a couple episodes of Next Generation. It's like, no, you didn't. Like, it's like, no, you didn't. But I don't think they like it enough to think those characters are valuable. Now, of course, in the case of Janeway and Sisko, they're going to see the diversity quotient. They'll see that, which is pathetic. That is just another pathetic sign of how limited and dim their worldview is. That's what they would see first, is the race of the captain or the gender, which I find disgusting in the extreme, because that's not what you and I see as Trekkies. What we see is characters who had magnificent stories behind them, and I don't think they see the value of that. They never have. And so I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's kind of why I feel like they're not even going to bother. At this point, I think they're just mulching over what they've got in the pipeline. I don't think that Star Trek is going to... I don't see Kurtzman Trek going on much longer because I don't think there's anyone watching it. I mean, maybe Paramount Plus they just want that sludge pipeline to keep flowing. And if so, what I think there will be more of in the future is stuff like Lower Decks. That's what I think they're going to keep doubling down on, is stuff like Lower Decks. They'll keep doing shit like that. Just garbage. But yeah, I love Captain Sisko. I love I call them the original five: Kirk, Picard, Sisko, Janeway, Archer. Those are the good captains. I love all of them. I have to say, I kind of liked Anson Mount as Christopher Pike in Discovery in his sort of guest season, but like in the same way that I thought Margot Robbie was good as Barbie. It's like, but he's within this garbage Kurtzman Trek storyline. But actually, Anson Mount as Captain Pike could have been a really good Star Trek captain. He actually really could have been. He had that kind of brightness, that verve, that zeal for life. He was sort of a classic hero. They totally cucked him, by the way. He is they're turning him into a total dithering loser in Strange New Worlds, because I watched the season finale of the last episode. They literally have a scene when Christopher Pike is watching a colony being bombarded on the view screen, and they're like, "Captain, what do we do?" He turns to the camera, looking at his crew, and he looks horrified and afraid. And that's the end of the episode. And I'm like, these fuckers, they never stop, do they? But he could have been a good one. Dude, Sisko is the man. I love Captain. You know what I loved about Captain Sisko is that he was the one captain that was a family man. And I thought that was such a really interesting dynamic. I love his story. I love the arc with him and the prophets. That to me is one of my favorite kind of little subplots of a Star Trek series, is basically Sisko going from an atheist to being a total believer and literally a prophet. And a representative of these gods by the end of the story. I thought that was super cool. I love his relationship with Kira, who's also just a character I love. So yeah, I love Deep Space Nine. I came very late to Deep Space Nine. Like I ignored it for years because to me, Star Trek was about being on a ship and exploring space. But, one day a friend of mine was like, "You've never seen Deep Space Nine?" I'm like, "Nah." He's like, "Dude, it's new Star Trek. What have you got to lose?" And I'm like, "Good point." And so I started watching it. And I was like, "Damn, this is great. This is a great show." Yeah, the Dominion War, amazing. Star Fury says, swords and starships, you bring a smile to our Sundays after generally a week of garbage from the mainstream media. Well, thank you, Star Fury. I appreciate that. I certainly hope so. That is my goal. I mean, yeah, I got a little bit. Look, that Doctor Who situation is so bad. Even I got a little bit down for a second there. Don't forget, folks, they're losing. Do not forget they are losing badly. Now, they may not always show it. And I'll tell you something. Russell T. Davies is he is unhinged. He is unhinged. He's out there on Twitter. He's doubling, tripling down and being a dick to the audience. I think, what was it? Someone on Twitter, and I'm not going to look for the tweet, but basically it was a very respectful criticism. We prefer civil discussions and civil criticism. Isn't that what they say? Like Nia DaCosta? Oh, I try to ignore the haters and just engage with the civil critique, right? That's what they always tell us, right? That's part of the gaslighting. So here comes a fan of Doctor Who says, listen, as a lifelong Doctor Who fan, and I really admire your work, he's addressing Davies here, I don't understand your choice to bring back the Doctor's companion and retcon her story. Why would you do that? Davies responds to the guy tough. It's like, never believe these fuckers when they tell you they want civil debate. They don't. They don't care about civil debate. They don't want constructive critique. You're a plebe, and they're in charge, and that's how they view things. And so I see Davies doing that, and to me, that's not a sign of them ascendant. That is a sign of they know that their days are numbered. They know that this is failing, and they're pissed about it. They're pissed about it. That explains that behavior to a T for me, because I'll tell you something, scratch a Wokey, and you will find a fascist. You will find a totalitarian. You will find someone who wants their way no matter how they get it. And it's their way or the highway, and you will either be swept aside or you will fall in line. And that's how they think. That's how they operate. They don't feel that they don't owe anything to the audience. They don't owe anything to the fans. They have whatever vision they have, and they have the right politics and you don't. And that's that. And when people like that are losing, prepare to see some fireworks, folks, because when they're backed into a corner, that's when they get the nastiest. So if you ask me, I think it's a huge sign of how badly they're losing that they're also damn unhinged, because they're so damn angry that, like, when the public has their say, they lose. So this is actually, in the words of the great Sir Winston Churchill, this is not the end. This is not even the beginning of the end, but it is perhaps the end of the beginning. And so let that brighten your heart. Wrangler says, of course, Guardians 3 was good. They took a talking raccoon and gave him Billy Bob Sax personality. Yeah, I know a lot of people liked Guardians. I was not a fan of that one, but it wasn't the worst thing Marvel's ever done, for sure. I mean, I would say it was half of a really good movie. Like, there were definitely elements, like Rocket Raccoon's story and Star-Lord's story was really good. I liked that part of it. I just felt that there were just elements, but I also get why people like the movie. And it definitely was, dude, Guardians Volume 3 is miles better than anything else the MCU has done since, I would say, Spider-Man No Way Home, and that's not technically MCU. So yeah, Guardians 3 was by far the best thing in Phase 4 or 5, apart from No Way Home. And it wouldn't have, look, I wasn't a fan of Thor: The Dark World. I would still take that any day over what we get now. But yeah, you're right that, well, I guess I forget what my point was there, but yes, Wrangler. Point taken. Wrangler says, unfortunately, Lower Decks is probably the best thing they have going. And whether or not you think those shows are good, the transition in their crossover episode was well done. Yeah, I mean, if you like it, you like it. Here's my perspective on it. I think that my issue is there's a weird trend in storytelling where characters don't take things seriously, and I don't like it. That the Lower Decks sort of converts Star Trek into a kind of Rick and Morty kind of parody, and even if it's not always like the story is at the level of parody. The presentation of it is parody. So that's why I just can't do it. I just can't do it. I consider it kind of an abomination. Quite frankly, I just do. But you know what the thing is? You know, I gave these shows, I didn't give Lower Decks a chance because I'm just not my thing. I'm not interested in seeing Star Trek characters as cartoonish cartoon characters. You know, here's what it is, Wrangler. Here's what it is. There's an actual episode, you probably know this, of Star Trek Next Generation called Lower Decks, right? That is one of my favorite all-time episodes of Star Trek The Next Generation. There's another episode very similar in Star Trek Voyager called The Good Shepherd. They both are about the same thing, which is for just one episode, you follow 3 characters who are on the lower ranks, who are usually like red shirts, and it's about them and their story and how they relate to the senior officers and they're brilliant stories. And I just feel that that's a very different tale than the kind of Rick and Morty tone of Lower Decks. Wrangler says, I'm not saying that the crossover episode has Star Trek, but their execution of blending the animated and live action was almost seamless. Yeah. Well, no argument there. I think that, as I said, I think Kurtzman Trek is glossy garbage. I just do, because, and why I say glossy is because a lot of times it looks really slick. You know, it sounds really good. They do a lot of little lore references, you know, that are kind of like they bring in tribbles. You'll see like Morn species in the background once in a while, just stuff like that. And my problem with it is that's all superficial. That's like, you know, and it's not even just Kurtzman Trek. It's a lot of these shared universes now are suffering from this condition where everything is becoming cross-referential. And listen, I'm not against shared universes. Marvel Cinematic Universe phases 1 through 3 were brilliant. And I still think the Snyderverse could have been salvaged, but that's probably, you know, I'm not going to like die on the hill for that take, but I'll just say that while it wasn't perfect, I think the Snyderverse had potential, but I think now it's become a gimmick. And that's the problem. It's, you know, this is how it always goes though, right? Game of Thrones was one of the first kind of like mega hit TV shows that ever did what Game of Thrones did, which is what the novels did, which is, as George R. R. Martin describes it, put the heroes in such peril that you literally knew they could die. And that made you afraid to see to turn the page, or in the case of the show, see the next scene, right? That was done brilliantly for a while in Game of Thrones, and also I think done pretty well in House of the Dragon, I might add. However, that has become a gimmick that less talented people are now exporting to everything else. And I call it the Game of Thronesing of everything. So it's like they're taking something that when it was originally done was kind of a brilliant idea, but they're misunderstanding how to sort of apply it. And so I don't know if Godzilla Minus One is going to be a universe, you know, but I wouldn't mind seeing it be a universe, but I would sure be wary of like the wrong people starting to play around in it, you know, but hey, the Conjuring universe was done really well. Conjuring universe did that really well. So anyway, there you go. Yeah, bingo. Yeah, Next Gen Lower Decks, Wrangler, as you point out, damn good episode. It was a story about loss, about the dangers of being in Starfleet. It was about, you know, here are these lower ranking crewmen who aren't doing so well. They're not the rock stars that Riker and Crusher and the others are, you know, Data. They aren't the rock stars, right? They struggle with fitting in. They struggle with doing their job well. Like that's a good story. That's a great story. And so was not quite as good, but the Voyager episode Good Shepherd was pretty similar. It just had a really bananas plot at the end that I thought kind of derailed it. But in the beginning, like it's kind of fun to see Janeway taking these 3 underachievers under her wing and trying to sort of rehabilitate them as Starfleet officers. I thought that was really cool. And that cartoon that Kurtzman produced is like shitting all over that, in my opinion. So there you go. Redoubt Productions. On the subject of Doctor Who, we know everything and you know nothing, she says to the 2,000-year-old Time Lord. Yeah, that's a really good point, Redoubt. Like, yeah. You know, but, you know, this is such an old, like, they always think they're so clever. They do this in every single thing. Oh, look. It's like the Fallout thing. They probably think it is super, super original to have a female protagonist in 2023. They're like, dude, I've got an idea. It's like, you know, and it's like they do this in every single show. Luke Skywalker gets lectured by Rey. You know, it's like Picard gets lectured by Raffi. You know, it's like they do this in every single property now. You see like the old legacy character being lectured to by the newcomer, the MCU, that's the MCU. It's like you see Nick Fury getting lectured while he's petting a kitty. You see him getting lectured by all these other characters that nobody cares about. You know, it's so... Dude, that Secret Invasion was the Nick Fury apologizing for his existence tour. It was like, dude, I got to tell you, I don't know. It's becoming quite the competition these days. But like, how many times can Nick Fury literally apologize in an episode for everything he's done and for everything that he is? And also be reminded that he's black in Russia. Dude, it's such garbage. So my point is, like, they think this is new every time they do it. Like, they think they're the first people that ever did this. And it's like, and you know something? When you get right down to it, it's because
we're boring. We're so fucking boring.
Get him, Az. Get him, Az. We miss you, Az. Rest in peace, Az. R.I.P. Az. Oh, by the way, hail to the 199. I forgot to mention that. A little bit of housekeeping. But yes, there you have it. Was it Starfury says, I liked the episode where Picard didn't get stabbed in the heart and then saw his career with history changed if he never started. Yes, that is the episode Tapestry. That's a great episode. I think it was in season 4 or 5, if memory serves. Yes, that was the episode Tapestry. And I love that episode, Starfury. It's such a good one. And it's basically, you know, Picard has an artificial heart because he got stabbed in the heart in a dumb bar fight when he was in the academy. And he is dying. He's on the operating table because the artificial heart has failed. And Q basically invites him into a kind of purgatory and says, you really regret this, don't you? And he's like, yeah, I was a dumb, young cadet, and I was stupid and foolish, and I never should have done that. And he's like, well, let's see what life would have been like if you didn't. And he sort of rewrites his life, gives him a second chance to live it over and right his mistakes, and it totally backfires. And he becomes a man that he doesn't want to be because he's now a man who's afraid to take risks. It's a brilliant episode. It's so good. It's one of the all-timers. Right. Yeah. Q is John Delancey as that character. Q is just something else, Wrangler. He is so good. Yes. Not counting season 2. I have a friend of mine who started watching Picard. He texted me and said, I'm watching Picard season 3. And I'm, oh, okay, cool. He's like, it sucks. I hate it. I'm like, oh, well, you know, they can't all be winners, I guess. But then he texts me and says, you know, all this crap about the, you know, what was it? ICE breaking into a clinic in Los Angeles and arresting all these illegals. This is crap. This is garbage. And I was like, dude, you're watching season 2. I told you not to watch season 1 and 2. What are you doing? It's the worst Trek ever made. That is my genuine opinion. Picard season 2, followed closely by season 1, is the worst Star Trek ever made. It is so nihilistic, dystopian, awful. Beyond just being bad in like every way that a show can be bad. But yeah, so I'm like, what do you, no, watch season 3, disregard season 1 and 2. So there you go. But yeah, I love that Q comes back in Picard season 3 and totally retcons that. Like, I know that you Whovians were wishing for what you needed. What you needed was the Terry Metalis of Doctor Who. That's what you poor Whovians needed. You needed a Terry Metalis to come in there, give you a 60th anniversary Doctor Who that was everything you ever wanted, and retcon the Timeless Children while you were at it. Like, wouldn't it have been great if you had an analogous character to like Shaw in Picard season 3, who says to Picard, forget all that weird Borg shit on the Stargazer, just totally throwing away what happened in season 2. Wouldn't it have been great if he's like, forget about all that weird shit on Gallifrey. That never happened. Like that would have been so good. I would have wanted that for you, Whovians. You have no idea. Look, I'm probably like the worst at this. It's a meme, Wrangler. It's a meme. It's a meme. Okay. I know you're probably memeing, but I'm just on the chance you're not memeing. It's a meme. But you have to follow the Friday Night Tights lore. Cisco punches Q. Q says Picard would never have done that. Yeah, I know. I love stuff like that. Like that was before shared universes were popular, right? Like that was actually very new that like Star Trek had spin-off series that directly tied into the other series. Like that was a big deal as a Star Trek fan. I remember thinking like it was a big deal when Janeway would reference something Picard said about the Borg. Like that was important. Yeah, I'm not Picard. Yeah, there's a little bit of meta in that too, because at the time, this was the first new captain since Picard and Kirk. And so that's a little bit of like the character proving himself kind of. But Avery Brooks deserves so much credit for how unique Cisco is as a character, because like there's just a way that Cisco speaks that I love. Like whenever Cisco gets really passionate about something, he gets this kind of sing-song tone in his voice. Like, we can't just leave her here. And I love that. It's like when the Brainiacs, the Brainiacs with Dr. Bashir try to convince Cisco to surrender to the Dominion. And he's like, Doctor, if you want to tell me how we can win this war, I am open to listen. But I am not going to surrender to the Dominion. He's like, but Captain, we will lose. We will lose all these lives. He's like, well, if we're going to go down, then we're going to go down fighting, so that when our descendants rise up against the Dominion, they'll know what they're made of. I'm like, yes, I love Cisco. He's amazing. Yes, R.I.P. Axe. As. Star Fury. This is deep lore. If you're not a Friday Night Tights denizen. The Metalis effect. I would call it the Metalis effect. The Metalis treatment. Terry Metalis. Captain salute for Terry Metalis. Just give him a Star Trek show, but they never will. They hate, dude, they hate successful people in this sick world of Hollywood. Like Kurtzman, I guarantee you, Kurtzman hears about how well Metalis's season of Trek was received. And I'm sure that just burned him. I'm sure that just pissed that little twerp off so much. I guarantee you, it's like Iger takes a kind of almost, shall we say, perverse pleasure in that as his company is burning, that he has run into the freaking ground. He takes a perverse pleasure in being able to sneer at Elon. Being, well, that post that Elon made was, it was not positive for our company. It's like, what would you know about what's positive for your company, Bob? Like, what a loser. I see Bob Iger. First of all, I see a scumbag. I see a Hollywood scumbag. But secondly, I see just kind of a loser, quite frankly. So anyway, he's welcome to it. He's welcome to the wreckage of Disney. In the words of Morpheus, welcome, Bob, to the desert. Oh, wait, that was in response to Star Fury. Star Fury was saying, and then Wrangler said, I think. Let's see. What else we got in the chat? Star Trek did it before Marvel did. Yeah, shared universe in Star Trek. Oh, we're having some fun with Trek today. Staffiore says, I love the Sisko episode where he goes back to the 1930s as a writer. Yeah, that was Far Beyond the Distant Stars. I can remember the names of these episodes because that's how into Trek I was at the time. And also that was before I was drinking. so I still remember those episode titles. Now I'm like, well, what's the name of that actor? My brain's like Swiss cheese now compared to what it was back then. But yeah, that was Far Beyond the Distant Stars. And I believe it was the 1950s. Oh, no. Are you talking? No, it was the 1950s, I think. He's a science fiction writer for like a zine. Oh, it was a good episode. I will say it was an episode that drew a parallel between him as a writer in the 60s dealing with racism to him as a captain in the future dealing with sort of the hatred and malevolence of the Dominion, which I thought was a really cool juxtaposition. So yeah, it was a good episode. I like that episode. Fu Man Blue says, making Sisko a prophet did a lot to set him apart from other captains that we knew. And yes, his voice and cadence were so unique and cool. All the captains have that, by the way. They all have that. I've always felt that, like, obviously William Shatner is William Shatner. So that needs no explanation. But like Picard had this very intellectual, kind of poetic way of speaking. You had Sisko had this kind of passionate, emotionally explosive way of speaking. And almost kind of a musical way of speaking at times. Then you had Janeway. Kate Mulgrew has one of the oddest voices I've ever heard. Like, seriously, Kate Mulgrew's voice is odd, but it's kind of delightfully so. There's something, how would you describe it? She's got this almost kind of like, slightly like, I don't know how to describe it. Maybe it's like kind of high pitched sort of a voice. Anyway, it really works. It's kind of interesting. Scott Bakula as Archer, I always just felt Scott Bakula had kind of an odd interpretation at times of a Starfleet captain. He sort of got better at it in like seasons 3 and 4. He really sort of slipped into that character and got really good at it. But in the first couple of seasons, I don't think Scott Bakula kind of knew how to be a Starfleet captain at first. You know, he had this sort of very stilted way of speaking at times. The funny thing was, once I got used to it, I kind of liked it, which is kind of weird. He would have this, sometimes in Starfleet, we have to make the hard decisions. Like, he had this kind of way of speaking that was very, almost overly formal at times. It was very weird. But then it started to really work for him in the later seasons when he'd get like animated about something. Season 3 of Star Trek Enterprise is one of my favorite seasons of Star Trek ever. Like the battle with the Xindi was unbelievable. And Archer having to come up against sort of how far would he go? How far would he go to save Earth was very cool. Very cool. So yes, as Wrangler points out, he sees a weatherman when he sees Bob Iger. I mean, I guess everyone needs a hobby. Everyone needs something they're good at. What else? You might be talking about... Oh, yes, you're talking about Sisko when he pretended to be a Klingon. He did that so well, they should have given him a Klingon role. They could have. They absolutely could have. Man, if you're a non-Trekkie, welcome. Enjoy. What else? That's a good analogy. If you're talking about Scott Bakula's Archer, he had a school principal kind of voice. I would agree with that. He had an almost kind of school principal way of talking. Not in a condescending way most of the time, but just an oddly formal diction. Star Fury says Janeway had a high-pitched, gravelly voice. Yeah, almost like a smoker's voice, but a high-pitched, but not like an unpleasant smoker's voice. It's odd. She's got one of the oddest voices you've ever heard, but it really worked. It really worked for the character, especially if you've ever, this is deep lore, folks, but if you've ever seen the test screening of the first person they cast to play Janeway, which was not Kate Mulgrew, it was, I think it was she was like a French-Canadian actress, and she had a French accent, and they cast her to play it. She had this very wooden kind of, boring approach. And then you see Kate Mulgrew side by side, it was like night and day. She was so much more forceful and animated in that performance. So, by the way, Jennifer Hale, who voices the female Commander Shepard, does a great job. Like, her voice performance as female Shepard is one of the best female voice performances I've ever heard in a video game. She's more emotional, I think, than even Mark Muir. Like, you know, a little more forceful at times than he is. Wrangler says Captain Archer was a little awkward, but he got hands-on involved with everything. Most captains after him would delegate more. Yeah, and which was appropriate, right? Because he's meant to be, you know, he's like in the World War II era. Kirk is in like just roughly analogous to like the Vietnam era, and then Picard's up here in the modern era. And so it's like Archer was meant to represent a more rugged kind of Star Trek captain, and he did a good job of that. But he also had to represent that humanity is more enlightened in this time. And so he really, I think, threaded that needle pretty well. Occasionally it was a little campy, but then again, every Star Trek series has a little campiness in it. There's no doubt about that. Oh, old man Nixon, you are so right about this. We almost had the Earth Romulan War, but that show was canceled. I know. Pour one out for what we did. And by the way, Jeffrey Combs as Shran was going to be a permanent member of the crew. He was going to be on the Enterprise crew. What we were denied. We were denied something so magical. I really think they were going to redesign Enterprise a little bit too. I think they were going to add a drive section to kind of make it look more like they're just going to add it to the superstructure of the ship. I heard that was in development. Who knows if it would have happened? A whiskey woman's voice, Wrangler says of Kate Mulgrew, and all this time she claimed it was coffee. Well, that could be. That could definitely be it. That's also one of my things. She's like the only Star Trek captain who drank coffee. No, Sisko drank Ractagino, which is Klingon coffee. So technically, Sisko was also a coffee drinker. Dude, we're in deep Star Trek. You're right, Star Fury. Genevieve Bujold. That was the original casting for Captain Janeway, and she was awful. She was awful. She did the whole pilot episode, Caretaker. She did like at least some of the early scenes of Caretaker, and she was not working out, and so they recast to Kate Mulgrew. Dude, if you can find that footage on YouTube, it's interesting to see like what Kate Mulgrew brought versus what Bujold brought. Star Fury says, I always romance Garrus as a femshep. Too much information. Well, it's your profile. I think it's the other way around, Star Fury. I think you're Garrus romancing femshep. So we'll say that. It's like Cartman says to Kenny, every dude wants to play as the chick sometimes. We get it, Kenny. Star Fury says, fuck Shran on the Enterprise crew. Awesome. Dude, it would have been great. Jeffrey Combs is like one of the all-time greats of Star Trek lore. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, his performance of Wei-Yun is one of my favorite characters in all of Star Trek. I mean, he's probably my favorite actual villain. Because, yeah, Dukat is awesome, too. Don't get me wrong. Borg Queen with Alice Kriege, also awesome. Khan, as played by Montalban. All greats. I'm going to tell you right now, Jeffrey Combs as Wei-Yun is one of my all-time favorite villains in all of Star Trek. He is so brilliant as that character. I love every single scene with him as Wei-Yun, every single one. It's just, there's this amazing scene where I love it when the Deep Space Nine is occupied by the Dominion, and Kira is trying to negotiate she's trying to get Rom released from prison because he was caught trying to sabotage the Dominion's attempts to take down the Federation minefield. She comes in and she says, Wei-Yun, you got to let him go. She makes her case, and he's like, no, I can't release him. And she's like, why not? He's like, well, because you can't release a prisoner and then have him executed. It makes no sense. I just love that so much. You're going to execute him. Well, the Dominion takes a very dim view of terrorism, I'm afraid. Like, he's so pleasant while he's sinking the knife in. That's what's so great about Wei-Yun. He is the perfect example of a kind of middle management fascist. Like, that's basically what Wei-Yun is. He's a middle management state apparatchik who is meant to make you feel at ease while he's plotting your enslavement or destruction. So that there's another great scene where Jake Sisko, as a reporter, is trying to get an interview with Wei-Yun, and Wei-Yun is walking with his bodyguards, and he's like denying him all these interviews. And he says, "What, Mr. Wei-Yun, like, I want to get your side of the story." And the Federation wants to know. And he's like, no, I don't think so. You keep writing negative stories about the Dominion. He's like, well, I'm just trying to tell the truth about the occupation. He's like, no, see, Jake, that's where you're wrong. You keep calling this an occupation. This is not an occupation. And he's like, well, I'm just telling them my stories. I want the people to read the truth. He's like, well, they're not reading them because I'm not sending them. And he's like, you're not sending them? He's like, Jake, tell me you're not that naive. Anyway, that's probably too much. The captain loves Wei-Yun. I love Wei-Yun. He's such a great character. Yeah, he's got that. He's a mid-level. But the other thing about Wei-Yun, though, is he's good at what he does, though. That's the difference, though. The Vorta, that's what the Vorta are. They are administrators and diplomats. That's their purpose in the Dominion, which is freaking brilliant, by the way. I just think that's so well structured as a story backdrop. But he's good at what he does, because we do occasionally see Vorta that are bad at what they do. We occasionally see Vorta that aren't that great. So when you see Wei-Yun working a room, it's like he knows how to actually make deals. He knows how to disarm people. He knows how to misdirect people. He knows how to make friends when he's got to make friends. And he knows how to crush enemies ruthlessly when he's got to crush them. And so he's great for a lot of reasons. Wrangler says it can never happen, but I would love to see a circumstance where Quark has to somehow outwit Khan. Hey, look, there's plenty of time travel in Star Trek. There's no shortage of that. I'm okay with that. Let's see it. So yeah, Quark having to outsmart Khan. Yeah, Quark would be. That would be very dangerous. Quark is at his most dangerous when he's up against someone who can't be bargained with. And Khan is someone who can't be bargained with. So that would be a hell of a matchup right there. I just love the episode, The Pale Moonlight, when Sisko is so desperate that he has to bribe Quark to conceal a crime. And Quark is so happy. He's like, Captain, are you offering me a bribe? He's like, Sisko's like, what do you want? It's so great. What a great character is Quark. Regler says, I always wanted to see an epic rap battle of history of Quark versus Mr. Gold from Once Upon a Time. Disney needs the Vorta, says Starfury. A game of chess between Wei-Yun and Garrick? Yes. Mr. Garrick, who's almost correctly named. He should have been named Garrick, because that is a fine name and very worthy of a character like Garrick. But Garrick, Captain will allow that. Captain will allow that variation. I would say Garrick is also a great character. I love his little it's like Garrick is basically the constant pessimist and cynic who's also world weary, and he's lived a life in the shadows. Bashir is a wide-eyed idealistic optimist who lives his life on this grand adventure, and they're friends. And the way that they sort of spar with each other intellectually is always fun to watch. And I just love it when Garrick is always, teaching him little life lessons. But there was a great episode where Garrick and Worf are on a mission together, and maybe it was Worf, I forget. But anyway, someone mentioned how the subject came up that Garrick had shot someone in the back, and I don't know if it was Worf or someone else, but they basically said you would shoot a man in the back, and Garrick is like, oh well, it is the safest way. It's like, that's a great character. Yes. No apologies, Wrangler. We're all friends here. Garrick would poison the pieces. I'm not the kind of Trekkie who's going to make you apologize for misquoting them. Nope. Actually. His name is Garrick. Maybe in older days. When I was a younger man, I might have, but no more. No more. What else we got? I love having swerved into Star Trek talk. I could just make a whole channel on Star Trek. Well, I would, but Kurtzman then happened, so screw that. Dude, I feel bad for Star Wars Theory. I mean, imagine if I had spent years building a channel on lore of something I loved, like Star Trek or whatever, and then it gets ruined, and now you've got to like square the circle of, you know, all these members of your audience who of course are there because they share your love, but you've also got to be honest about the fact that, like, folks, this ain't looking good. Like, that's a pickle. That is a pickle. So that's why my channel is Swords and Starships, because we go where the swords and starships are. That is what we do. Should we do the Furios? No, let's do the Grizzy Shills. I promised you Grizzy Shills, and I have not seen this video, so this will be a live Captain's reaction. But the Marvels is... Dude, the Marvels is the turd that will not flush. it is the turd that won't flush, folks. They really want to make this one not be the failure that it is. So let's see what the shills have to say. Hat Tip Grizzy 1989. The link is in the description. Give him a subscribe, a like, and a follow.
Amber so much. She reminds me of me. She's so independent. She's reluctant to join in a team, but then you find out all these things in this movie, like she has a romantic past and all of these things. I adore her.
Well, maybe not as romantic as it was intended to be.
Put a chick in it, make her gay.
I 100% believe they saw that episode of South Park and pulled the line from the movie. 100%. Anyway, despite knowing weeks after release that The Marvels is the biggest box office bomb, knowing South Park and romantic,
like she has a romantic past and all of these things. I adore her.
Well, maybe not as romantic as it was intended to be.
Put a chick in it, make her gay.
I 100% believe they saw that episode of South Park and pulled the line from the movie.
Oh, I totally agree. Dude, this is why I say, folks, take heart. Take heart, my dear sailors and starnuts. We've got them on the ropes, folks. This is why I'm saying we have got them on the ropes. Criticizing wokeness is working. It is waking up the normies. It has taken a long time. It takes a long time to get that rudder to turn a ship as big as the Titanic, but we're turning that sucker around. And I'm telling you, this is proof of it, because they're starting to get embarrassed of this stuff. Now, it's too little too late, and they don't realize that, because they're truly dumb people that are running these. They are dumb people. So it's too little too late, and they're learning the wrong lessons. But they noticed. They are noticing. Roll tape.
100%. Anyway, despite knowing weeks after release that The Marvels is the biggest box office bomb in MCU history, the msheu shills are still defending it.
The Marvels is good. It wasn't that bad.
Dude, if you put Marvel MCU shill in the dictionary, there is a freaking picture of this guy. No offense to the guy. Look, I'm sure he's a wonderful, guy. I'm just saying, like, bad captain. That's being awfully mean. I'm just telling you what I see.
Is good. It wasn't that bad, right? It's not the best. It doesn't have to be the best, but it's like solidly good.
Solid.
Dude, I love the way these people talk. I love the way that they never say anything specific. It's like Bob Iger. So, well, of those things you mentioned, not all of them were bad. Which ones, Bob? Which ones weren't bad? And why weren't they bad? Please, of the 3 that were named, Indiana, yeah, it's like, same deal here. It's like, oh, well, it wasn't good. It wasn't bad. It was solid. It was very solid. It was very good and solid. What was good about it, sir? What was solid about it, sir? You can't point to one stupid thing you liked about this movie.
Solidly good, huh? And he tells us exactly how good.
Is it in my top 5? No. Top 10? Maybe.
Maybe.
Wow.
Just maybe the worst performing MCU film of all time at the box office is a top 10 MCU movie.
What are the other 9, sir? You couldn't name them. Don't even try. They're so full of shit. They're so full of shit, these shills. They're like, he's like, oh, it's definitely in my top 10. What are the other 9? Oh, wait.
Nobody's happy about how this.
Sorry, hit the wrong button. Delay of game.
I love Carol Danvers
Hang
so
on, we
much.
get
She
back.
reminds me of me. She's so
Captain is-
independent.
I hit the wrong button.
All time at the box office is a top 10 MCU movie.
You went full retard, man.
It's really, really, really not as bad as all these doom headlines are making it out to be. And I understand what everybody's doing. They're getting clicks, and a lot of people are riding this wave, especially the people who hate the so-called MCU, right?
It's amazing that there are still people out there that deny that the MCU exists. For God's sakes, even Chlamydia Burns Grace Randolph admits that the MCU is real.
Now, I'm sure you've heard the term msheu. It's being used by some fan communities. And yes, the term is extremely offensive, but it's also becoming undeniably true.
Why is it offensive?
By the way, though, can I just say, with all due respect to Grace Randolph, I am so honored. I'm so honored that you're offended by that. It makes me very happy. Well, it really is real. Yes, it's very offensive, but it's real.
It's exactly what they're doing, as you just said. God, more from Chlamydia here in a bit. Moving on. So this guy, this genius, his defense is that everyone went into the Marvels with too high expectations, and that's why the movie didn't do well.
We all have our different levels of expectations. And I think now, post-Endgame primarily, everything Marvel has put out post-Endgame has had these super high expectations, no matter what.
What the fuck are you talking about? Who went to this movie with high expectations? Who sat down to watch She-Hulk with high expectations?
Like, we're treating these movies like they have to be the gold standard. Like, if it's not a movie that's going to change my life, Marvel is over. Marvel.
That is a straw man gaslighting argument, and you damn well know it. Like, this is so ridiculous to me. It's like, let me just translate what they're saying. Well, gee, if you're going to expect every movie they make to be good or as good as movies before, well, that's ridiculous. It's like, no, it isn't, you moron. Like, dude, if they make another Godzilla movie, if the same director makes another Godzilla movie, Takashi Yamazaki, I am going to expect it to be at least as good or close to as good as Godzilla Minus One. And I'm going to be hoping that it's better. I'm going to be hoping it's better. That's called reasonable expectations. That's called having high standards for storytelling. And by the way, as a creative myself, as a writer, I am disgusted at the notion that I should ever think I'm going to turn in a mediocre product because I did not aspire to do a superior. My goal as a writer is always to do the very best thing possible. My goal is to have no dry eyes in the house. My goal is to wow people, to transport them, to make them fall in love with a world that they couldn't have imagined. That's my goal. What's yours, sir?
Marvel is dead. How dare they?
Nobody's saying that, and nobody has ever said that.
Agree.
Phases 1 through 3 had several movies that are not the gold standard or life-changing.
Agree.
Look, you got Sam Jackson in there. What else do you need?
We needed Nick Fury's character to be more consistent with what we saw in Secret Invasion.
You fucking idiot.
We're at the end of, not the end, we're like in the middle of phase 5 now.
No, are we? I don't think we started 5.
We're in 5.
Oh, this is
Wait,
sad.
Let's see.
I thought we were still in 4.
Jesus Christ. This channel.
Get out the chalkboard. What the Oh, we got to watch him work this out with a pencil, folks.
Is affiliated with the new rock stars. Eric Voss himself appears on this channel frequently. And these two idiots, the dude on the left and the dude on the right, don't even know what phase we're in.
Because they're retards.
But first, I want to acknowledge, as I said, that while some fans are rejoicing, some are devastated. And try to be mindful of that.
How about
I reject that garbage straw man argument that she just made there, because she just said, some fans are celebrating because they're just mean old haters is the implication, but others are devastated. I'm gonna try to be as civil as possible, madam. I am devastated. I am devastated. I am devastated that the most incredible cinematic superhero adaptation universe I ever have seen that was like re-experiencing childhood in my adulthood has been trashed by morons like you. Okay? I am devastated. That is why I am happy it is failing. So, like, the fact that she sees a difference in those two things, like, I am not devastated. I am devastated that Star Trek has been destroyed. I am devastated that Indiana Jones has been destroyed. I am devastated that Doctor Who has been destroyed. And I'm not even a Doctor Who audience member. I am devastated that Star Wars is in the shitter. I'm devastated about all of this. So don't lecture me about having to have empathy. You gotta have empathy for everyone who's devastated. No, they're not devastated because the movie is shit or that it failed. They are devastated because their sick, woke, mind virus ideological agenda is losing. That is why they are devastated. And if that is the devastation, I will dance on their graves happily. Figuratively speaking, of course.
Oh, no. It now has suffered the biggest second weekend drop ever for the MCU at 78%. The damage that's being inflicted here to diverse storytelling is so
There
sad.
it is. I called it. Did I just call it? They're not devastated. They are not devastated that the movie failed or that the MCU is not as good as it used to be or any of that. They are devastated because their ideology is failing. They are devastated because the propaganda has been rejected. Rejected. We, the audience, the paying customer, reject you and your sick worldview. That's why you're devastated. And all I could say to that is cry about it, bitch.
And whose fault is that, Chlamydia? Is it Bob Iger's fault? Maybe the director's fault? No, it's Elon.
And by the way, I should say I meant the BI itch in the general, not directing it at any particular gender. I am nothing. Your captain is nothing if not a diverse and inclusive individual.
On Musk's fault and him not banning mean people on Twitter. Take a listen.
Yes.
And I have to say, for a while, we've debated as to whether or not Twitter really does indicate what's popular. And I think at this point, Elon Musk has driven enough regular people off of Twitter that it is no longer reliable as to what's popular.
So what she's saying is that a more freedom of speech focused Twitter X is driving normal people off of the platform. Think about that. And all that freedom of speech impacted the Marvel's box office because there are so many people
being mean to movies and bullying the people who do like them.
To the point that The Marvels is the worst performing MCU movie at the box office of all time. Sorry, I'm just not buying it. This movie sucks. Also,
go fuck yourself.
Yes!
Thanks for watching. And if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe.
Nice finish, Grizzy. Hat tip, Grizzy 1989. A scholar, a gentleman, a warrior, poet is Grizzy, performing a service to humanity. Because I could not sit through all that drivel to assemble that for you. So thank you, Grizzy, with the bottom of my heart. As Redoubt, yeah, that guy on the left appears sincere. Poor guy. You know, it's funny, Redoubt. I had kind of the same feeling, right? The dude in the video that's like, is this phase 4 or phase 8? And I was like, you know, he actually, to me, is more of a blue pill than a shill. He's more of a blue pill because I think he's still in that world of like, he wants this to be good. He wants to believe it's good. And so he's rationalizing why it is, why it isn't. And maybe the guy with the gap teeth is kind of in the same category. So I might be being just a little bit harsh, but like, I'm just gonna tell you, I think that the shills that are really, how can I put this? Maybe it's a case of denial and maybe it's a case of shillery. I'll let you decide. But in either case, if it's a case of denial, it's like, you got to wake up, folks. Because, you know, to the extent that these morons running these properties are starting to get the hint, it's only because they've had a dozen failures in a row. Think about this, folks. You know, wind, in the words of the Joker in the Dark, wind the clock back. 1 year. You know, it's like, what? Think about how many failures would you and I have guessed it would have taken for Disney or any other studio to right the ship? Like, how many failures, catastrophic failures, would we have thought would have sent the message, right? I bet that it would have been something below 5. I think we would have guessed something in the neighborhood of like 2 or 3, maybe 4 really bad disasters, but before they were like, oh, geez, we did something wrong. Dude, Disney has had 2 years of almost every single thing they release, not just being a failure, but a giant failure. Everyone worse than the last. Okay. So think of how much destruction it has taken for them to realize that they've got to stop behaving. They've literally got, you know, I don't think Bob Iger would be doing anything different if it weren't for the fact that he's got Ike Perlmutter and Nelson Peltz breathing down his neck and trying to take over the company and get rid of him. That's literally what it's taking. So to the guys in denial, with all due respect, you got to wake up. Got to get with the program. Okay. We're trying to save our culture. We're trying to save our properties, our characters. There has always been plenty of room for everyone in these stories, you know? And it's like, I love Grace Ranoff's like, well, there's been an awful lot of bullying. There's been an awful lot of that. It's like, you know what? You lie about everything that we say. You lie about everything that we do. You lie about fans. You insult them. Who's the bully here, Grace? Oh, you look so cute and harmless sitting there, with your little voice, your little high-pitched voice. Oh, couldn't hurt a fly. I couldn't. It's like, and yet you are the voice of slandering fans who are just trying to enter their opinion. It's like, who's the bully between the Whovian who has a question for Russell T. Davies about, hey, I'm a lifelong fan of your work. Why did you make this creative choice? It doesn't make sense to me. And his response is tough shit. Who's the bully? Who's the bully? So anyway, that's just my thought. That's my thought. But yeah, Grizzy is so good at these. That's a really good one he just made there. I think what he's doing, because like when he was just doing the shill compilations, which were glorious, by the way, I think he was getting in trouble with YouTube because the shills were getting mad, is what I think. And they were flagging his channel and trying to get him taken down. So he's weaving in more commentary. And I think it's really working. It's really looking good. So there you go. I find many of Eric Voss's videos to be enjoyable, says Wrangler, but every now and then he goes towing the line for the narrative. Yep, that is a risk. Look, I don't need people to, I'll be honest, I watch the Friday Night Tights crew. I have big disagreements with almost everyone there. Like, I have major disagreements. I admire Mahler's story critiquing so much. Like, you don't even believe. I think he's the best critic of like story structure probably I've ever seen, quite frankly. I still disagree with him vociferously on certain things. There are times where I think maybe he's taking the rules too far. Like, because I do believe that there's got to be some flexibility in art. Not everything's got to be 100% pitch perfect for a plot to work. But that being said, I like it that he's that way. I like it that he's obsessed with that level of detail because, in a way, it sort of motivates me to like, to push myself, so I like that. I think, challenge. Patrick Bet David had this phrase. His new book is called Choose Your Enemies Wisely. And he puts it as, having the right enemy, so to speak, challenges you to be better, because to beat that enemy, to put it in Rocky terms, Ivan Drago motivates Rocky to be strong enough to beat him. And that's kind of his point. And so like, I like that Mahler's out there just with a surgical instrument, just cutting apart every piece of a story. I like that he's out there doing that to the absolute extreme, because it encourages every creative to step up their game and to really, make that Swiss watch. He was commenting on something lately that I totally disagreed with him on. It was like a movie I liked that he absolutely hates, and I can't remember what it was. I almost always agree with him, but like once in a while he'll like absolutely maul something, which is not surprising. He'll absolutely maul something that I like. And most of the time I'm like, yeah, I see where you're going there. But yeah, anyway. Fu Man Blue says, I watched New Rock Stars every day before I found Nerdrotic. I tried to watch both for a week or so, but it broke my brain, so I chose the truth. Yeah, I think, and what you're hitting upon there is it's the authenticity factor. It's like, are these guys saying this because they're afraid of their audience or they're trying to get access, or are they saying this because it's what they really believe? And I'll tell you, Star Wars Theory has some serious guts because, like, he has a big audience. He has a multi-million subscriber audience, and he's had it. He has had it with the low quality, and he's not like as, you know, gung-ho as like, say, a Ryan Kinnell, but he's saying like, dude, there's shit wrong with this. There's shit wrong with Ahsoka. There's shit wrong with this. And he's taken a lot of shit for it. And he's like, you know what? I'm sorry, but that's how I feel. And it's not because I hate Star Wars. It's because I love it. And these are the problems that I see. And so there you go. So yeah, look, I've always been this way. The minute that I smell a whiff of inauthenticity in anyone I'm listening to or watching, I'm gone. Like, I'm just gone. And that's rare because usually I'm only drawn to someone in the first place because I hear what they're saying and I'm like, that makes a lot of sense. And I love the passion they have behind it and whatever, you know. I can't watch any kind of network news at all. Like any kind of news format. Like I never watched Tucker Carlson while he was on Fox News. I never would have watched him. I hate that format. I don't like it anymore. I used to watch it when I was young, that kind of format. I find it phony. I find it curated. I don't like it. I don't like hearing the news in that way. It's like, I like hearing someone who's raw and honest. I actually think now he's actually pretty interesting to listen to now that he's on Twitter because he's just doing his thing. So that's just how it goes. Like, I was a giant Rush Limbaugh fan for two reasons. Number one, he was always a white pill. He was always a white pill. He had a reputation for being this angry, mean guy. He was exactly the opposite. He had a personality that was very lovable, funny, and he was always he rarely got people that disagreed with him in recent years, but he would debate them and he would be very nice to people that disagreed with him. He was never mean to people who called into his show. He might be passionate on a point, but he never was like attacking them or anything. So I liked listening to him because I knew that like that just really was his personality. That really was his opinions on things. And I definitely did not always agree with his opinions. So there you go. Old Man Nixon says, hell, I just watched Grace Randolph until Trump broke her brain and I became the bad guy. Yeah, it's like, when people when a toddler gets their toy taken away, they show you who they really are. You know what I mean? It's like they got their toy taken away, which is they were winning, and they lost. And they lost fair and square, and they just couldn't handle that. And it's like, I think you either are willing. I was having this conversation with a Generation Z, a very young Generation Z, who was talking about, we were just having a debate, a political debate about things. And, they disagree with me on a lot. And I just remember kind of making the point that like, if you truly believe in democracy, if you really believe in democracy, the test of that is whether you are willing to accept compromising with other people in a society who are your neighbors who have a disagreeing point of view. If you can live in a civilization peacefully with those people that have differing views and accept that you're going to win some and lose some, and if you can accept that agreement, then yes, you are a true believer in democracy. If on the other hand, you think that everything you believe is right and everything anyone who disagrees with you is wrong and is evil, and they're not entitled to win, and that if they win, it's because evil has won and they have to lose, like that's, and any means justify. The ends justify the means. Well, then you don't love democracy. You don't. Because if you love democracy, that means you're going to live among people who disagree with you. There is only one type of civilization where you cannot live peacefully with people who disagree with you, and that is a totalitarian system. And usually those systems start eliminating whoever is on the losing side of that system. And that's why they stack up such a body count all the time, because they don't want to live with people who don't think like them. So, that's just, so in other words, what I am saying, old man Nixon, is I don't have a problem with people disagreeing. I have a problem when people think that you're not a person if you disagree with me. It's like, well, screw that. There is a type of person I'm not willing to share my civilization with. And that would be basically open totalitarians. I'm not, it's like, I'm not willing to share my civilization with people that are bullies. Now I do, right? Because I live in a civilization and we all have them. But that's my point. It's like anyone who's like, I disagree. I think that, it's like, okay, well, I'm happy to let us all have our say and see who wins. I'm fine with that deal. And that means I'm going to lose sometimes. I'm okay with that arrangement. Problem is, we've discovered in recent years, there's a lot of people who are not okay with that. And by the way, that's pretty typical of human behavior. So there you go. True, Wrangler. Rush was always an optimist. He was. Yeah. And then there was my guilty pleasure, Mark Livett. Get off the phone, you big dope. No, my favorite was when, because the tradition when you're dialing into a radio show is you say, "Oh, thank you for taking my call." So when Mark would get a call, he was like, "Yeah, you should thank me for taking your call." So as soon as he would get the call, he'd be like, "Thank me." So I love that stuff. Anyway, but I actually stopped. I got to the point where I listened to very few radio shows, and Rush was one of the last ones that I would listen to, because I just, sometimes you just need a break from that kind of thing. Nixon now, says Redoubt. Yes. There we go. What else do I have in the stack? Because I'm not done yet, folks. We ain't through yet. Because I had something. Let's see. We did the Doctor Who stuff. What was I missing? There was something else in here. Oh, yes. This is a thing. Do you want to see the Furiosa trailer? I have not seen the Furiosa trailer, which is the Girl Boss Mad Max that's coming out. Why don't we just take a quick look at that? What do you say, chat?
Whatever you have to do. However long it takes. Promise me you'll find your way home. Furiosa, give me this promise.
Oh, did you see that? Oh my God. Did you see what they did there? You know what's funny is I was kind of thinking to myself, I was like, this is a her story. I'm with her, hero. Just all those words are going through my mind. And I'm thinking, wouldn't it be funny if there was a way they could focus on the word her? And look what they did. They hit you right in the forehead with the word her. They can't help themselves.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
Dude, I'm loving the music. This is really reminding me of the Dark Knight Rises soundtrack, which had just an incredible soundtrack.
List of angels. The question is, do you have it in you to make it epic?
I gotta pause it. I'm getting a warning, getting the yellow flag. Probably because of the music. That's probably why. But what I will say so far is, I was definitely, Mad Max Fury Road comes out, right? I had never seen the Mad Max films. I go to see Mad Max Fury Road. I loved it. I thought it was a really great movie, mostly because just the spectacle of it was incredible. The action scenes were incredible. The music was great. That final set piece where they're like, climbing on the cars. You got the freaking, you got the heavy metal guy just shredding it on the electric guitar. It's just wacky. It's absolute bananas, crazy, post-apocalyptic action. I was like, okay, it's cool. And then I went back and I watched the original Mad Max and the Road Warrior. And now this is like, how long ago did that come out? Mad Max Fury Road. That was 2015. Okay, 2015. So we're talking like 7 years ago. The woke mind virus swap every male character possible with a woman had not fully taken over at that point. At that point, it actually was a little bit new to have Charlize Theron be a co-star for Tom Hardy as Max Rakatowski. That wasn't like the most unusual thing. That wasn't the most like common thing possible. That was before we were in full blown put a chick in it, make her gay timeline. Okay. Now, in the fullness of time, I look back on that and I'm like, okay, yeah, that was when it was all starting to go wrong. That was definitely when things were going down the drain. And yes, Star Fury, exactly. It wasn't a Mad Max film. He was a passenger in the movie. You're exactly correct. That's the problem. He had no agency in the film, although I would argue he convinces her to go back, but that's his only moment of agency in the film. In the rest of it, he is a passenger. In fact, I do remember I was reading, that was back when I used to read critics. I was reading Richard Roper, and he actually complained about it. He's like, why is it that Tom Hardy has a mask on his face in every movie? What is with this? Because he had just done Bane in The Dark Knight. And he there was another movie he was in besides that where he had a mask on his face. He's like, what is with this? So there was some rumblings of like, there's something off about this. But like the action was incredible. Now, I look at this though, and while the action looks great and the music sounds great, I got a feeling that this is going to be Max girl bossery. Like this is going to be full blown Max girl bossery. The fact that they literally hit you in the face with the word hurt, folks, the writing's on the wall with this one. The writing is on the wall. So, okay. I think I'm going to play the last little bit here. Oh my, what did that just say? What did that just say? No, no, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, this is unbelievable, folks. Like the obsessional level that it's gotten to. They can't even just tell a story with a woman in it without making it about the fact that she's a woman. Do you realize this? They can't do it anymore. They really can't. Remember, is she going to get a gynecological exam in this and be super celebrated for it? I'm just wondering. Because if not, do better. Do better. But listen, if this were 10 years ago, I'd say, yeah, that's a pretty good trailer. I love the music. The action looked really cool. Furiosa's a character. Well, let's see what she does. That would have been my attitude if this were 10 years ago. Okay. Because it's current day, right? Because it's current day, my attitude is, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fuck off! So that's my opinion of where we're headed. That's where my opinion is. But what's your opinion, chat? I want your opinion. Redoubt Production says it's going to be Fury Road Light, which in itself was Road Warrior Light. Right. Look, here's where I will praise Fury Road, because Fury Road, this is actually when the CGI madness was at a fever pitch, though, because like I was getting really worn out on the CGI crap back then, and I was getting really frustrated with every movie was becoming this CGI gobbledygook, and it was meaningless, it was soulless, there wasn't a lot. And this is back when Marvel was still good, by the way, so I was already getting a little worn out on that. So when I went to see Fury Road, which was a lot of practical effects, or so he claimed, but it looked pretty practical. There was a lot of cool explosions and pyrotechnics. I thought, that's cool. I haven't seen that in a while, and it was fun to watch that. But you're right. In terms of it being, what would you say Road Warrior is? Would that be a Golden Fleece story? I don't think that it is. I think that's more of a dude with a problem story, because he just needs the gas and he winds up stumbling into helping these people. But could be an institutionalized story, actually. But that's for another stream. But my point is, in terms of the strength of the tale, there isn't really a clear Golden Fleece story in Fury Road, because Furiosa does have a Golden Fleece story, which is to escape. But if the story is supposed to be about Mad Max, it's really just him having, it's a dude with a problem. He's caught up in this situation. What does he do? It would have been much better if it were just a Mad Max Golden Fleece story. And if you want a much better version of either Dude with a Problem or Golden Fleece, Godzilla Minus One. That is the one you want. Bring back Mel Gibson, says Old Man Nixon. Have you seen The Continental, Old Man Nixon, on Peacock? It's like I hate to shill for Peacock, believe me, but it's a 3-part miniseries. It's a prequel to John Wick. He's so good in it. He is so good in it. Oh my God. You really are a man of the cloth. That's such a good line. You're going to love it. What else? Redoubt says that Old Man Nixon sees bring back Harrison Ford for Indy. On second thought, let's not bring back Mel Gibson. Oh, I know, right? Yeah. Would you still want that, Old Man Nixon, if it came with Phoebe Waller-Forehead? I'm just asking. Fu Man Blue says, why the hell is this about another woman? I'm sick of suspending disbelief beyond all logic to accommodate women in men's roles. I've had enough. Yeah, it's like, it can be done, but I take your point, that like it's gotten ridiculous. It's gotten to kind of ridiculous levels. And you know what I think started kind of the real level of insanity it's gotten to is superhero movies. I think the weird thing about superhero films is it does actually posit a world where women can be in those roles because they have superpowers. Like obviously Supergirl, right, is indestructible. So she can have that role. Wonder Woman can have that role because she's superpowered. And so ironically, there's already plenty of female representation in superheroes because of that mechanic. So there's no reason to like raise a fuss about it because it's already there. You can already have as many female superheroes as you want. Oddly enough, though, this became an obsession for the wokies. They became obsessed with seeing as many superpowered women as humanly possible, which then became an odd new trope, which is, I think that's really where the girl boss came from, is this obsession with making as many superheroes as possible be women so that girls could feel represented and all that sort of thing. And then it became, yes, and now we need girls to be James Bond. And now we need girls to be, everything else. They have to be pro wrestlers that can beat the crap out of men. And it's like, as usual, they've just taken it way too far. They've made it a political mission. And that's really where it went wrong. It's like, this does not need to be a political mission. Just listen, nobody was kicking up a fuss about Ellen Ripley or Sarah Connor or Red Sonja or, Starbuck in Battlestar Galactica, who's incredible, Captain Janeway in Star Trek. No one was raising any hell about any of these characters. You had Scarlett Johansson is fine. She's fine as Black Widow. It's like, yes, she's doing implausible things, but we're in a superhero world. We can believe it. But that's never enough for them. That's never enough. They've got to take it to the absolute extreme. And the thing that's sad about that is that it overlooks how interesting it is to see, like, when women are in those roles, to see them surviving in a kind of actual plausible scenario is actually where that's actually where a lot of the real drama and a lot of the real investment comes from. You know, Sarah Connor is a badass in Terminator 2, but she still has to play it smart, right? Like she basically, the first thing she does when she escapes her cell is she goes and looks for improvised weapons. She looks for improvised weapons. There is no chance, even with all her muscles and training, there is no chance she's going to overpower that 300-pound guard that's chasing her. She knows that. So what does she do? She goes and breaks off the end of a mop handle, and she uses it to break his knee, and then she beats the shit out of him, and then she hides, and stealthily creeps up on the doctor because she knows if she gets overwhelmed, she can't beat them all. Right? So in other words, she's using tactics. She's using tactics to win. And I think, so even when there are strong female characters in the past, there was still an effort to like put them in a plausible scenario, assuming the film is the right film for it, because obviously superhero films are the exception. But it's like in that case, even though she was a serious badass, it wasn't because she could just walk up and beat 10 guys like it was nothing. It's because she had to outthink them and use weapons against them and like outsmart them. So that's what made it so awesome. And she was a master of weapons. She knew how to use all the weapons. And if she didn't have those weapons, she wasn't going to be able to beat more than maybe one equal-sized opponent, if that. So there you go. I'd love to say that Furiosa deserves the benefit of the doubt, but it doesn't. It doesn't. It really, because listen, the fact that they have the word her, it's like, oh, stop this. Stop this. You don't need to. They're just beating us over the head. It's almost as if to say, like, you as a male presenting audience member will never be able to appreciate how really awesome this movie is. It's like a male presenting audience member could never appreciate it. I am mostly a male presenting audience member. I think I cried a lot at Godzilla, so that could be in dispute. But yeah, there you go. But Furiosa was a chick and probably gay. Yeah. It's funny. So in my books, Blood and Oak, which I shamelessly plugged on this stream, and I thank you, my dear audience, for indulging me. But yeah, at the risk of a minor spoiler, well, I will just say there is a character in the second book she is a girl who has some capabilities. Okay. And I'll just leave it at that, because if you're going to read it, I don't want to spoil it for you. But all I will say is I remember that all of that character's abilities came from me researching, because I had to figure out what is the fate of this character? What is she up to? How has she survived? That's basically the question. How has this character survived over the years? That was the question. And I actually struggled with this for a long time, because for a lot of reasons that I won't get into for spoiler reasons, but I'll just say that I was researching slavery on the Barbary Coast. Okay. The real shit, like the real shit. And I was like, this is what happened to people in those times. Now, I am going to posit a character that is female that has survived this. How did she survive? Now, I went through all the historical accounts of what was going on, and I stumbled upon something that was fascinating to me. I stumbled upon a strange, little-known historical detail that I immediately set my imagination racing. I was like, wow, you could write a whole book about a character like this. And I won't tell you what it is because that would give it away. But my point is that I suddenly realized, you know what? This is something that a girl could do to survive. And it's not what you're thinking. It's something a girl could do that's plausible, that could survive. And immediately I was like, this is great. And I ran with it. I love this character. I think she's one of my favorite characters I ever wrote. But my point is, I was nowhere with this character until I could answer that question in a real, historically grounded way. Now it is a romantic adventure story. My books are. So they do take liberties. They are meant to be sort of dashing adventure stories. So I'm not going to claim that they are, gritty, historical, like hyper real, because they're not. They're meant to be kind of a larger than life adventure tale. But I still want the characters to seem grounded and plausible. And so for me, that's where the story came from, is like she has these abilities because it was what she had to do to survive. And that was how she survived. And so anyway, if you check it out, let me know what you think. But it is so the wrong approach. It is so the wrong approach to go the other way and say, I want a badass, indestructible whammon, and just tell me, and I don't, and if it's an ability that someone thinks only a man can have, well, that's the ability I'm going to give her. Gosh darn it. And I just think that is such a stupid, wrong-headed, and frankly boring story, because like, that's not, those aren't the stories I like. I like stories that surprise me with, wow, I never thought of that. That's a really interesting way that this character might survive in that situation. That's what I find interesting. So anyway, I wonder, could I find this real quick? Fuban Blue, you mentioned in the Discord. By the way, there is a link to the Discord in the description. I updated it, so it is a valid link. So check that out. You mentioned you sent me a link to the what was her name? Bujold, the Bujold screen test for Voyager. So we might check that out. Let me know where that is. Is that in Discord? I might grab that. But let me see if I can find this. This is kind of a long shot. This might locate it. The internet, YouTube is such a powerful search engine that sometimes you can find things you just wouldn't believe. I think I found it. This is it. All right, here you go. Hopefully I won't get blocked for this. Okay. On the subject of girl badassery, okay, let me give you an example from the reimagined Battlestar Galactica, in which I think this is an excellent interaction between a badass babe and her commanding officer, in this case, Lee Adama. And the issue here is that this is in one of the first episodes where the Cylons keep following them every 33 minutes. And so they've had to fly continuous missions for days without sleep. And this is what happens.
Hey, you see the note from the XO?
Yeah, I saw it. No way.
Is this?
Kara,
maybe
everyone
I
else.
don't fly with stims.
Yeah, this
Your
is.
bunch of reflexes, your reaction time.
Come on, Kara, give me a break. Just,
Why are we arguing about this?
I have no idea.
Neither do I. You're the CAG. Act like one.
What the hell does that mean?
It means that you're still acting like you're everyone's best friend. We're not friends. You're the CAG. Be careful out there. Our job isn't to be careful. It's to shoot Cylons out of the fracking sky. Good hunting is what you say. And now one of your idiot pilots is acting like a child and refusing to take her pills. So she either says, yes, sir, and obeys a direct order, or you smack her in the mouth and you drag her sorry ass down to sick bay and you make her take those pills.
Well, I'm glad I'm not working for you.
Damn right, glad.
So do I have to smack you in the mouth, Lieutenant?
No, sir, I'll take my pills. No. Perfect.
Carry on.
Yes, sir.
That's so brilliant. That is such a brilliant way to play. She was so good in that role, because I love how she's kind of roasting herself at the same time for being petulant and annoying. That was all very in character for Lee Adama, by the way, because he's not a hard ass leader. It just isn't. He is a leader who tries to lead by inspiring his people and motivating them. He leads with the carrot, right? He leads with the carrot, not the stick. That's basically, Starbuck is kind of the opposite personality to him. She is someone she's a hothead. That's basically her personality. She's a hothead. And so what I love about that is he just calmly listens to her, lets her tire herself out. And he's like, okay, so do I have to smack you in the mouth or what? And then she realizes that she's being dumb. They laugh at each other. And then she takes her pills. And oh, sure. It's like, and off she goes. I just think that, what's interesting about that is there is a power battle there, but it's playful and it's real. And notice that she said, you smack me in the mouth and drag me to sickbay. In other words, implying that in this integrated military, that no quarter is asked and no quarter is given, right? The idea is if women are equal, they're equal, right? It's kind of, now she's not literally saying smack me in my mouth, but my point is, you know, the implication in that scene is that this society does not view women as getting a special privilege, nor does it view men as getting a special privilege. They're just equals. And of course, in that case, he's her superior. I just love how Katie Sackhoff was able to play that role as just a hothead pilot, but also she is playful, and she has this way of kind of making fun of herself and him at the exact same time. It comes across as kind of real, kind of authentic. They're both tired. They're both worn out. They really just kind of tire each other out in that scene. He's like, all right, so do I have to take you to sick bay, or are you just going to, no, I'll take the pills. Like now I miss that kind of storytelling. So listen, I think that you can have women characters that are tough and strong and, strong women. You know what I'm saying? Like tough and powerful without it being ridiculous and implausible, and without it being disrespectful towards the men, right? Anyhow, it's about character work, right? Because now if he were a hard-ass character who suddenly was allowing her to mouth off to him, that would be different, because she never would have reacted that way with Adama. If Adama, the commander of if he were standing there, she would never have said that to him, because he wouldn't have put up with that. He would have immediately had her in the brig for talking to him that way. So the way, my point is, the show was authentic and in keeping with the characters and who they were in their respective roles. I love Battlestar. I do. I'm going to have to do a retrospective at some point. But anywho, Redoubt says, I enjoyed the Mad Max franchise like a preceding order. 1, 2, 3, Fury Road. Each film got better. Yes, I enjoy Thunderdome over Road Warrior. Skewer me. I never finished Thunderdome. I watched about half of it, and I got distracted, and I just forgot about it. So I'm going to have to go watch that. Old Man Nixon, it's going to be bad, meaning Furiosa. I agree with you. It's going to be awful. Zero hope for this one, says Redoubt. Fu Man Blue says, I won't watch her stories anymore on principle. Old Man Nixon says, I have not. Fu Man Blue says, this modern audience member won't watch another work by modern producers that has a female lead. That's where this all leads. Wrangler says, if you want a badass babe, then I would point to Hunter Sabrina Carmen, but that's just me being very biased. Hunter Sabrina Carmen. I got to check that out. I'm not familiar. Hunter Sabrina Carmen. Is she from... Well, you'll have to fill me in on that one, Wrangler. I'm not familiar with that property. Okay, Fu Man Blue found it. He found the footage. Let me just grab this link. And by the way, I hear what you're saying, Fu Man Blue, about, like, I just won't even do these anymore. And believe me, I understand, because, like, I kind of have the same attitude with, a lot of people are like, well, give it a chance. You don't know if Fallout's going to be woke. It's like, I don't have to know if Fallout's going to be woke. I'm telling you that the burden of proof is not on me. The burden of proof is not on me anymore. So I totally get where you're coming from. All I will say is this, Fu Man Blue. The day must come. Not yet. Definitely not yet, because we are not even, we're not there yet. But the day will come when it's time to have a farewell to arms. I do believe that. We ain't there yet. As I said in the words of Winston Churchill, this is not the end. It's not even the beginning of the end, but it is perhaps the end of the beginning. And on that note, let's take a look, if you're interested, Star Trek fans, just for fun, what might have been if we had not had Kate Mulgrew and instead had the first actor that they cast.
The first lead female captain on a Star Trek series. However, as some of you...
Okay, hold on. Skip that. Let's just get to the...
Obviously, things didn't work out, and when cameras rolled on had resigned from the production.
Do we?
The Cardassians gave us the last known heading of the Maquis ship, and we have charts of the plasma storm activity the day it disappeared. With a little help, we might be able to approximate its course.
The Cardassians gave us the last known heading of the Maquis ship, and we have charts of the plasma storm activity the day it disappeared. With a little help, we might be able to approximate its course.
Quick timeout here. This shot of Janeway's hand on the console is identical in both scenes, so it's possible that this is the only remnant of Bujold to make it into the completed episode that aired on.
Claim they forced the Maquis ship into a plasma storm where it was destroyed. But our probes haven't picked up any debris.
The Cardassians claim they forced the Maquis ship into a plasma storm where it was destroyed. But our probes haven't picked up any debris.
I'm reading a coherent tetryon beam scanning us.
Origin, Mr. Kim.
I'm reading a coherent tetryon beam scanning us.
Origin, Mr. Kim.
That is a night and day difference. Like Bujold she is so stiff and so wooden in this role. Like she has no feeling, no emotion. And the interesting thing is, I remember that the showrunners really wanted her. Like she was their hand-picked actress, Bujold was. And they just thought she was perfect for this. And she just, look at how lifeless her performance is. Honest to God, she's like Rosario Dawson as Ahsoka. Or, Mary Elizabeth Winstead as Hera. That's exactly what she reminds me of, Bujold here.
Red alert. Move us away from it, Lieutenant. New heading 41 Mark 180.
Red alert. Move us away from it, Lieutenant.
New heading 41 Mark 180.
The graviton field had no effect.
Full impulse.
The graviton field had no effect.
Full impulse.
Dude, look at how she's able to have that commanding gaze. Like, that's impressive. Seeing this side by side, I'll tell you, this is even more impressive when you hear Kate Mulgrew explain that in the first 6 months in this role, she was like she felt totally lost. She said that like she didn't understand the tech talk. That was very difficult for her, all the technical jargon. And she honestly didn't know exactly how to be as a captain in Starfleet. And so she was doing her best, but like she was constantly worried about what people thought. And then about after the 6 month mark, she was like, screw it. I'm just going to do it how I feel is right and let the chips fall where they may. I got to tell you, for someone who claims to have been so insecure in this role, she's pretty damn good as a Star Trek captain right from the jump.
Can we go to warp? Not until we clear the plasma field, Captain.
Can we go to warp?
Not until we clear the plasma field, Captain. Brace for impact.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Brace for impact.
3.
From this comparison,
Yeah, so very interested. Thanks for hat tip Fu Man Blue for pulling that up. Awesome. There you go. So yeah, Kate Mulgrew, she did it right. She's a great captain. Yes, Wrangler, she must pilot. Oh my God, Wrangler, you just reminded me. I have a special surprise. I do, because Oral Knots, which is the channel that created that Ahsoka trailer, they have made another one. They've made another one. So let's take a look at that. But yeah, Old Man Nixon, I think referring to Bujold there, has no gravitas to make the character her own. To be fair to Bujold, I think part of it too is like Star Trek is not easy. Star Trek was difficult for kind of every actor that got into it to kind of find their groove with it. Because I think, William Shatner, Patrick Stewart, Avery Brooks, these are all classically trained Shakespearean actors. And they all had to kind of find their way into the world of Star Trek, which is not easy. It's not an easy world to get right, I think. And so all the actors deserve a lot of credit for being able to embody that avatar of the Starfleet captain. Oh, I do miss it when Star Trek was good and I didn't have to think about Kurtzman Drek. Yeah, she clearly didn't want this silly role. Yeah, exactly. I think that it was probably a mutual decision. It was probably like, this isn't a good fit for me. Star Fury says, Tech Talk has always been the bane of Star Trek actors. It is. And they kind of tried to phase out a lot of it in, I want to say Star Trek Enterprise, that, they tried to get it to more practical stuff. And definitely in Battlestar Galactica, which Rick Berman was on that one, he was adamant that like we're not going to have a bunch of tech talk, on the Battlestar Galactica. And I just feel like, you know what? We nerds like the tech stuff. So if you can't hack it, get out. You can't stand the heat, get out of the warp core. My pleasure, says Fu Man Blue. Thank you. Thank you, Fu Man Blue. Good looking out. Good looking out. Yeah, and also like Bujold had kind of a weird accent. I just think that that like smoker, non-smoker sound, just that kind of, I don't know, woodwind sound that her voice has, Kate Mulgrew, just really worked. Star Fury says, oh yes, speaking of Battlestar, the episode 33, which is what that clip was from, some of the best episodic TV ever. That episode is a masterpiece. That episode 33 is an absolute masterpiece of television. Like so, and frankly, there were quite a few great episodes in that first season too. Like the episode "Hand of God" is my favorite Battlestar episode, and it's kind of a Baltar episode, but it's also the first episode where they turn around and fight the Cylons since running from the 12 colonies. And there's this whole element of a leap of faith in it. It's that episode, the first time I saw it, I had a spiritual experience. Let's just put it that way. Yes. What else? What else? No tech talk. It's not sci-fi, says Star Fury. I pretty much agree with you. Okay, yes, that I was going to show. Okay, I found another. Where did I find this? Okay, I'm just going to look it up because I don't think I put it in my links. So the channel is Auralnauts, AURALNAUT. Okay, and they created that amazing Ahsoka 1986 opening. And they came out with another one. So let's check it out, shall we? Just for fun. Just for fun. We're in overtime. We'll wrap it up with this. How about that? It is this one. Here we go. Queuing it up. Wait. Actually, hang on. Delay of game. Dang it. Okay, here we go. Share screen. Let's see. Okay, here we go. So this is Obi-Wan Kenobi intro in 1984. Enjoy. In stereo where available. Oh, that's a nice touch. Yes. The music is so awesome.
When you're down and the darkness closes in, on your knees with no will to live. Come on, it's time to search inside your soul for the fire that burns within. Stoke it with the force, may it be with you. You've got to be the one to stand up for what's right.
Lord Darth Vader.
Throttle on warp drive. The time has come to join the fight. 'Cause only you can be the one, be the only one. Oh, be the one. Only you can be the one, be the only one. Oh, be the one. Oh, be the one. Only one.
Dude. Hat tip Auralnauts. So, I put the link in the description, but dude, that's so awesome. Dude, the music is the best. Be the one. You are the one. There's like a great line in there too, where he's like, when you're feeling down, you got to strengthen yourself with the force. Let me see if I can find it.
On-board drive, the time has come to join the fight. 'Cause only you can be the one.
The time has come to join the fight. How in the, this is what's so funny. It's like when Star Wars came out in 1977, like half the people who worked on it thought that's what they made. Like they thought they made a dopey, clunky, corny, sci-fi, forgettable movie. And like Harrison Ford thought that. Harrison Ford thought this thing's going to be awful. I can't, hopefully no one recognizes me. And and as he puts it, this is a direct quote, and then it starts. And you're like, so ironically, Disney has sort of worked their way around to actually making the pile of crap that people thought the original Star Wars was going to be. History is nothing if not, cyclical. Things just come in circles. It's like there's a wheel of life. There's a wheel of time, if you will. And everything, the universe unfolds as it should. Oh, that is a melodic method. I guess I had a lot of coffee today. Melodic method. It says, holy shit, you're still going? I just got home from board game. What board game were you playing? Was it Warhammer? I'm just shot in the dark there. Well, you said board gaming. That's tabletop is Warhammer. So, by the way, Battlestar Galactica, incredible board game. Like an incredible board game. It incorporates like the sleeper Cylon agent element into it. If you ever played that one, I whiled away many hours playing that one years ago. Star Fury says, oh my God, I'm having so many 1980s TV flashbacks. Street Hawk, anyone? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The music started out sounding like Ken's music from Street Fighter, says Wrangler. Exactly. Dude, it's perfect. Disney has accidentally turned Star Wars into a dopey 1980s cheesy, like low budget TV show. It's like, Bob, the standards are just not where they should be. And I was very disappointed in the other Bob for his mistakes. It's like, look what you made, Bob. It's funner to meme on it than to actually watch this drag. I still think the Ahsoka one's better though, because it actually tells a better story. Like, what was it? Hera with the heart of a pilot who is always dressed to pilot because she's a pilot. Or the other really good one is like, the last of the Jedis must go and find another of the last of the Jedis who is being hunted by others of the last of the Jedis. It's like, no, there's like 50 Jedi. What is? Oh, yes. The trooper slap one shot. Dude, the only thing that comes close to that is when Ahsoka like bitch slapped one of the robots just as a move, just as a move to just bitch slap one of the robots. I'm like, that's not, try that on the Terminator. Like, try that on the T800 and see how that works for you. So anyway, yes, Wrangler must go watch Airwolf. And I understand that. I understand that impulse. Fu Man Blue says all you have to do is add synths and it feels like the 80s. But I will give them more credit than that though, Fu Man Blue, because if you notice, they changed it to the aspect ratio, the square aspect ratio. They had the little nice touch there, like available in stereo where available, because that was before surround sound and 4K. And then they have like, they add like the graininess to the image, to the video. And they also, I love how they pick like the freeze frames to do like, the actor's name. Like, that's so good. It's so awesome. And cheeseball repetitive lyrics like, you're the one, it's time to fight because you gotta use the force. It's like, dude, the Team America World Police, absolutely just brought the house down with that America. Yeah. You know the rest. You know the rest. Actually, one of my favorites was there was a lot of super patriotic country songs going around in the wake of 9/11. And so I love the country song in Team America where it's like, freedom isn't free. No, there's a hefty fucking fee. I love Matt Stone and Trey Parker. They are a gift to humanity. They are. Melodic Method says Massive Darkness 2. Wrangler says he finished a Monopoly marathon and we're still going. Fu Man Blue says, oh, wow. How many are, oh my God. 5 hours? What am I doing here? What am I doing here? I'm kind of amazed, actually. I thought, no, if I've been going 3 or 5 hours, jeez. I'm kind of a windbag, folks. I'm kind of a windbag over here. No, honestly, it's you guys. I'm having too much fun. You guys you're too much fun in the chat. We're talking, dude, we wiled away about an hour on Star Trek for just apropos of nothing. So that's kind of what's been going down, Melodic. We've been commiserating over, I'm not a Whovian, but I am a Trekker. And so I have been commiserating with my Whovian counterparts who are watching the demise of their beloved franchise. As I have watched Kurtzman do a hatchet job on everything Star Trek. So Fu Man Blue says, I can't believe Star Fury's up till 2 a.m. Bruv. Yeah, and he's probably not wearing a top anymore by this point. Melodic Method says Ahsoka is somehow more genuine 80s. The Obi-Wan video was made because they hated the show, feels like to me. Probably right. No, you're probably right. No, the Ahsoka one is the best. The Ahsoka one is the best, definitely. I can't. The Force slap, this old man Nixon, you got to avoid it. Avoid it. You don't want to be on the business end of a Force slap. Starfury says, I am not going to bed. I have a train trip at 5:30 this morning, so I slept in late instead. I hate to think of, Starfury needs his beauty sleep. And so I feel guilty. But no, he's staying up. So yeah, we'll just keep you up until it's time. Fu Man Blue says, have a safe trip. Oh, well, he said, okay, cool. Don't die or have a safe trip. Either, they're interchangeable. They're interchangeable well wishes. Star Fury says, I might get lucky and Leaves might get on the line and stop all AIN services. Now we're talking about the trains in Britain. Starfair says, beauty sleep is a bit redundant in my case. Yes, okay. We share similar problems, Star Fury. We share similar problems. Wrangler says, Force slaps and Force chokes. What kind of kink are they getting at in this far, far away galaxy? Don't you just, it's so, I feel my heart just breaks to see poor Bob Iger expressing how difficult it is to run that company. And, oh, it's so, woe is me, heavy is the head that wears the crown. It's like, well, it's not half as painful as me having to have sit through this whole year of Disney garbage. Dude, I have watched more Disney garbage. If I never see anything Disney again, it'll be too soon. What have I watched this year? I've watched, all the MCU shows this year. I watched Secret Invasion. I watched, was there any others? Then I watched, it's not MCU, but Ahsoka. We did Indiana Jones. I'm probably mixing up too, because I also watched The Flash, which was garbage. And then, a lot of shit, folks. A lot of garbage. Just dreck. Little Mermaid. I watched Little Mermaid. Oh, that was one of the worst. But the Marvels, I'll tell you something. The Marvels, probably the worst thing. That was probably the worst thing of the year. No, Secret Invasion was the worst. I mean, Secret Invasion was Secret Invasion or Ahsoka. I would say Ahsoka at least looked like something that could have been good. Like on the surface, if you just looked at images without hearing the dialogue or anything, it's like, oh, okay, you've got Ray Stevenson. He looks cool. Oh, there's Anakin. Anakin's there. I mean, there was stuff on the screen that like vaguely could have been good. Secret Invasion was as bleak, boring, lifeless, completely bereft of a plot. It was one of the most miserable things I've ever watched was Secret Invasion. And so I would say it's kind of a tie between Secret Invasion and Marvel's, but Marvel's was shorter and it at least had like one character that was halfway likable, being Miss Marvel, which frankly isn't saying a whole lot, but at least Iman Vellani is a class act. So she gets credit for that. So there you go. A Barbie. I watched Barbie. Oh God. There's a movie to make you depressed, let me tell you. But we've also had some amazing triumphs this year, haven't we? We had John Wick 4, awesome. We had Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning, sadly didn't do well, but it was pretty good. And then we had Oppenheimer, which was grand, glorious. But I'll tell you something, Godzilla Minus One made up for everything I've had to wade through this year. That movie was just what a high note to go out on the year. And I'll tell you something, it's probably a good thing Dune Part 2 got pushed to next year because I think Dune would have had some stiff competition in Godzilla Minus One. Can't say for sure because I really love that first Dune film. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But man, you know, it's so interesting. It's like Godzilla is an absolute Minus One, that is an absolute masterclass. An absolute masterclass in how if you just focus the story on dump all the stupid woke bullshit, all the preachy messaging, get rid of all that crap, and you can actually tell a really amazing hero's journey with a really amazing monster story, with a really amazing allegory about war and the fall of empires and the rise of nuclear warfare. You can have all of that. You can have all of that. And you can even have a really amazing story about family. Believe it or not, Godzilla's a really good story about family. You can have all of that. And dude, that movie flies to its target like an arrow. That movie flies to its target like an arrow. It is a beautiful thing to watch. I'm going to tell you, there's a scene involving... I just don't want to say anything because I know some of you haven't seen it yet, but I'll just tell you the final set pieces of this film, I consider breathtaking. I just thought were magnificent. In the words of Mihawk in One Piece, I forgot about One Piece. One Piece is the other really amazing thing we had this year. But in the words of Mihawk from One Piece, magnificent. Magnificent. Just a thing to behold. So yes, definitely 10 out of 10 bars for Godzilla Minus One. Love it. Wrangler, Iman Vellani made me want to be a Miss Marvel fan. Well, she's a classy actor. She really is. You know, they said, oh, your character got a lot of hate. She said, well, you know what? I did my best. It was out of my hands. You know, you do your... Well, listen, that's a professional mindset. Like, Iman Vellani has a professional mindset, which is, you know, my art is not my identity. My art is my work. And she treated it. And it's so interesting when you hear someone like Henry Cavill or Iman Vellani or maybe Christopher Nolan might be an example, people who treat their art with a professionalism, you naturally hear classy things from them because they're not wrapped up in having to attack the audience because the audience is attacking them. They just don't see it that way. They see it as, this is my work, and it sucks. It sucks not having your work liked. So I'm sure that it hurts. I'm sure Iman Vellani doesn't feel good that like the movie didn't do well, but she has the right attitude about it, which is like, hey, I did my best. It's out of my hands. And, you know, it's amazing how much goodwill that buys you. It's amazing how much goodwill that buys you. It certainly buys a lot of goodwill with me. But honestly, before I even heard that, her performance in the movie is very fun. It's very likable. And even though a lot of her scenes are they're too much, like you can tell that the movie knows she's the only good thing in it. The Marvels knows that Iman Vellani is the only good thing in it because they overuse her character a lot in the movie. And it's like, I can see why, because you had nothing else going in this piece of trash. You had nothing else. You had Nick Fury petting a kitty. You had nothing else to offer the audience but her. And so it's like, so they overused her in the movie, and she kind of becomes a clown act, which is kind of unfortunate because, well, you know, for that movie to be good, it would presuppose that Captain Marvel was an interesting character, and that's quite a leap. But assuming that Captain Marvel were more like Wonder Woman, Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman, let's just assume she was likable and sweet and charming the way that Wonder Woman was. If you had that, and then you had a co-superhero and then a sidekick, and Miss Marvel's kind of like Robin is to Batman, that could have worked great. That could have been a really good movie. Also, it would have been nice if the movie had a story structure. I mean, that's really kind of one of the main things missing from the Marvels is a story structure. Like there's nothing it is the absolute it is the epitome of what Matt Stone and Trey Parker were talking about. And then this happens. It literally is a series of events occurring on screen. That is what the Marvels is. It is so unbelievably lazy. It is so lazy, that movie. Oh my God, the singing planet. Why? Why do you hate us? Why do you freaking hate us, Disney? They're like, I know, a singing planet. By the way, you know, I'll say one thing for the Japanese. They don't feminize their men. You know, it's like you give these woke white creators, you know, Asian characters in a movie, and they put them in makeup. Asian men, I mean. They put Asian males in makeup and then make them subservient like house husbands for Captain Marvel. And I'll tell you something. One thing I love about Shikishima, who is the main character, he's the protagonist in Godzilla Minus One. This is his story. Like, this is his story. Yes, there are supporting characters and they play a part, and there's kind of an ensemble team, but he is the through line. He is the agent of change in that entire movie. He is the one that is moving the needle. And what's interesting about his character is this is very much and I don't mean this in a chauvinistic way. I really don't. This is a male hero's journey. Like, this is a male story because it's about a man who served in, you know, the war, and he's wrestling with, am I a coward? Did I betray my squad? Did I get my comrades killed? Am I worthless? Do I have value? Do I have a part to play? Is my war over? Can I live in peace? This is his story about finding the answers to those questions. And it's all played into the disaster of Godzilla arriving. And I'm going to tell you something. It is the most brilliant human story I have ever seen in a Godzilla film by about a mile. By about a mile. It is the Godzilla film I've always wanted, which is the humans are actually what you come for. And Godzilla showing up is what makes it an incredible film. Because it's like, honestly, think of, this is the way I think you should always do Godzilla. It should be like, not exactly in tone, but like the movie Independence Day. Independence Day. Just substitute Godzilla for the aliens in Independence Day. It is a monster movie in which the humans are the people we see the journey through, and the aliens are the monster. I just don't think Godzilla is any different. Even if Godzilla is fighting another monster, I still think it's kind of the same thing. And I think where a lot of Godzilla films went wrong is, and I'm not being critical because I love those old films. I love 1985. I love that movie. It was my favorite Godzilla movie until this one. But even those ones suffered from all the humans were there to do is to be either spectators or exposition dumps. That's all they were there for. And so they were boring. They were a boring part of the story. All the time, as a kid, I was like, screw the humans. I want to see Godzilla, which is fine. But what I like about this film is I am totally invested in these characters, and that makes Godzilla himself better. That's my point. Like, Godzilla is better for it because he should be the GOAT. Godzilla should be the most terrifying thing you've ever seen in your life. And this is one of the first films I've ever seen where Godzilla is a nightmare. And I've seen Shin Godzilla, which was also really good. Don't get me wrong. I'm telling you, the fact that the human story is so good is what makes Godzilla such a damn nightmare in this movie. He is malevolent. He is terrifying. He's unstoppable. It is, and you feel it. It is a nerve shredding movie at parts. Forget. Okay, I'm going crazy now. I'm talking. I'm telling you too much. I'm not telling you any plot points though, because let's save that for next week, because I want you all to go see it, and I want you to be surprised. And look, you may disagree with me. You may not feel that it's as good as I think it is. Some people have rated it like an 8. Some people said a 9. I'm saying a 10, which some people might say high. I stand by that, but whatever your opinions are, I don't think you'll be disappointed. It's a better movie experience than just about anything else you're going to get this year, I think. And I'll tell you something, Japan, do not let the Wokies take over. Like Korea, India, do not let the Wokies in, because they're looking at you. Trust me. I'm telling you right now, the Wokies, they're going to start figuring out pretty quickly that like Japan, Korea, and India are their new targets. If not already, because they still have the ability to tell stories, like real, just awesome stories. And I think I sure hope they don't allow themselves to lose that culture. But then again, history is cyclical, and maybe that's just the way things go. But Melodic Method says, I got to dip out. I don't want any Gojira spoilers. Cheers, everyone. Totally get it, Melodic. And hopefully I mean, I didn't spoil any plot points, but also I get it. You don't want to hear anything on it. Totally get it. So we'll do a deeper dive next week. What did Star Fury say? What did I miss? Can you imagine Japan, Fu Man Blue says, having boy bands? Don't they have those? Doesn't everybody have the charisma? And yes, and if they don't sell enough albums, they must commit ritual seppuku. So, anywho, all right. Well, we've had a great stream, quite a long one. This might be a record for the Captain's Cast, actually. And I have no idea how we got here, folks. I have no idea how this stream went this long. I didn't actually think I had a giant amount of stuff. I did, but not like the most I've ever had. I'll tell you what, though, if you're deciding between Godzilla and Napoleon, it's Godzilla, folks. Because Napoleon is, Honestly, Critical Drinker, I watched his review, and we're pretty much simpatico on this one. It was a whistle, as he put it, it's a whistle-stop tour of Napoleon's history, which is, okay, fine, that kind of pleases the history nerd in me, but, like, is that a movie? It's not really a movie. So Napoleon is, definitely Godzilla. If you're looking for a story, that's Godzilla. So, hat tip, Captain, salute to the newest one to watch out there, and that would be Takashi Yamazaki, the director and writer of Godzilla. And what a great cast, too. I loved all of the actors in this, were great. Some people have said that like the acting was a bit over the top and melodramatic, and I've heard others say that, well, that's just Japanese cinema. They're very melodramatic. I have no way of knowing because it's a different culture. And so I'm just not like, to me, I just think maybe some of that is lost in translation. But honestly, what it was like to me was a really grounded anime. Like if you've ever watched an anime that's a little more gritty and realistic, but it still has that kind of over-the-top emotionality to it that anime has, that's kind of what it felt like in this movie. So I honestly thought that seems right to me. Like that didn't seem odd or off-putting at all. Like I thought now is there a flaw here and there I could point out? Sure. Yeah, there's a flaw here and there I could point out in the movie, but nothing that would dissuade me from wanting to see it about 3 more times. So there you go. Star Fury says, sometimes you have to call a spade a shovel, and I get that, Star Fury. I have no idea why you said that, but I understand that. Star Fury says, Captain Garrett has been worshiping at Mahler's altar. Clearly, I do. He is as an eldritch god, he deserves our deference and our respect. And so, yes, I have. Mahler simp through and through. He's the surgeon, man. I love my favorite takes on the internet on story structure. Definitely Mahler's. Kudos to the chat tonight, says Fu Man Blue. Good fuel and fine times. Agree with you, Fu Man Blue. Hail to you, the chat. It is an honor to serve with you all. It is my honor to be. You honor me. And so I hope I put on a good show for you and will continue to do. Old Man Nixon says Christian Clavier's Napoleon miniseries is great. Yes, I'll have to check that out. And then someone was mentioning, I think Star Fury was saying like the Steiger one, which Waterloo is the name of the movie. I need to see that because it looks much better than Napoleon. So Star Fury says, great stream, Captain. The chat was on fire. Have a great week, my compadres. Ditto. The chat was amazing tonight. I loved it. And I'll just say, you know, as always, like, let's have a great week, folks. Like, let's we are going to participate in the dance of creation, folks. The good news, the takeaway here is we are winning. We are, it's going to take a while. You know, there's going to be a few more beatings to be had. Like, they're making Fallout. There's nothing we could do about that. But we are being heard. Trust me. Even the ones that are trying to deny it, they're hearing it. It's starting to sting. So there you go. Fu Man Blue says there's nobody better off the cuff than that Kid Mahler. Absolutely. And I wish I could remember what it was this week. He was talking about something where I totally was like disagreeing with him. But, you know, even when he's disagreeing with me, I love listening to his take on it because I'm like, okay, let's unpack this. Fu Man Blue says, good night, Star Fury. The rest of you, see you next week. And tomorrow for you, Wrangler. Good night, all. And so we come at last to the end of 1 week, the beginning of another. And so go watch Godzilla and we'll talk more about it next week. And I will have more good news for you as well. But until next time, my dear sailors and Starnauts, thank you for showing up. Thank you for being here with me on a Sunday night. And I will see you out there among the stars, out at sea, on adventures, out there.